Hey Insomniacs, before we begin, let me know what time it is and where you're tuning in from. And if you haven't yet, hit that subscribe button. Now, let's begin. The Wildflower Diaries. Ivy Lancaster stood at the podium, her valedictorian medal catching the June sunlight. The audience, parents dabbing proud tears, teachers nodding approvingly, and fellow graduates shifting impatiently in their polyester gowns, waited for wisdom that an 18-year-old girl wasn't sure she possessed. When I was asked to speak today about the journey ahead, Ivy began, her voice steady despite the tremor in her hands, I thought about maps. She gestured to the projection behind her, an antique map her grandmother had left her, with handwritten notes in the margins and coffee stains on the corners. Maps are comforting. They tell us where to go, what to expect. But my grandmother, who travelled to 47 countries with nothing but this map and a typewriter, once told me something I've been thinking about lately. Ivy paused, feeling her mother's gaze boring into her from the third row. She said, "The most interesting journeys happen when you step off the map." A murmur rippled through the crowd. This wasn't the speech Ivy had submitted for approval. This wasn't the script. "I've been on a map my entire life," she continued. "Kindergarten to Westfield Academy, Westfield to Yale, Yale to law school to firm, firm to partnership, marriage at 28, first child at 30. It's a beautiful map drawn with love and expectation by people who want the best for me." Ivy felt the familiar tightness in her chest, the same pressure that had sent her to the nurse's office 3 times during finals week. But here's what I've learned. You can be brilliant and still be lost. In the audience, Miss Teller, her English teacher who'd encouraged her secret poetry journal, sat up straighter. Monica Lancaster, Ivy's mother and the youngest female partner at her Boston law firm, stopped filming with her phone. "Tomorrow I'm supposed to begin my internship at Lancaster, Weiss and Mitchell. In August, I'm supposed to move into my Yale dormitory." Ivy took a deep breath. "But I've realised that reading someone else's map means never discovering your own territory." She pulled out her grandmother's final diary from beneath her gown. My grandmother's last entry reads, "I lived 1,000 lives by listening to strangers. Their stories became my map." Ivy closed the leather-bound journal and looked directly at her mother for the first time. "Mum, I know you wanted me to talk about ambition today, about following the path you carved for us after Dad left. But the most ambitious thing I can imagine is discovering who I am without the script." Monica's face had gone completely still, a look Ivy recognised from courtroom photos, her mother's verdict face. "So to my fellow graduates, I won't tell you to follow your dreams or reach for the stars or any of those platitudes. Instead, I'll tell you what I'm telling myself. Sometimes the map isn't the journey." Ivy stepped back from the microphone as confused, scattered applause broke out. Principal Hargrove quickly stepped forward, adding some comment about the unpredictability of youth that Ivy didn't hear because she was already walking off stage, away from the carefully plotted coordinates of her life. That night, after declining 17 congratulatory texts and ignoring her mother's closed bedroom door, Ivy sat cross-legged on her bedroom floor. Around her lay her grandmother's weathered diaries, Polaroid photos of strangers with stories written on the back, and a creased map of America with no highlighted route. She pulled out her phone and declined her spot at Yale with 3 taps. Then she opened her banking app and transferred her graduation money and inheritance, $22,453, to her personal account. From under her bed, she retrieved the keys to her grandmother's 1978 Volkswagen van, which had sat unused in the garage since Fleur Lancaster's death 3 years prior. Monica had wanted to sell it, but Ivy had begged to keep it, promising to restore it someday. Someday had arrived. By dawn, Ivy had packed 6 journals, her grandmother's Polaroid camera, 3 changes of clothes, and enough courage to last until Nebraska at least. She left a note on the kitchen counter. "I need to find my voice. Please don't follow." The van, affectionately named Mabel by her grandmother, coughed to life on the third try. As the sun crept over the horizon, painting the manicured lawns of Westfield in gold, Ivy Lancaster became the first person in her family's 3 generations to drive away from expectations without a clear destination. She made it exactly 43 miles before Mabel sputtered to a stop outside a diner called Last Chance, at the edge of Massachusetts. The universe, it seemed, had a sense of humour. Inside, the diner smelled of coffee and resignation. A waitress with faded blue eyeshadow and a name tag reading Dot poured her a cup without asking. "You look like you're running away," Dot said, sliding a menu across the counter. "Most people who stop here at 6 a.m. with that look are..." Ivy opened her mouth to deny it, then closed it. "Is it that obvious?" "Honey, I've been working this counter for 38 years. I've seen every type of escape there is." Dot tapped her pen against her order pad. "The question is, are you running from or running to?" "I don't know," Ivy admitted. "Both, maybe." Dot nodded as if this was the wisest thing she'd heard all week. "Well, the special is terrible, but the blueberry pancakes might change your life." An hour later, with Mabel patched up thanks to Dot's son, who moonlighted as a mechanic. "He's good with engines but terrible with people," Dot had explained. Ivy sat in the parking lot with her first journal entry. "Dot told me she's worked at Last Chance since she was 18, my age, when her own mother died and left her to raise her brother. I had plans to be a nurse," she said, "but life had other plans. Sometimes your journey chooses you." Ivy snapped a Polaroid of Dot waving from the diner window, wrote journey number 1 on the white space below, and taped it into her journal. As she pulled back onto the highway, her phone pinged with a text from her mother. "This is unacceptable. Come home now." Ivy turned her phone off and tossed it into the glove compartment. The map she was creating wouldn't be found on any screen. By day 7, Ivy had crossed into Nebraska. She'd collected 11 stories, from a retired postal worker who delivered mail on the same route for 42 years, a former ballet dancer who now taught physics, and a truck driver who read poetry at every rest stop. But it was in Valentine, Nebraska, population 2,737, that Mabel decided she'd gone far enough. The van made a sound like metal tearing into metal, then rolled silently to the shoulder of Highway 83, smoke curling from beneath the deck lid. Ivy's knowledge of car mechanics extended to knowing where the gas went in. She popped the deck lid anyway and stared helplessly at Mabel's innards. "That's not a pretty sight," said a voice behind her. Ivy turned to find a man in his 70s, white-bearded and weathered like an old leather baseball mitt. He wore overalls and a conductor's cap. "Are you a mechanic?" Ivy asked hopefully. The man laughed, a sound like gravel in a tumbler. "No, ma'am. Retired train engineer, 47 years on the Union Pacific. But I know a death rattle when I hear one." He extended a hand. "Liam Cahill." "Ivy Lancaster." They shook. "Do you know anyone who might be able to help?" "Well, there's Rowan down at Morrison's garage, but he's as likely to fix your van as he is to tell you it's an abomination against God and nature." Liam scratched his chin. "Tell you what, my house is just up that road. Let me call you a tow and you can wait there. My wife makes a pie that'll make you forget your troubles." 3 hours later, Ivy sat at Liam and Margaret Cahill's kitchen table, eating her second slice of blackberry pie, while Liam told stories of his years on the railroad. "The strangest thing I ever saw," Liam repeated her question. "That'd be the summer of '83. We were crossing the Platte River around midnight when the engineer, Jimmy Halstead, good man, dead now, slammed on the brakes. Right there on the tracks was a piano, a full-sized grand piano, just sitting there gleaming in the moonlight." "What? How did it get there?" Ivy asked, her journal open beside her plate. "That's the thing about life's mysteries," Liam said. "Sometimes you don't get the whole story. We never found out who put it there or why. But I think about that piano sometimes, this beautiful thing in the wrong place at the wrong time. but somehow exactly where it needed to be for us to remember it 40 years later. Ivy wrote furiously, capturing every detail of Liam's weathered hands and the way his voice changed when he talked about the piano. When she finished, she asked to take his photo. "What's all this for?" he asked as she prepared the Polaroid. "I'm collecting stories," Ivy explained. "I graduated high school last week, and instead of going to college, I decided to travel and listen to people. My grandmother did something similar. She called them her Wildflower Diaries because she said people's stories were like wildflowers, beautiful, resilient, and often overlooked." Liam nodded thoughtfully. "Your grandmother sounds like a wise woman. Most people never learn that the best stories aren't in books. They're sitting across from you at a diner counter or standing behind you in the grocery line." The next morning, with Mabel temporarily patched by the grudgingly impressed Rowan, this van should have died during the Reagan administration, Ivy prepared to leave. Margaret packed her sandwiches and Liam pressed a small wooden train into her hand. "For your collection," he said, "to remember that sometimes the journey stops exactly where you need it to." Ivy added journey number 12 to her journal and pointed Mabel west. She'd been gone 8 days, and her mother had left 37 messages. She'd listened to none of them. Instead, she'd started a simple blog called the Wildflower Diaries, uploading scans of her journal entries and Polaroids. Last night, she'd received her first comment from someone other than a spam bot. "I've lived in Valentine my whole life and never heard Liam's piano story. Thank you for seeing people that the rest of us have stopped seeing." As Nebraska flattened into Wyoming, Ivy realized something. For the first time in her life, she wasn't following anyone's expectations but her own. The thought made her simultaneously terrified and exhilarated, like standing at the edge of a canyon and feeling the urge to both step back and leap forward. Her grandmother's final diary entry had haunted her for years. "I lived 1,000 lives by listening to strangers. Their stories became my map." Now, finally, Ivy understood. Fleur Lancaster hadn't been mapping geography. She'd been mapping humanity. At a gas station outside Cheyenne, Ivy's phone regained service, and notifications flooded in. Among her mother's increasingly frantic messages was a text from Noah, her childhood best friend who'd grown distant in high school as Ivy had retreated into academic perfection. "Your mum called my parents. She thinks you've had some kind of breakdown. Have you?" Ivy stared at the phone, wondering how to explain that what looked like breaking down might actually be breaking through. Before she could decide, another text arrived, this one from Miss Teller. "Your real education has begun. Write everything down." By the time Mabel limped into Santa Fe, New Mexico, 3 weeks had passed since Ivy's graduation speech. Her blog had grown to 27 entries, each one a different voice from America's forgotten corners. There was Eliza, the former coal miner's daughter who now ran an environmental science lab in Colorado. Samuel, who'd lost his sight in Vietnam but found his voice singing blues in a New Orleans club called The Blind Spot. Marisol, the 70-year-old woman who'd walked across the border 40 years ago and now owned 3 restaurants. Each story collected was another piece of the map Ivy was creating, not of places, but of possibilities. "The thing no one tells you about freedom," she wrote in her journal that night, "is how terrifying it is. Every morning I wake up with no plan except to listen. Sometimes I wonder if I'm wasting my time, if I should have just followed the expected path. But then someone shares their story with me, and I remember why I'm here." Santa Fe brought her to a small bookstore called Elsewhere, where the owner, a woman named Ruby with silver hair and tattoo sleeves, invited her to give a reading from her blog. "People need to hear stories that make them feel less alone," Ruby explained, arranging chairs in a semicircle, "especially now, when everyone's shouting but no one's listening." Ivy had never read her work aloud before. At Westfield Academy, creative writing had been treated as a charming hobby, not a serious pursuit. But that evening, she stood before 20 strangers and shared Liam's piano story, Eliza's fight to reclaim her hometown's poisoned earth and her own journey away from the prescribed path. When she finished, the silence felt sacred before it broke into applause. Afterward, a man with silver-streaked hair approached her. His eyes were the colour of turquoise, his skin weathered by sun. "Joseph Begay," he introduced himself. "I teach at the Institute of American Indian Arts. Your stories reminded me of our tradition of oral history, how we keep our culture alive through telling and retelling." He invited her to visit the Navajo Nation, where his family was preparing for a ceremony. "If you want to understand America's true stories," he said, "you should hear the ones that were here first." 3 days later, Ivy found herself sitting around a campfire under stars so bright they seemed almost artificial to her New England-raised eyes. Joseph's extended family shared stories that stretched back generations, tales of creation and survival, humour and heartbreak. "Our stories aren't just entertainment," Joseph explained as the fire burned low. "They're medicine. They heal us by connecting us to each other and to those who came before." Ivy wrote until her hand cramped, filling pages with voices she'd never heard in her advanced placement history classes. She took a Polaroid of the family by firelight and titled it Journey Number 31, The First Storytellers. That night, sleeping in Mabel, parked beside Joseph's sister's home, Ivy had a dream about her grandmother. They sat together in the van, maps spread across their laps. "Am I doing this right?" Ivy asked. Her grandmother, looking younger than in any photos Ivy had seen, smiled. "There is no right way to find your voice. There's only listening deeply enough to hear it." Ivy woke with tears on her cheeks and a clarity she hadn't felt since leaving Massachusetts. She wasn't just collecting others' stories, she was learning how to tell her own. The next morning she checked her blog and gasped. Overnight, the Wildflower Diaries had been shared by a popular travel writer, and her subscriber count had jumped from 53 to over 1,000. Comments poured in, people thanking her for the stories, asking where she would go next, sharing their own wildflower moments. Among them was a message that made her heart stop. "Your grandmother would be proud. When you're ready to come home, I'll be here. Mom." For the first time in weeks, Ivy called her mother. "I thought you'd had some kind of nervous breakdown," Monica said, her voice tight with emotion. "Your speech, leaving without warning. It wasn't like you." "That's the thing," Ivy replied, watching the sunrise paint the desert in impossible colours. "I don't think I knew who was. I've been trying to be you for so long." The silence stretched between them like the miles of highway Ivy had travelled. "I found your grandmother's diaries after you left," Monica finally said. "I never read them when she was alive. I was too busy trying to prove that I could succeed without her bohemian values." She paused. "I think I understand what you're doing now. It wasn't forgiveness exactly, or even approval, but it was acknowledgement, and that was enough for now." After hanging up, Ivy wrote in her journal, "Sometimes the stories we tell ourselves about who we are become prisons. My mother's story was about success through control. My story was about meeting expectations, but the beauty of stories is that we can revise them." As she prepared to leave for California, Joseph's niece, a teenager named Nikki, asked shyly if Ivy would read her poetry. "I want to be a writer," Nikki confessed, "but nobody here takes it seriously." Ivy recognized herself in Nikki's uncertainty, the part of her that had hidden her writing as if it were shameful instead of sacred. She spent the afternoon reading Nikki's work, offering the kind of encouragement Miss Teller had once given her. Before leaving, she gave Nikki her second Polaroid camera. "Document everything," she advised. "Every voice matters, especially the ones that aren't being heard." Driving west toward the Pacific, Ivy realized she was no longer running away. She was running toward something, a self she was discovering one story at a time. San Francisco emerged from the fog like a mirage, the last stop on her grandmother's final journey, before Fleur Lancaster had returned to Massachusetts, married Ivy's grandfather, and set aside her wandering ways. Ivy parked Mabel near Golden Gate Park and walked to the address listed in her grandmother's diary, 1542 Hayes Street, a Victorian painted the colour of plums. According to the journal, Fleur had stayed here with a woman named Beatrice Holloway, a poet and activist she'd met in Paris years earlier. Heart-pounding, Ivy knocked on the door. After a long moment, it opened to reveal a small woman with cropped white hair and bright red glasses. "Can I help you?" she asked. "My name is Ivy Lancaster. My grandmother was Fleur Lancaster. She stayed with you in 1979. The woman's eyes widened. For a moment, Ivy thought she might close the door. Instead, she opened it wider. "You have her eyes," Beatrice said. "Come in. I've been expecting you for years." Inside, the house was a temple to words. Books lined every wall, manuscripts covered the dining table, and poetry quotes were painted directly onto the ceiling beams. Beatrice moved through the space with the confidence of someone who had arranged her world exactly as she wanted it. "Your grandmother wrote to me every year until she died," Beatrice explained, making tea in a kitchen cluttered with pottery. "She always said her granddaughter would find me someday. I assumed she was being metaphorical." Ivy pulled out Fleur's diary. "She wrote about you. She said you taught her that stories are how we survive our lives." Beatrice laughed, a startling youthful sound. "That sounds like Fleur, turning my cynicism into wisdom. What I actually said was that stories are how I survived my life. The difference matters." Over tea and almond cookies, Beatrice shared the Fleur that Ivy had never known. The young woman who'd travelled through Franco's Spain with a typewriter strapped to her back, who'd helped smuggle banned books into Prague, who'd once spent a night in a Moroccan jail for photographing the wrong building. "Why did she stop?" Ivy asked. "Why go back to Massachusetts and become conventional?" Beatrice's expression softened. "Oh, child, is that what you think happened?" She disappeared into another room and returned with a worn leather journal, identical to the ones Ivy had inherited. "She sent me this the week before she died," read the last entry. With trembling hands, Ivy opened the journal to find her grandmother's familiar handwriting. "People think I surrendered my true self when I came home from San Francisco. They see the house in the suburbs, the charity committees, the Thanksgiving dinners, and think I became ordinary. What they don't understand is that I never stopped travelling. I just changed how I moved through the world. Every conversation with the grocery clerk, every story from my patients at the hospital where I volunteered, every late-night talk with my brilliant, serious daughter who thinks I'm frivolous. These were my continuing journeys. I mapped the human heart from my own kitchen table. If my granddaughter ever reads this, I hope she understands. There is no single way to live an extraordinary life." Ivy closed the journal, tears blurring her vision. "I didn't know," she whispered. "Most of us don't know the whole story of the people we love," Beatrice replied. "That's why we need to listen while we can." That evening, Beatrice took Ivy to a poetry reading at a cafe near City College. When the host learned of Ivy's blog, she insisted Ivy share one of her entries. Terrified but determined, Ivy read the story of Samuel, the blind blues singer from New Orleans, her voice growing stronger with each word. Afterward, a young man approached, tall and angular, with dark eyes and a camera around his neck. "Theo Carson," he introduced himself. "I'm a photojournalist. I've been following your blog since Wyoming. Your writing makes me see things differently." Ivy studied his face, intrigued by this stranger who knew her work. "You've been following my blog?" He grinned, revealing a chipped front tooth. "I'm on assignment documenting small-town America. I stumbled across your Wildflower Diaries and was captivated. Your stories capture something my photos miss, the inner landscapes behind the faces." Over midnight coffee, they compared notes on the places they'd both visited, the people whose stories they'd captured in different mediums. "What happens when you reach the ocean?" Theo asked. End of the road? Ivy considered the question. I'm not sure. When my grandmother reached this point, she turned around and went home. But I'm not ready for that yet. Maybe you don't have to choose, Theo suggested. Home doesn't have to be just one place. The next morning, Ivy received an email from a small publishing house in Portland. We've been following the Wildflower Diaries and would like to discuss turning it into a book. Standing on the cliffs overlooking the Pacific, wind whipping her hair, Ivy called Miss Teller. I think I'm being offered a book deal, she said when her teacher answered. Of course you are, Miss Teller replied, as if this were the most natural development imaginable. Your writing has always had that rare quality, honesty without cruelty, observation without judgment. But I don't know anything about book deals, or if this is even what I want. What would happen if you treated this decision like any other story you've encountered? Listen, observe, then decide. After hanging up, Ivy sat on the cliff edge and opened her journal. She had filled 4 of them now, each page a different voice, a different perspective on what made a life worth living. She wrote, I came looking for other people's stories, but somewhere along the way I started writing my own. Maybe that's what Grandma meant all along, that by truly hearing others, we finally hear ourselves. The publisher wanted her in Portland next week. Her mother had invited her home for her birthday the week after. Yale had sent an email saying her spot was still available if she wanted to defer for a year. For the first time since leaving Massachusetts, the road ahead split into multiple possibilities, each with its own story. 1 year later, Ivy stood in a crowded bookstore in Boston, not as a patron, but as an author. The Wildflower Diaries, stories from America's unmarked roads, sat in stacks on the display table, its cover featuring her grandmother's van against a sunset backdrop. And as I travelled across 38 states, she read to the audience, I discovered that the most extraordinary stories often belong to people we're taught to overlook. The gas station attendant who writes physics equations in the margins of his notebook, the hospice nurse who sings opera to dying patients, the former bank executive who now repairs vintage motorcycles and speaks 4 languages. She looked up to see her mother in the front row, sitting beside Miss Teller. Noah was there too, having driven up from his college in Rhode Island. And Theo, camera in hand as always, documenting this milestone from the back of the room. After the reading, as she signed books and chatted with readers, an elderly man approached with a worn copy clutched in trembling hands. You probably don't remember me, he began. Liam, Ivy said immediately, recognizing the retired train engineer from Nebraska. The piano on the tracks. His weathered face creased with pleasure. You've met thousands of people since then. I didn't expect you to recall an old man's story. Every story matters, Ivy replied, echoing the words that had become her mantra. That's the whole point. Later that night, after the bookstore had emptied and even her mother had gone home, Ivy and Theo walked along the Charles River, the water reflecting the city lights like dancing fireflies. I got the grant, Theo announced. 1 year documenting climate migration stories along the Gulf Coast. Ivy felt the familiar tug of competing desires, to root and to roam, to build and to explore. After her book's publication, she'd moved into a small apartment in Cambridge and enrolled in weekend writing workshops at Emerson College. She'd started a non-profit that taught storytelling to underprivileged teens, inspired by her afternoon with Nikki on the reservation. She was, by conventional standards, settling down, yet something in her still resonated with the open road. I've been thinking, she said, stopping to lean against the railing. The Wildflower Diaries were never meant to be just my story. My grandmother understood that. It's why she left her journals for me to find. What are you saying? Theo asked. I'm saying I want to go with you, not permanently, but for parts of it. I can coordinate the non-profit remotely, teach workshops in the communities we visit. My second book can focus on climate stories, the human side of the crisis. The publisher wants a sequel that's similar to the first, he reminded her. Ivy smiled. The first book was about finding my voice. This one will be about using it. They walked back to where Mabel was parked, the faithful van now restored and upgraded with solar panels on the roof, a desk that folded down from the wall, and a mobile internet system that allowed Ivy to update her blog from anywhere with a cell signal. Inside, pinned to the ceiling, were Polaroids of every person whose story had made it into the book. Ivy added one more, a picture of tonight's reading, her first event in her hometown. "Full circle," Theo observed. "Not a circle," Ivy corrected him. "A spiral. We come back to where we started, but we're not the same." 2 weeks later they headed south, the non-profit temporarily in the hands of Ivy's first intern, a former student from her storytelling workshop. Her mother had surprised her by not objecting to this new journey. "I've been reading my mother's journals too," Monica had explained over dinner before Ivy's departure. "Did you know she once spent 3 months following migrant workers through California's farm country? She wrote their stories while working alongside them." "I had no idea," Ivy admitted. "Neither did I until I stopped seeing her journals as a rejection of my choices and started reading them as a different kind of wisdom." Monica had reached across the table to squeeze Ivy's hand. "We're more alike than I wanted to admit. Stubborn, passionate, determined to make our mark. We just chose different maps." Now, as Georgia's peach orchards gave way to Florida's palmettos, Ivy opened a fresh journal, volume 23 since that graduation day that felt like a lifetime ago. She wrote, "The stories we tell determine the lives we live. My grandmother understood that when she travelled the world with a typewriter. My mother understood it when she fought her way into courtrooms where women weren't welcome, and now I understand it too." At a rest stop near Tallahassee, Ivy interviewed a marine biologist who'd lost her research facility to the previous year's hurricane. "How do you keep going, knowing it could all be washed away again?" Ivy asked. The woman, sun-browned and laugh-lined, considered the question. "The sea teaches you that nothing is permanent, not shorelines, not buildings, not even scientific certainty. But the stories we tell about what we've lost and what we're fighting for, those endure." Ivy took her photo, added it to the growing collection on Mabel's ceiling, and typed the quote into her blog, which now had over 50,000 subscribers. That evening, parked near the Gulf with the windows open to catch the salt breeze, she received an email from Nikki, the teenager she'd met on the reservation. Now a freshman at the Institute of American Indian Arts, Nikki had started her own storytelling project, documenting her community's experiences with water scarcity. "You taught me that stories can change things," Nikki wrote. "They make the invisible visible." Ivy smiled as she closed her laptop. Her grandmother had planted seeds with her wandering. Some had flowered in ivy, and now Ivy was scattering new seeds across the landscape. Tomorrow, she and Theo would interview fishermen whose livelihoods were disappearing with the coastline. Next month, they'd head to Louisiana to document communities being relocated due to rising waters. The stories would be harder than those in her first book, more urgent, more political. But the principle remained the same. Everyone deserves to be heard. Every voice matters. As darkness fell over the Gulf, Ivy stepped outside to watch stars appear above the water. Somewhere out there were billions of untold stories, each one a wildflower waiting to be discovered. She pulled out her phone and updated the Wildflower Diaries with a simple post. "The journey continues. Where should we listen next?" Within minutes, the suggestions began pouring in, each one a possible path on a map she was still creating, one story at a time. Boy at the edge of time. "This is how I remember the world," the old man writes, his script steady despite the tremor of age in his hand, though I rarely belong to it. The ink bleeds slightly on the thick cream-coloured paper, absorbing the weight of the words. Below him, The manicured grass of the memorial park stretches towards a rows of polished granite, names etched into their surfaces like scars on the skin of the present. The silence here isn't empty. It's filled with the unshed tears and unspoken words of generations. He closes his eyes for a moment, not against the gentle afternoon sun, but against the cascade of images that rush behind his eyelids. Not memories in the conventional sense, but echoes, insistent and vivid. He breathes deeply, the scent of cut grass and distant rain filling his lungs, and begins to turn the pages back, further and further, until he finds the beginning. Or a beginning. The woods behind the Lennox home in rural Vermont were usually a place of solace, a cathedral of birch and pine where sunlight dappled the mossy floor like fallen coins. For 7-year-old Jasper Lennox, they were a universe of quiet observation. He wasn't a boisterous child. His energy turned inward, fueling a rich, contemplative world unnoticed by most. He tracked the progress of beetle larvae, knew the specific calls of the resident jays, and could sit so still that cautious deer would sometimes approach, mistaking him for part of the landscape. On that crisp October afternoon, the leaves were a riot of crimson and gold. Lena, his mother, a public school teacher with worry lines etched lightly around her eyes, was pointing out a type of fungus clinging to a fallen log. Aaron, his father, a software engineer whose mind often seemed to operate in parallel code, was checking the trail map, slightly detached but content in the familial orbit. Jasper, a few yards ahead, had paused, his head tilted as if listening to something beyond the rustle of leaves and the chatter of squirrels. Lena called his name, no response. She called again, a little louder, a thread of unease stitching itself into her voice. Aaron looked up, frowning. Jasper? Buddy? They moved towards the spot where he'd been standing, near a towering ancient maple tree whose roots buckled the earth. He wasn't there. Panic, cold and sharp, pierced through the idyllic afternoon. 3 minutes. It couldn't have been more than 3 minutes. They searched frantically, their calls echoing unanswered through the trees, the vibrant colours suddenly seeming menacing, concealing. And then, just as Lena felt the first sob tear at her throat, Aaron spotted him. He was standing exactly where they'd last seen him, by the maple tree, his back to them. He wasn't crying or frightened. He was gazing up through the canopy at the slice of blue sky, his expression serene, almost rapturous. A soft sound escaped his lips. A murmur. Jasper! Oh, thank God! Lena rushed forward, kneeling to hug him fiercely. He felt solid, real, warm, but unresponsive. What were you doing, buddy? You scared us, Aaron said, his voice tight with residual fear. Jasper slowly lowered his gaze. His eyes, usually a clear, inquisitive blue, seemed clouded, distant. He looked at his mother, then his father, as if seeing them from a great distance. He whispered, his voice thin and reedy. The fire has begun in Rome. Lena and Aaron exchanged bewildered glances. Rome? Fire? It sounded like something from a history documentary, not the woods of Vermont. They chalked it up to shock, perhaps a strange game born of momentary fear. But the incident was a pebble dropped into the placid pool of their lives, and the ripples spread outward, warping the reflection of the boy they thought they knew. In the following weeks, Jasper changed. Not dramatically, not outwardly, but in subtle, unsettling ways. He started humming melodies, complex melancholic tunes that sounded ancient, like forgotten folk songs or funereal dirges. He'd sit for hours with crayons and paper, not drawing superheroes or monsters, but sketching intricate scenes, men in strange armour clashing on a battlefield, immense stone structures under construction, ships with tall masts navigating stormy seas, peculiar cylindrical objects soaring towards the moon, crowds gathered around stone tablets or flickering screens. The detail was astonishing, far beyond the usual capabilities of a 7-year-old. He began waking in the night, not crying, but whispering. Lena, drawn to his room by the soft sounds, would stand in the doorway, listening with a growing sense of dread. The words weren't English. They flowed like water over stones, sometimes harsh and guttural, sometimes melodic and sibilant. Latin, Aaron thought he recognised once from his high school classes. Another night the cadence sounded different, older. Aramaic? Sanskrit? It was impossible. Friends and family offered explanations, an overactive imagination, picking things up from television, stress. But Lena and Aaron knew their son. This wasn't imagination. It felt like recollection. One evening, while watching a historical drama, a scene depicted Julius Caesar's assassination. Jasper, who'd been quietly drawing, suddenly looked up at the screen, his eyes wide. He stood, walked closer to the television, and in a clear, resonant voice that wasn't quite his own, recited, "Et tu, Brute," then "Fall, Caesar," before turning and calmly walking back to his drawing, leaving his parents speechless. Aaron, driven by a need for empirical data, recorded one of Jasper's nighttime whispering sessions. He sent it to a linguist friend who tentatively identified phrases from Old Norse and Koine Greek. Then, inevitably, someone captured a video of Jasper sketching in the park, muttering about aqueducts and legions. A local news station picked it up. Then it went viral. The history kid, the oracle boy. The unwanted attention brought Dr. Adrian Solis into their lives. A cognitive neurologist specialising in rare memory phenomena, Dr. Solis was pragmatic, sharp, and initially sceptical. She arrived armed with theories: cryptomnesia, hidden memory; hyperthymesia, superior autobiographical memory; perhaps even a highly unusual form of savant syndrome triggered by the brief episode in the woods. She conducted tests, interviews, scans. Jasper remained cooperative, quiet, his eyes holding a disconcerting depth. Father Galen, the local Episcopal priest, also paid a visit. An older man with kind eyes and hands stained with pottery clay from his hobby. He seemed less interested in diagnosis, and more in Jasper himself. He spoke to the boy about stories, about how some tales echo longer than others. Lena noticed he held a small worn silver cross, rubbing it thoughtfully as he observed Jasper. There was an air about him, a quiet understanding that hinted at experiences beyond the parish. Dr. Solis remained focused on scientific explanations, meticulously documenting Jasper's utterances and drawings. Then came the night Jasper woke screaming, not whispering. Lena rushed in to find him trembling, pointing at a sketch he'd made before bed. It depicted a crowd of people cheering, climbing atop a graffiti-covered wall under harsh floodlights. Soldiers stood by, seemingly passive. "They're breaking it," Jasper sobbed. "They're finally breaking the wall." Lena comforted him, bewildered. What wall? The next morning, November 9th, 1989, the news broke. The Berlin Wall had fallen. Dr. Solis, upon hearing this, felt a chill that had nothing to do with the Vermont autumn. Cryptomnesia couldn't explain predicting the future. Her carefully constructed scientific framework began to tremble. Jasper wasn't just remembering the past, he seemed tethered to the pulse of history itself, past and future. And his quiet, watchful presence felt less like a symptom and more like a vigil. Life settled into a strange new rhythm for the Lennox family. The viral fame ebbed, replaced by a low hum of local curiosity and the steady, focused attention of Dr. Solis. Jasper returned to school, a quiet enigma among his peers. He learned arithmetic and spelling, played tag during recess, yet carried within him the echoes of millennia. His parents navigated a path between protecting his childhood and trying to comprehend the incomprehensible. Lena found herself poring over history books, searching for correlations with Jasper's fragmented whispers and sketches. Aaron built complex databases, trying to find patterns, algorithms, some logical key to unlock his son. Dr. Solis, meanwhile, wrestled with her findings. Brain scans were normal. Cognitive tests showed high intelligence but no known pathology. The sheer breadth and accuracy of Jasper's historical recollections, spanning cultures, languages and epochs he couldn't possibly have studied, defied conventional explanation. She began researching more esoteric theories, delving into fringe physics concepts of time, observer effects, and the nature of consciousness. Could a human mind somehow become untethered? Not a traveller through time, but a point of resonance, a constant. The idea felt absurd, bordering on mystical, yet the data pushed her relentlessly in that direction. She started referring to him in her private notes not as a patient, but as Subject C, the constant. Jasper himself remained largely untroubled by his unique state. The historical moments didn't arrive like memories recalled. They surfaced like ambient sounds, like the feeling of sun on skin or the scent of rain, simply there. He experienced them not as lessons, but as atmospheres. He didn't learn about the past, he felt its presence. One afternoon, while Dr. Solis observed him through a one-way mirror in her university lab's observation room, a concession Lena and Aaron made reluctantly, hoping for answers, Jasper was given modelling clay. He worked silently for nearly an hour. When he finished, he had sculpted not a dinosaur or a car, but a detailed replica of Ford's Theatre, complete with tiny figures in the presidential box. As Dr. Solis watched, Jasper reached into the box with a small tool and gently nudged one of the figures. He then looked towards the mirror, though he couldn't see her, and whispered, "He shouldn't have gone tonight." The date on Dr. Solis's calendar was April 14th. The moments Jasper witnessed weren't always grand or catastrophic. Sometimes they were quiet pivots, subtle shifts in the current of human events. He sketched a woman with tired eyes sitting steadfastly on a bus seat, ignoring the glares directed her way. In the sketch, reflected faintly in the window behind her head, was the faint outline of a small boy, watching. He drew scientists huddled around crackling monitors, their faces lit by the black and white glow of a distant dusty landscape. And in the corner of the room, half obscured by equipment, sat a child, seemingly unnoticed, gazing at the screen with profound stillness. These appearances were fleeting, ghost-like impressions within the fabric of the event itself. He was never an actor, never an influence. He was the ultimate observer, present but unseen, like a single mote of dust catching the light in a sunbeam, there for an instant then gone, leaving only a vague sense of having been witnessed. Over time, Dr. Solis began finding tantalizing hints, strange anomalies in the historical record. An inexplicable child's footprint near the site of the Treaty of Versailles signing. A Renaissance artist's preparatory sketch for a crowd scene that included, inexplicably, a small boy in oddly plain clothes, later painted out. Folklore from disparate cultures telling tales of a watcher child who appeared just before significant events. These were dismissed by historians as apocrypha, pareidolia, transcription errors. But Dr. Solis wondered. Father Galen continued his occasional visits, often bringing Jasper small, smooth stones or uniquely shaped pieces of driftwood. He never pressed Jasper about his experiences, instead talking about the flow of rivers, the patience of mountains, the way ancient trees bear the marks of seasons long past. "Some things endure, Jasper," he said once. gently touching a faint crescent-shaped scar above Jasper's left eyebrow. A scar Jasper had seemingly acquired during his 3-minute disappearance. They bear witness simply by being. Lena felt a strange comfort in the priest's presence, a sense that he understood more than he let on, perhaps through faith or some hidden knowledge tied to his own secret past mentioned in hushed town gossip. Something about missionary work in conflict zones, experiences that left their own indelible marks. He seemed to recognise in Jasper not an anomaly, but a manifestation of something ancient and recurring, a different kind of enduring presence. He watched Jasper with a deep, almost sorrowful understanding, occasionally murmuring phrases in Latin that Jasper seemed to instinctively comprehend, nodding slightly as if confirming an old shared language. The tapestry of Jasper's experiences continued to unspool, weaving the present day in Vermont with moments that shaped the world. He drew crowds marching silently towards a sun-drenched shore, leaving footprints in the wet sand, and clutched in his small hand in the drawing was a single white feather, stark against the grey wash of the sea. He hummed the revolutionary strains of La Marseillaise while sketching the opulent Hall of Mirrors at Versailles, capturing the tension in the room as ink scratched across parchment, sealing the fate of nations. He recounted with chilling accuracy the final radio transmissions from the Challenger space shuttle, his voice mimicking the slight crackle of the speakers he couldn't possibly have heard. These moments arrived without warning, sometimes triggered by a word, a sound, a quality of light. A history documentary might flicker on TV, and suddenly Jasper wasn't just watching. He was there, standing unseen in the corner of the frame, smelling the dust, hearing the murmurs, feeling the weight of the historical moment settle around him. Yet he remained fundamentally himself, a 7, then 8-year-old boy grappling with homework, friendships, and the confusing currents of his own existence. It was during this period that Lena, driven by an obsessive need for validation, spent countless hours trawling through digitized museum archives and obscure historical forums. She stumbled upon a high-resolution scan from the Vatican Secret Archives, a section of a little-known 15th century fresco depicting the trial and execution of Joan of Arc. The painting was dark, filled with the grim faces of clergymen and the flickering light of torches. But there, tucked away in the shadows near a stone archway, almost blended into the background, was the unmistakable figure of a young boy. He wore simple, anachronistic clothing, plain trousers and a tunic, not the garb of the period. His face, rendered with surprising clarity by the anonymous artist, was turned towards Joan, his expression one of profound, sorrowful attention. It was Jasper's face, down to the small crescent-shaped scar above his left eye. Lena printed the image, her hands shaking. It wasn't proof, not in any scientific sense, but it was a resonance, an echo across centuries that confirmed her deepest, most terrifying suspicion. Her son was impossibly, inexplicably ancient. Around the same time, Jasper encountered Mina. She was a new girl in town, staying with her grandmother for the summer. She was pale and watchful, with large, dark eyes that seemed to hold shadows. They met near the town library. While other children played nearby, Jasper and Mina found themselves sitting on the same bench, observing. Jasper was sketching the library's old stone facade. Mina suddenly shivered, pulling her thin cardigan tighter. "Can you hear them?" she whispered, not looking at him. Jasper paused, pencil hovering over the paper. "Hear who?" "The whispers," Mina said, her voice barely audible. "The old ones, from the stones. They talk about the fire." Jasper looked at her, truly looked at her for the first time. He recognised something in her fear, a sensitivity similar to his own but twisted into anxiety. "Sometimes," he admitted quietly, "I hear moments." "It's not just moments," Mina insisted, hugging her knees. It's the remembering and the forgetting. She glanced nervously over her shoulder, as if expecting someone. There's something else too, something loud, something that makes the whispers afraid. She wouldn't elaborate, shrinking back into herself, haunted by echoes she couldn't process and a premonition of noise Jasper hadn't yet encountered. He felt a flicker of unease, the first inkling that his witnessing might not always be a passive atmospheric experience. This unease solidified shortly after. Jasper began having a recurring vision, intrusive and deeply unsettling. It wasn't a historical event he recognised. It was an image, a stark black sun hanging in a bruised twilight sky. It radiated not light, but absence, a chilling void that seemed to absorb colour and warmth. It felt profoundly wrong, alien. At first it was just the image. Then his other visions, the familiar historical moments, began to change. They became distorted. He'd be sketching the Roman Forum and suddenly see figures in modern business suits walking among the toga-clad senators. He'd witness the Wright brothers' first flight, but see the faint shimmering outline of a jetliner crossing the sky above them. It was like static interfering with a clear signal, fractures appearing in the smooth surface of time. The clarity of his witnessing was blurring, contaminated by anachronisms that felt like warnings. One night Lena found him awake again, staring not at the ceiling, but seemingly through it, towards that bruised sky only he could see. The black sun was in his eyes. "It's coming again," he whispered, his voice filled with a dread that was new, raw. "The remembering, it gets thin, like old cloth." He turned to her, his small face taut with a terrible certainty. But this time might be different. This time, no one will remember what was lost. The fear Mina had shown him now resonated within him, a cold counterpoint to the awe and wonder that had previously defined his connection to the past. Something was approaching the threshold. The appearance of the black sun marked a distinct shift. The quiet awe that had characterized Jasper's connection to history began to fray, replaced by a growing sense of urgency and a subtle, pervasive dread. The distortions in his visions intensified. He saw samurai warriors carrying smartphones, Viking longships with radar dishes, Renaissance painters using digital tablets. Time felt less like a river flowing predictably from past to future, and more like a shattered mirror, reflecting disjointed fragments back at each other. The black sun hung over these fractured scenes, a constant, silent harbinger. Dr. Solis, confronted with Jasper's escalating distress and the increasingly bizarre nature of his visions, pushed her research into overdrive. Lena's discovery of the Joan of Arc fresco, while anecdotal, spurred her to search for similar patterns. She cross-referenced historical anomalies, folklore, and obscure biographical accounts spanning centuries. A pattern emerged, recurring reports of children, often around Jasper's age, who vanished for short periods, minutes, hours, occasionally days, and returned irrevocably changed. They exhibited inexplicable knowledge, spoke dead languages, or created art depicting events far beyond their experience. These children who witnessed, as Dr. Solis began to call them in her research, often lived quiet, observational lives, seemingly burdened by their knowledge, before fading back into relative obscurity. Few records mentioned what became of them. Were they institutionalized? Did they simply learn to hide their experiences? Or did their purpose eventually consume them? The records were maddeningly incomplete, whispers in the margins of history. Father Galen, too, seemed to sense the shift. He spoke less of enduring stones and more of cycles, of ages turning, and of the necessary role of remembrance, especially when facing oblivion. He showed Lena an old leather-bound book from his private collection, its pages filled with dense Latin script and intricate faded illuminations. One illumination depicted a child standing before a swirling vortex, figures from different eras visible within it. Below the image, a single phrase was inked: Custos Memoriae, Guardian of Memory. There have always been those called to watch, Father Galen said softly, his eyes fixed on the page, to hold the line against forgetting. His past, Lena suspected, involved witnessing not just conflict, but perhaps confrontations with forces that sought to erase memory, to rewrite history on a more fundamental level. The breaking point came one afternoon. Jasper was listlessly pushing peas around his plate at lunch when he suddenly gasped, his eyes rolling back. He slumped forward, unconscious, before Lena could catch him. When he came to, moments later, he was trembling violently, tears streaming down his face. He described a vision unlike any before, a vast modern library, filled with glowing screens and data servers alongside towering shelves of physical books. He saw sleek architecture, holographic displays, people accessing information seamlessly. Then he saw a figure, indistinct, cloaked in shadow, methodically setting fires. Not just burning books, but corrupting data streams, shattering screens, erasing digital archives. The figure moved with calm, deliberate malice. The black sun pulsed visibly in the sky outside the library's vast windows. The last library, Jasper choked out, sobbing. He was burning. Everything. All the stories. All the remembering. The intensity of the vision, its futuristic setting, and the active destruction within it terrified Lena and Aaron. This wasn't passive witnessing. It felt like a premonition of a targeted attack on knowledge itself, and Jasper's collapse indicated the toll it was taking. He was no longer just an observer. The phenomena were affecting him physically, profoundly. Shortly after, the tangible proof arrived. Aaron had been taking regular photographs of Jasper, documenting his drawings, his moods, anything that might provide a clue. He developed a roll of film, preferring the analog process for archival reasons, taken the week Jasper saw the last library. In one photo, Jasper sat at his small desk, sketching. Behind him, on the wall, where there should have been only painted plaster, a faint, dark symbol seemed to shimmer, burned into the emulsion itself, a perfect circle, utterly black, the black sun. It wasn't just in Jasper's mind anymore. His presence, his connection to whatever force was looming, was beginning to imprint itself onto the physical world. Around this time, Jasper started drawing a specific place, over and over. It was a building, modern yet monumental, set in a serene landscape. It featured clean lines, vast panes of glass, and seemed to incorporate elements of memorials and archives. He labelled it, in his careful child script, the Hall of the Witnesses. He described feeling drawn to it, a sense of needing to be there. Dr. Solis, using geographical clues from his sketches, mountains, a specific type of tree, tentatively placed its potential location near Geneva, Switzerland. But no such building existed. It was a monument in progress, waiting in the future, or perhaps outside the conventional timeline altogether. It felt like a destination, a focal point for the energy concentrating around Jasper, a place built to house the very memories he embodied, perhaps as a defence against the encroaching darkness represented by the black sun and the burning of the last library. The threshold was near, not just for Jasper, but perhaps for the collective memory he guarded. The tension that had been building around Jasper, like static electricity before a storm, finally broke on a day indistinguishable from any other. He was sitting in the living room, quietly reading a book about constellations, the afternoon sun slanting through the window. Lena was in the kitchen. Aaron was working in his home office. There was no warning, no sound. Lena simply had a sudden, inexplicable feeling of absence. She walked into the living room, The book lay open on the sofa. The indentation where Jasper had been sitting was still visible, but Jasper was gone. Panic, cold and familiar, but deeper this time, seized Lena. Aaron rushed out, his face pale. They searched the house, the yard, the nearby woods where he had first vanished years ago. Nothing. Dr. Solis was called, then Father Galen. The minutes stretched into an agonizing elasticity. 3 minutes had been terrifying. This felt like an eternity. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. The police were notified, a search organized. Neighbours fanned out, their faces grim. 30 minutes after Lena first noticed his absence, the front door opened quietly. Standing in the doorway was Jasper, but not Jasper. He looked older, not physically aged by years, but as if decades of experience had been compressed and imprinted onto his features. The boyish roundness of his face was gone, replaced by sharper angles. His eyes, still blue, held an impossible depth, a weariness that went beyond physical fatigue. He looked like someone who had witnessed the rise and fall of civilizations, not just in visions, but as lived reality. He wasn't 7 anymore. He seemed suspended somewhere between adolescence and adulthood, his posture carrying a new, unfamiliar weight. He was also carrying something, a thick, leather-bound journal, similar in style to the one Father Galen owned, but clearly much older, its cover worn smooth with handling. It felt heavy in his small hands, incongruous with his apparent age. He looked at his parents, at Dr. Solis, at Father Galen who had arrived moments before, his expression a mixture of profound sorrow and quiet acceptance. "It's all right," he said, his voice deeper, steadier than before. "I understand now." He held out the journal. It was filled, cover to cover, with dense, precise script in multiple languages, interspersed with sketches of breathtaking detail. There were entries describing the construction of Stonehenge from the perspective of a quarry worker, the coronation of Queen Elizabeth Thurs witnessed from the gallery, the quiet desperation in a field hospital during the American Civil War, the launch of the Voyager probe carrying its golden record, the signing of peace accords yet to happen, the dedication of monuments not yet built, the fall of empires still centuries away. Thousands upon thousands of witnessed moments, documenting the triumphs, tragedies, follies, and kindnesses of humanity, stretching from the dawn of consciousness into a future veiled in uncertainty. The final entries were hurried, fragmented, describing the encroaching influence of the black sun, the thinning of memory, the struggle against the force that sought erasure. The revelation unfolded not through scientific explanation or mystical decree, but through the sheer weight of the journal's contents and the ancient knowledge reflected in Jasper's eyes. He hadn't been born to change history, nor was he merely a passive antenna receiving temporal signals. He was, as Father Galen had hinted, a custos memoriae, a guardian of memory. Dr. Solis, looking at the boy, the young man before her, finally understood. Jasper wasn't an anomaly, he was a function, a necessary component of the living entity of history. Every few centuries, or perhaps millennia, when the collective memory of the species grew thin, when the emotional truth of human experience risked being lost to apathy, revisionism, or active erasure, the force behind the black sun, the burner of libraries, the earth, or consciousness itself called forth a child open enough, sensitive enough to become a vessel, to vanish briefly from time, plunging into the vast ocean of lived experience, and return tethered, burdened and gifted to remember, to witness, not as a historian recording facts, but as a guardian preserving the feeling, the emotional resonance of what it meant to be human across the ages, lest we forget ourselves entirely. The 13 minutes hadn't been a simple absence. They had been an immersion, an accelerated journey through the very memories he was now tasked with safeguarding. The journal wasn't just a record, it was an anchor. In the years that followed, the change in Jasper solidified. He retained the physical form of a young man, perpetually poised on the cusp of adulthood. The weight of ages settled comfortably on his shoulders. He never truly grew older in the conventional sense. His parents, Lena and Aaron, eventually came to a place of sorrowful peace, understanding their son belonged less to them and more to the continuum he served. Dr. Solis dedicated her life to studying the phenomenon, carefully documenting Jasper's knowledge, advocating for the preservation of memory in all its forms, always aware of the fragility Jasper embodied. Father Galen became a quiet confidant, sharing insights gleaned from ancient texts and his own encounters with the shadows that sought to make the world forget. Eventually, drawn by an irrefutable pull, Jasper travelled to Geneva. There, funded by anonymous patrons, guided perhaps by Dr. Solis's research or older hidden networks, the Hall of the Witnesses began to take shape, built according to the sketches Jasper had drawn years before. It became a place not of dusty relics, but of living memory, a sanctuary where the emotional truth of history, curated and guarded by Jasper, could be accessed, felt, and understood. He became its caretaker, its first guardian, decades later. The man we first met, older now, closes his own journal. It is filled with his own observations, his own attempts to capture the echoes Jasper guarded. He sits in the quiet field overlooking the battlefield monument, the granite names gleaming in the late afternoon sun. The air is still, carrying the scent of rain-washed earth. He looks up. Across the field, near the edge of the woods, a small child stands alone, head tilted, listening to something only they can hear. The child looks towards the monument, then towards the old man, their eyes meeting across the expanse. The child smiles, a fleeting, knowing expression, and whispers a date that hasn't arrived yet on any calendar. The old man nods slowly, a faint smile touching his own lips. He opens his journal to a fresh page. The cycle continues. The remembering endures. The witness steps forward, quietly, at the edge of time. The Courtesan's Waltz. The Venetian fog had a way of transforming truth into doubt. It slipped between stone bridges and clung to iron railings, softening every edge until certainty itself seemed like a child's tale. On nights like these, Serafina Bellini, La Rosa di Notte they called her, preferred the company of shadows to the glittering salons that exhausted her. She had dismissed her usual gondolier that evening with a handful of soldi and a veiled smile. Instead, she had sought a recommendation from Nonna Bianchi, the ancient laundress who seemed to know every proper secret in Venice. Marcello Fontana, the old woman had said, folding linens with arthritic hands. He'll take you where you need without seeing where you're going. Now, as Serafina approached the quiet dock near Campo Santo Stefano, she saw him, broad-shouldered, watchful, standing beside a gondola that looked freshly painted, but bore the unmistakable patina of honest work. Not the gilded showboats her usual clients hired, but something humbler, truer. Signora? His voice was low, respectful, but not fawning. Just, through the smaller canals, anywhere but the Grand Canal tonight. She stepped carefully into the gondola, noting how he didn't offer his hand unless she reached for it. The men of her world always reached first, assuming. The night wrapped around them as they glided beneath moss-covered bridges. Serafina drew her cloak tighter, watching the reflection of lantern light dance on black water. She had expected silence, paid for it, even, but found herself startled by its quality. This wasn't the calculated quiet of servants waiting to gossip, but something else entirely. Do you ever wonder, she found herself asking, if the fish beneath us tire of carrying our reflections? The gondolier paused in his rowing just slightly. Perhaps they collect them, he answered, like we collect memories. She turned, studying his profile in the dim light. His face was weathered, kind, marked by sun rather than excess. That's quite poetic for a boatman. And that's quite philosophical for... He stopped, clearly reconsidering his words. For a courtesan? She smiled, not unkindly. You may say it. I've been called worse in better company. I was going to say, for a passenger who requested silence. The laugh that escaped her was genuine, surprising them both. It echoed off stone walls, returning to them transformed. For the next 3 nights she requested him specifically. Their conversations remained sparse but gained substance. She learned his name, Marcello, and that he was raising a daughter alone. He learned nothing of her clients or conquests, only that she had once studied music at the conservatory before life rewrote her plans. On the 4th night, as autumn rain pattered against the Felser canopy, she noticed a small book tucked beneath his seat. Petrarch, she asked, recognizing the binding. My Lucetta practices her reading with it, though she prefers fairy tales. How old is she? 7, with the curiosity of 70 scholars and the wisdom of 7 bishops. And her mother? Fever took her 3 summers ago. He said it simply, without the dramatics she was accustomed to from men seeking sympathy. The rain intensified, drumming rhythms on the arched covering above them. Serafina watched droplets race down the curved wood, merging and parting like dancers. I played the pianoforte once, she offered suddenly, before I learned that music doesn't pay a woman's debts. Do you still play? For myself, sometimes, when no one's listening. That sounds like the only time worth playing. She looked at him sharply, but his eyes remained on the water ahead. There was nothing flirtatious in his tone, no hidden invitation, just truth, plainly stated. As they approached her usual stopping point near San Marco, she hesitated. Tomorrow, could we perhaps go somewhere different? Somewhere with music? There's a small square near San Giacomo dell'Orio. An old man plays the accordion there some evenings. His fingers are gnarled, but the notes still dance. That sounds perfect. The next evening found them in that hidden square, listening to melodies that spoke of simpler times. The old musician nodded to them, his wheezy accordion painting stories in the air. Without thinking, Serafina began to sway slightly. Her professional grace fell away, replaced by something more honest, more vulnerable. You dance differently here, Marcello observed quietly. Here, I'm not performing. The admission cost her something, though she couldn't say what. My Lucetta loves to dance, he said after a pause. She practices waltzes with her shadow, talking to imaginary princes. Every girl should have her princes, Serafina replied, real or imagined. She has no one to teach her properly. I have 2 left feet, and her aunts think dancing leads to ruin. Before she could consider the implications, before her carefully constructed walls could warn her back, Serafina heard herself saying, I could teach her. Marcello's hand stilled on the oar. Signora, I couldn't impose. It wouldn't be an imposition. It would be, she searched for the word, real. In the lamplight, his face revealed a struggle between protection and possibility. She would love it, he admitted finally. But I must think of her reputation. Of course. Serafina straightened, the familiar mask sliding back into place. I understand. Forget I offered. No, I meant... He sighed, running a hand through his dark hair. Perhaps, if you came when the neighbours are at Mass, Sunday mornings. The accordion wheezed its final note. Around them, Venice continued its eternal performance. Lovers meeting in shadows, merchants counting coins, nobles playing their games of power and prestige. But in this small square, something genuine had taken root. Sunday morning, she agreed, after the bells of San Giacomo. As they glided back through narrow waterways, neither spoke of what they'd agreed to. But the silence between them had changed, filled now with possibility rather than mere absence. That night, alone in her ornate rooms, Serafina opened her jewellery box and withdrew a single pressed camellia, the last remnant of her conservatory days. She placed it between the pages of her journal, marking the date. For the first time in years, she had something to look forward to that required no costume, no performance, no mask, just herself. And perhaps, if she dared to hope, that might be enough. The Sunday bells of San Giacomo dell'Orio had barely finished their bronze conversation when Serafina approached the modest door on Rio Marin. She had dressed carefully, a simple wool dress, hair-bound practically, her famous pearls left behind. Still she felt exposed, like an actress who'd forgotten her lines. The door opened before she could knock. A small face peered out, framed by unruly dark curls. "Are you the dancing lady?" "I suppose I am. You must be Lucetta." The girl's eyes widened, taking in every detail with that unnerving honesty of children. "Papa said you'd be pretty, but he didn't say you'd look like moonlight." "Lucetta!" Marcello appeared behind his daughter, colour rising in his cheeks. "Forgive her, Signora. She reads too many romantic novels." "I like honest critics," Serafina replied, stepping inside. The house smelled of beeswax and fresh bread, worlds away from the perfumed chambers she knew. The parlour was small but immaculate, with a worn Turkish rug and windows overlooking a tiny courtyard. Lucetta bounced on her toes, barely containing her excitement. "Papa moved all the furniture, and I practiced my curtsy. Watch!" The girl demonstrated with endearing clumsiness. "Beautiful form," Serafina said. "Now let's see your waltz position." For the next hour she guided Lucetta through basic steps, humming melodies when needed. Marcello watched from the doorway, ostensibly repairing fishing nets but clearly observing every movement. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, Serafina counted. "Think of it like waves lapping the shore." "I keep stepping on my own feet." "That's because you're thinking too hard. Close your eyes. Feel the music." When Lucetta stumbled for the 5th time, frustration crumpled her small face. "I'll never be graceful like you." Serafina knelt, taking the girl's hands. "I have a secret. Want to hear it?" Lucetta nodded. "When I was your age, I fell so often my teacher called me Little Earthquake. But do you know what made me improve? Practice. Joy. I stopped worrying about perfection and remembered why I loved dancing." She glanced at Marcello. "Your father was right. I do dance differently when I'm not performing." Marcello cleared his throat. "Perhaps some refreshment? I have lemon water." They sat in the courtyard where late roses climbed a trellis and pigeons cooed from neighbouring roofs. Lucetta chattered about her friends, her cat, her dreams of attending a real ball someday. "Will you teach me every Sunday?" she asked suddenly. Serafina hesitated. "If your father agrees." "Please, Papa. I promise I'll finish my chores early." Marcello studied Serafina's face, seeming to look past the careful neutrality she'd cultivated. "If the Signora has time for us." "I'll make time." The lessons became their secret ritual. Each Sunday, Serafina shed her nocturnal identity and became simply a dance teacher. She learned that Lucetta loved strawberries, feared thunderstorms, and believed fairies lived in the abandoned palazzo across the canal. She discovered that Marcello carved wooden toys in winter, knew every bird by its song, and had once dreamed of being a map-maker. "Why didn't you?" she asked one morning as they watched Lucetta practice alone in the courtyard. "Maps require patrons. Patrons require connections. I had a pregnant wife and honest work." He shrugged. "Dreams change. Or we lock them away until we forget where we hid the key." Their eyes met. In daylight, without the veil of dusk, his gaze was startlingly direct. Some keys find us when we least expect it. The moment stretched, delicate as blown glass. Lucetta's laughter broke it, sending pigeons scattering. "Papa, Signora, watch me spin!" As autumn deepened, their Sundays evolved. Sometimes they walked along the Zattere, Lucetta skipping ahead while Serafina and Marcello followed at a careful distance. She began bringing small gifts, hair ribbons for Lucetta, a book of maps for Marcello. He reciprocated with fresh figs from his cousin's garden, small repairs to her hidden jewellery box. But the world beyond their Sunday haven was less forgiving. Whispers reached Serafina's ears, servants gossiping about her mysterious absences, clients speculating about a secret lover. And Marcello faced his own scrutiny. "Signora Rossi saw you walking with her," his sister-in-law hissed one evening, cornering him at the fish market. "Have you lost your mind? Think of Lucetta." "I am thinking of her. She's learning grace, manners." From a courtesan, what's next, sending her to brothel for arithmetic? He walked away, but the words lingered like smoke. The crisis came on a November Sunday. Serafina arrived to find Marcello's door closed, a note tucked beneath. "The neighbours talk. I must think of Lucetta's future. Forgive me." She stood there, rain beginning to fall, the note blurring in her hands. Through the window she glimpsed Lucetta's face, tear-streaked, pressed against the glass. Pride urged her to leave, to armour herself in indifference. Instead, she knocked. Marcello opened the door, his expression torn between relief and anguish. "You shouldn't have come." "Probably not, but I did." She stepped inside, shaking rain from her cloak. "Now, are we going to let gossip dictate our lives, or shall we give Lucetta her lesson?" "The neighbours? We'll talk regardless, they always do." She met his gaze. "The question is, what do you want to teach your daughter about courage?" Lucetta appeared, clutching her father's leg. "Please, Papa, I miss our Sundays." Marcello looked between them, his daughter's pleading eyes, Serafina's quiet determination. Finally he sighed. "One condition. We do this openly. No more hiding." "Agreed," Serafina smiled. "Though I warn you that might scandalise them more." That afternoon they opened every window. Music and laughter spilled into the street as Lucetta twirled, her joy defiant against whispered judgments. When curious faces appeared at neighbouring windows, Marcello simply waved. Later, as Serafina prepared to leave, he caught her arm gently. "Thank you for not letting me be a coward." We're all cowards sometimes. The brave ones are those who open the door anyway. Walking home through sunset-painted streets, Serafina realised something had shifted. She wasn't just teaching Lucetta to dance. She was learning to live without masks, one Sunday at a time. December brought news that shattered Serafina's carefully balanced world. Count Alvise Morosini, a merchant prince with ships in every port and spies in every salon, requested her exclusive companionship. The offer came wrapped in silk and promises, a palazzo in Padua, a generous annuity, freedom from the exhausting rotation of clients. The catch? She would leave Venice immediately. "Consider carefully, Cara," her mentor, Madame Loretta, advised over morning chocolate. Morosini's last mistress retired with enough gold to buy a vineyard. And where is she now? Tuscany, I believe. Or was it Umbria? These arrangements rarely permit correspondence. Serafina stirred her chocolate, watching patterns form and dissolve. "He wants an answer by Christmas." "He wants you isolated, dependent." Loretta lit her pipe, eyes shrewd. "The question is, what do you want?" That Sunday, distraction made her clumsy. She missed steps, forgot counts, and finally stopped mid-lesson when Lucetta burst into tears. "I'm ruining everything," the girl wailed. "No, darling, I'm the one who's distracted today." Serafina hugged her. "Shall we try again?" But Marcello intervened. "Perhaps we should rest. Lucetta, Go feed the cats in the courtyard. Alone with him, Serafina felt exposed. He had developed an unsettling ability to see through her performances. "What troubles you?" he asked simply. She nearly deflected with a pretty lie, but his steady gaze deserved better. "I've received an offer. Exclusive patronage. It would mean leaving Venice." Something flickered across his face. Pain, fear, before he mastered it. "A good offer?" "Financially, yes. Otherwise," she shrugged. "I'd become a caged nightingale. Beautiful songs, golden bars. And these Sundays would end." The words tasted like ashes. He turned to the window, hands clasped behind his back. "Lucetta will miss you." Only Lucetta? The question hung between them, dangerous as naked flame near gunpowder. When he faced her again, his composure had cracked. "You know it's not only Lucetta." Her heart stuttered. They had danced around this truth for months, maintaining careful boundaries. Now it stood before them, demanding acknowledgement. "Marcello, number don't." He held up a hand. "I have no right to influence your decision. You must choose what's best for your future." "And if I don't know what that is anymore?" Before he could answer, Lucetta burst in, cuddling a scraggly kitten. "Look, can we keep him? Please?" The moment shattered. They finished the lesson with forced cheerfulness, but everything felt different. Fraught, fragile, ending. That evening, Serafina attended a reception at Carazzonico where Morosini waited. He was handsome in that polished way of men who've never known hardship, his smile calculated to dazzle. "Have you considered my proposal, Bella?" "I'm still contemplating, my lord." "What's to contemplate? I offer security, comfort, devotion. And freedom." His laugh held no warmth. "Freedom is overrated. You'd have everything you need within reach." As he spoke of his plans, the house he'd chosen, the jewels he'd commissioned, Serafina found herself thinking of Sunday mornings, of honest laughter and clumsy waltzes, of a man who saw her humanity before her beauty. "I need more time," she said finally. Morosini's charm slipped, revealing steel beneath. "Don't test my patience, Cara. Other flowers bloom in Venice." The threat was clear: accept or be replaced. In their world, courtesans passed their prime-faced bleak futures. That night, unable to sleep, she walked to the Rialto Bridge. The market stall stood empty, fish scales glittering on wet stones like fallen stars. She found Marcello's usual mooring spot and sat, letting her feet dangle above dark water. "You'll catch your death," his voice startled her. "How did you know I'd be here?" "I didn't. I couldn't sleep either." He sat beside her, careful to leave space between them. "The offer? Demands an answer soon?" "Ah." They watched the water in silence. Finally he spoke. "Do you know why I became a gondolier?" She shook her head. "My father was one, and his father. But I had ambitions, university perhaps. Then my father died, leaving debts. The boat was all we had." He paused. "I thought I was sacrificing my future. Instead, I found a different one. Not better or worse, just true." "Are you saying I should accept Morosini's offer?" "I'm saying that sometimes what looks like a cage is freedom, and what looks like freedom is a cage. Only you can tell the difference." She turned to him, sudden fierce tears in her eyes. "And what if I want something impossible?" His hand covered hers, warm against the stone. "Nothing is impossible, only improbable. A courtesan and a gondolier, society already talks. Let them." His thumb traced her knuckles. "But this isn't about me, or us. It's about you choosing the life you want, not the one others expect." Dawn was painting the sky rose and gold when they finally parted. Serafina walked home through awakening streets, her mind clearer than it had been in weeks. The next day she sent her answer to Morosini, a polite, firm refusal. His response was swift and vicious. Within hours, whispers spread through Venice. La Rosa di Notte had lost her thorn, past her prime, desperate. Clients cancelled, invitations ceased. Even Madame Loretta advised her to reconsider. You've made a powerful enemy, Cara. Without protection, I'll survive. On what? Love. Loretta's laugh was bitter. Love doesn't pay the rent. That Sunday, Serafina almost didn't go to Marcello's house. Pride and fear warred within her. But as the bells of San Giacomo rang, her feet carried her there anyway. Lucetta greeted her with unusual solemnity. Papa says you're sad. Is it because of the mean prince? What mean prince, darling? The one who wants to lock you in a tower, like in my storybook. Serafina looked at Marcello, who shrugged. She overheard the neighbours. I may have elaborated. So you're not leaving? Lucetta's eyes were wide with hope. No, Piccola, I'm not leaving. The lesson that day felt different, charged with unspoken possibilities. When Lucetta went to play with her kitten, Marcello approached Serafina. You refused him. Yes. Why? She met his gaze squarely. Because I'd rather have uncertain freedom than certain captivity. Because I'm tired of performing. Because ... She swallowed. Because Sunday mornings have become more precious than Saturday nights. His smile transformed his face. Good. They stood there, the future sprawling before them like an unmapped canal, dangerous, uncertain, but theirs to navigate. January arrived with bitter winds and bitterer truths. Morosini's influence spread like winter frost, touching every aspect of Serafina's life. Her landlord tripled the rent. Merchants who once fawned now demanded payment up front. Even the opera house, where she'd held a permanent box, suddenly found her subscription misplaced. You're being foolish, Madame Loretta declared, finding Serafina selling jewellery at a discreet shop near San Polo. Apologise to Morosini. Beg if you must. I'd rather sell everything I own. And then? You'll end up in some canal-side brothel servicing sailors for bread. Serafina straightened her spine. I have other plans. Those plans, however, remained frustratingly vague. She'd quietly inquired about teaching positions at girls' academies, only to find doors closing before she could knock. Morosini's reach was long. Meanwhile, Marcello faced his own trials. The whispers had reached his clients. Nobles who suddenly preferred other gondoliers, merchants who cancelled long-standing arrangements. His brother-in-law cornered him at the fish market. End this association, or we'll petition to take Lucetta, a courtesan's influence. She's teaching my daughter to dance. Today? Dance? Tomorrow? What other lessons? The threat hung heavy. In Venice, family court favoured proper households over single fathers who kept questionable company. That Sunday, Serafina arrived to find Marcello's door locked, windows shuttered. Panic clawed at her until she spotted the note tucked beneath a flower pot. Meet at Saint Alvise, side entrance. M. The ancient church was empty, save for an elderly priest dozing in the sacristy. Marcello waited in a shadowed alcove, Lucetta clutching his hand. What's happened? Serafina whispered. My brother-in-law has filed a petition, claims I'm exposing Lucetta to moral corruption. His voice was tight with controlled fury. The hearing's next week. Oh, Marcello. She reached for him, then stopped, acutely aware of the public space. What can I do? Nothing. Everything. I don't know. He ran a hand through his hair. If I lose her. You won't. You can't promise that. Lucetta tugged her father's sleeve. Papa, are they taking me away because of Signora Serafina? No, Piccola, never think that. But the child's eyes, wise beyond their years, saw through the comfort. She turned to Serafina. If I don't see you any more, will you remember our dances? Serafina knelt, gathering the girl close. Always, but we're not saying goodbye yet. That night, alone in her emptying rooms, Serafina made a decision. She wrote 3 letters, one to Madame Loretta, one to her banker, and one to a name from her past she'd sworn never to contact again. The replies came swiftly. Loretta offered refuge in her countryside villa. The banker confirmed her remaining funds would last perhaps 6 months, and Sister Maria Celeste, now Mother Superior at the Ospedale della Pietà, agreed to meet. "You want to teach here?" The nun's eyes were shrewd behind wire spectacles. "After the life you've led?" "I began here, remember? Before I chose another path. The governors will object, unless someone they respect vouches for me." Serafina leaned forward. "You know my skills, Reverend Mother. These girls deserve more than basic hymns." "And what of your reputation?" "Is beyond repair, but my talent remains." Mother Superior studied her for a long moment. 3 months trial. You'll board here, dress modestly, attend services. Any scandal, and you're gone. Agreed. The position solved her immediate needs, but created new problems. The Pietà's rules were strict. No visitors, limited outside contact. Her Sundays with Marcello and Lucetta would end. She spent a sleepless night weighing choices. At dawn, she made her way to Marcello's house. He answered her knock half-dressed, hair dishevelled from worry. "Serafina, what's wrong?" "Everything. Nothing." She pushed past him into the dim parlour. "I found a position, teaching music at the Pietà." His face lit up, then fell as she explained the conditions. "No visits at all?" "Perhaps in time, once I've proven myself." "But Lucetta will be safe. Your brother-in-law can't claim corruption if I'm cloistered with nuns." She managed a weak smile. "Rather ironic, isn't it?" "This isn't what you want." "What I want seems increasingly irrelevant." She turned away, fighting tears. "I should go. The hearing." "Stay." His voice was rough. "Please." She faced him, and suddenly the careful distance they'd maintained collapsed. He crossed the room in 2 strides, cupping her face in calloused hands. "This is madness," she whispered. "Then let's be mad together." His kiss tasted of coffee and desperation. She clung to him, memorizing the solid warmth of his body, the way his heart hammered against her palm. "Papa?" Lucetta's sleepy voice shattered the moment. "Is Signora Serafina staying for breakfast?" They sprang apart like guilty children. Marcello's flush would have been comical under other circumstances. Yes, if she'd like." Breakfast was bittersweet. Lucetta chattered about her kitten's antics while Serafina and Marcello exchanged weighted glances over her head. Each moment felt stolen, precious. As she prepared to leave, Lucetta presented her with a drawing, 2 figures dancing, surrounded by stars. "For your new room," the child explained, "so you don't forget us." Serafina's composure cracked. She fled with barely a goodbye, tears blinding her as she navigated familiar bridges. The day of the hearing dawned grey and bitter. Serafina, already installed at the Pietà, could only pray. She taught her classes mechanically, starting at every footstep in the corridor. Evening brought a message delivered by a breathless novice. Custody retained, conditions applied, Sunday visits supervised by clergy permitted. She read it twice, hope and heartbreak warring in her chest. They had won, but at what cost? That night, as the orphan girls sang vespers, Serafina listened to young voices rising through ancient stones. Their sweet harmonies spoke of resilience, of beauty born from abandonment. Perhaps, she thought, broken things could still make music. 6 months passed in rhythm of sacred music and secular longing. Serafina's days filled with teaching, not just music, but deportment, literature, the gentle arts that might lift her charges above their circumstances. The orphan girls bloomed under her tutelage, their voices soaring in concerts that drew Venice's elite. Sundays brought carefully chaperoned visits. Sister Margherita, a kind soul who'd taken Serafina under her wing, accompanied her to Marcello's house. They maintained perfect propriety, Serafina teaching Lucetta, Marcello offering refreshments, conversation flowing within acceptable bounds. But beneath the surface, their connection deepened through glances, brief touches, words layered with meaning. "Your pupils performed beautifully last week," Marcello mentioned one April morning. "The Doge himself attended, they say." "You were there?" Serafina looked up from adjusting Lucetta's posture. "In the back. Sister Margareta has keen eyes." Their chaperone coughed delicately from her corner, but her eyes twinkled. Spring surrendered to summer. Serafina's transformation from courtesan to respectable teacher became Venice's favourite tale of redemption. Even Morosini, his pride salved by a new mistress, ceased his vendetta. Her old life faded like watercolours in rain. Yet she felt suspended between worlds, no longer the rose of night, not quite the woman she was becoming. The crisis came in September. Mother Superior summoned her after Vespers. "You've exceeded expectations, my child. The governors wish to offer you a permanent position." "That's wonderful news." "With conditions." The nun's face grew stern. "You must take preliminary vows, not full orders, but a commitment to our community. It would mean severing all worldly attachments." Serafina's throat tightened. "All attachments." "The Sunday visits would cease. We've been lenient given the circumstances, but permanent faculty cannot maintain such connections." That night Serafina walked the Petals cloisters till her feet ached. The choice seemed impossible. Security and purpose versus love and freedom. By dawn, she'd made her decision. She found Marcello at his morning mooring preparing for the day's fairs. He took one look at her face and led her to a quiet campo. "They've offered me permanence," she said without preamble, "if I take vows." Understanding dawned in his eyes. No more Sundays. No more anything. I'd be committed to the Pietà. He absorbed this silently, then asked, "What do you want?" "I don't know any more. I thought I wanted respectability, safety. Now ... She gestured helplessly. Now I want impossible things. You, Lucetta. A life that doesn't demand I choose between heart and survival." He caught her hands. "Then choose both." "How?" "Marry me." The world stopped. Around them, Venice continued its morning dance. Merchants opening shops, housewives bargaining for fish, children chasing pigeons. But for Serafina, everything crystallized to this moment, this man, this outrageous proposal. "Marcello, be serious." "I am. Marry me. Not for reputation or convenience, but because I love you. Because Lucetta loves you. Because Sunday mornings aren't enough anymore." A gondolier and a former courtesan, Venice would talk. Let them. They already do. He drew her closer. "I'm not wealthy. I can't offer palazzos or jewels, but I can offer truth, a real home, a family." Tears blurred her vision. "The scandal would ruin you. Lucetta's chances would improve with a mother who teaches at the Pietà. Think, Cara, a respectable marriage, a proper household. Even my brother-in-law couldn't object." The audacity of it stole her breath. It was absurd, impossible, perfect. "You're mad." "Completely. Will you marry me?" She answered with a kiss that tasted of salt and joy. The next weeks whirled past in preparations and negotiations. Mother Superior, surprisingly pragmatic, agreed that a married music mistress was preferable to none. Marcello's family, faced with his determination, grudgingly accepted the match. Even Madame Loretta sent congratulations and a generous wedding gift. They married in October, in the small church of San Giacomo dell'Orio, where they'd first danced to accordion music. Lucetta served as flower girl, scattering rose petals with enthusiastic abandon. The wedding party was modest, a few gondolier friends, several Pietà sisters, some of Serafina's former musicians who'd remained loyal. Their wedding night was spent in Marcello's house. Now, their house. As moonlight silvered the canal outside, Serafina unpacked her belongings, including the pressed camellia she'd saved from their first meeting. "What's that?" Marcello asked, watching her place it reverently on the mantel. "A reminder of who I was, who I am, who I'm becoming." He wrapped his arms around her waist. "And who is that?" "Serafina Fontana, wife, mother, teacher, myself." The months that followed brought their own challenges. Venice's memory was long, and whispers followed them. But gradually the reality of their life, Serafina's dedication to her pupils, Marcello's steady work, their obvious devotion to Lucetta wore down prejudice. A year after their marriage, as autumn painted the city in amber, Serafina discovered she was pregnant. The news filled their small house with joy and terror. "What if Venice remembers who I was?" she fretted one night. "What legacy am I giving our child?" Marcello smoothed her hair. The legacy of courage, of choosing love over fear. Their son arrived with the spring floods, healthy and squalling. They named him Marco after Marcello's father. Lucetta proclaimed herself the greatest big sister in Venice and proved it by teaching her brother to dance before he could walk. Years blended into a tapestry of small joys and quiet victories. Serafina's pupils won prestigious competitions. Marcello expanded his business, eventually owning 3 gondolas. Lucetta grew into a poised young woman who played violin in the Pietà orchestra. One evening, as they celebrated their 10th anniversary, Serafina found herself in their courtyard garden. Marcello joined her, bringing wine and comfortable silence. "Do you ever regret it?" she asked softly. "Choosing me?" He kissed her temple. "I didn't choose you. My heart did, long before my mind caught up. But the difficulties made us stronger." He turned her to face him. "Do you know what I see when I look at you? Not La Rosa di Notte, not the Pietà's music mistress. I see the woman who taught our daughter to dance with joy instead of perfection, who showed our son that strength comes from tenderness, who chose love over comfort, truth over performance." She leaned into him, watching stars reflect in the canal. "I used to think my life was a tragedy interrupted by farce. Now I realize it was always a love story. I just needed to find my true partner." "And the waltz continues," he murmured. From inside came the sound of music. Lucetta practicing a new piece while Marco attempted to sing along, hilariously off-key. Serafina smiled. This was her symphony now. Imperfect, chaotic, real. She reached into her pocket and drew out a fresh camellia, picked that morning from their garden. "For you," she said, tucking it into his lapel. A promise kept. As church bells marked the hour across Venice, Serafina Fontana, once courtesan, now wife, mother, teacher, waltzed with her husband in their small courtyard. No audience watched, no masks remained. Just 2 hearts moving as one, writing their own ending to a story that began with a silent gondola ride through fog-shrouded canals. In Venice, a city built on water and dreams, they had found their solid ground. The end. Concrete shadows. Jamal Crawford's fingers trembled slightly as he adjusted the viewfinder of his battered JVC camcorder. The August heat had turned West Baltimore into a concrete furnace, but Jamal barely noticed the sweat trickling down his temple as he focused on capturing the perfect angle. "Yo, J-Bo, you getting this or what?" Marcus Red Kennedy called out, his voice echoing under the Jones Falls Expressway. Red balanced precariously on his skateboard, poised at the top of a makeshift ramp fashioned from plywood and cinder blocks. "Hold up, I'm framing the shot," Jamal called back, his eye never leaving the viewfinder. Through the lens, the decaying urban landscape transformed into something cinematic. The graffiti-tagged pillars, the slanting afternoon light cutting through the highway supports, and Red's lanky frame suspended against it all. This wasn't just skateboarding to Jamal. This was visual poetry, a document of their existence in a city that preferred to pretend they didn't exist. His mother had given him the camcorder 2 years ago, just 3 months before cancer took her. "Show them what they don't want to see," she'd said. Jamal had been filming ever since. 3, 2, 1, action, Jamal murmured, pressing record. Red launched himself down the ramp, board rattling against the uneven surface. As he approached the metal rail, he executed a perfect board slide, then landed with unusual grace for his 6'2" frame. A small group of neighbourhood kids erupted in cheers. "That's the one," Jamal shouted, grinning behind the camera. "We're going to need that for the opening segment." For the past 6 months, Jamal had been compiling footage for what he called Concrete Chronicles, a video documentary of neighbourhood life that nobody else bothered to document. Not the occasional shootings and drug deals that made the evening news, but the everyday resilience, impromptu chess tournaments in the park, underground rap battles, community garden harvests, and especially the skateboarding that had saved both him and Red from the corner life that swallowed so many others. "Let's hit the old church before the light goes," Jamal suggested, already packing his equipment into his backpack, a habit born from having had a previous camera stolen at gunpoint. "I want to get that stained glass before it's too dark." The condemned St. Augustine's Church stood like a forgotten sentinel 4 blocks east, its Gothic spires incongruous against the backdrop of low-rise projects and corner stores. City officials had scheduled it for demolition next month, part of an urban renewal project that locals knew meant displacement. The church had become Jamal and Red's favourite filming spot, partly for the architecture, partly because the empty lot behind it made for perfect skating, and partly because nobody bothered them there. What Jamal couldn't have known was that the church also offered a perfect vantage point of the adjacent community centre, where Reverend Elijah Benton was scheduled to announce his mayoral candidacy that evening. "You hear the Reverend speaking tonight?" Red asked as they walked, skateboard tucked under his arm. "My grandma says he's got the votes to win, talking about shutting down the kickback schemes at City Hall." Jamal nodded, adjusting the weight of his backpack. "That's exactly why he won't win. People who talk about that stuff around here tend to disappear or worse." "Damn, Jay, when did you get so cynical?" "It's not cynical, it's documentary filmmaking," Jamal replied with a half smile. "You observe what happens enough times, you start to see the patterns." They reached St. Augustine's as the sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the cracked concrete. The church's massive wooden doors were chained shut, but they'd discovered months ago that the basement window around back had a broken latch. Inside, the church was a study in contrasts, ornate architecture crumbling from neglect, shafts of coloured light from the stained glass illuminating decades of graffiti. Jamal immediately went to work, filming the interplay of light and shadow, while Red explored the nave, his footsteps echoing against the vaulted ceiling. "Check this out," Red called, pointing to a newly tagged wall bearing an intricate mural. "Somebody's been busy." Jamal zoomed in on the artwork, a stylized depiction of handcuffed wrists breaking free of their chains, surrounded by the words, "No justice, no peace." "That's clean work," Jamal muttered appreciatively, panning across the mural. As he did, the camera caught a flash of movement through one of the side windows. Curious, he adjusted his position to get a better view of the community centre across the way. Through his viewfinder, Jamal could see a small crowd gathering. At the centre stood Reverend Benton in his signature bow tie, shaking hands and embracing supporters. The man's charisma was evident even from a distance, the way the crowd seemed to orbit around him, the enthusiastic nods as he spoke. "Got some B-roll of the Reverend," Jamal called to Red. "Might be good context for the neighbourhood segment." That's when he noticed the black sedan pulling up across the street, its windows tinted beyond legal limits. Something about it triggered Jamal's instincts. The same instincts that had kept him alive growing up in a neighbourhood where danger often arrived with subtle cues. "Red," he called, his voice suddenly tight. "Something's not right." Before Red could respond, the sedan's rear window lowered slightly. Jamal kept filming, almost by reflex, as a glint of metal appeared in the gap. The first shot shattered the evening calm like a thunderclap. Through his viewfinder, Jamal watched in horror as Reverend Benton clutched his chest, staggered backward, and collapsed. The crowd scattered in panic as 2 more shots rang out. Jamal's hands were shaking so badly he nearly dropped the camera, but he didn't stop recording. Not when the sedan peeled away, not when he caught a glimpse of the driver's face reflected in a shattered church window, a face he recognized all too well. Sergeant Lionel Ramsey, the most feared cop in West Baltimore. "Jay, we gotta go. Now." Red was pulling at Jamal's arm. "Did you get that on tape?" Jamal nodded numbly, unable to form words. "Then we're both dead if they find us here," Red hissed, dragging Jamal toward the exit. "Move!" As they fled through the basement window, sirens already wailing in the distance, Jamal clutched the camcorder to his chest. He'd come for skateboarding footage, but had captured something else entirely. Something that could burn their world to the ground. What he didn't know then was that 17 years of trying to remain invisible were about to end. The boy who had spent his life documenting others had just become the story. Samantha Klein's office smelled of instant coffee and desperation. 17 case files were stacked on her desk, each representing a human being lost in the machinery of Baltimore's criminal justice system. 6 months into her role as a public defender, the idealism that had carried her through law school was developing hairline fractures. She pushed aside a half-eaten sandwich and reached for the newest file. The photo clipped to it showed a black teenager with observant eyes and a guarded expression. Jamal Crawford, 17th, picked up for defacing public property, specifically spray painting "Witness" in massive red letters across the boarded-up community centre where Reverend Benton had been murdered 3 days earlier. A symbolic cry for help if she'd ever seen one. "Klein, you're up," her supervisor barked, poking his head through the doorway. "Arraignment in 20, the graffiti kid." "Got it," she replied, scanning the file. "No priors. Lived with his aunt and younger sister. Mother deceased, father incarcerated. Nothing that would typically grab her attention among the parade of disadvantaged youth moving through the system. But something about this case nagged at her. The timing and location of the vandalism were too specific to be coincidental. The murder of Elijah Benton had dominated the news cycle, with police pushing a narrative about gang retaliation for the Reverend's anti-violence stance. It didn't track with what Sam knew about Benton's community standing, but the media had swallowed it whole. In the courthouse holding area, Jamal sat with his shoulders hunched, looking younger than his 17 years. When Sam introduced herself, his eyes assessed her with a filmmaker's scrutiny, taking in every detail of her discount suit and scuffed briefcase. "They assigned you to me?" he asked, voice low and cautious. "I'm your public defender, yes." Sam sat across from him. "Want to tell me about the graffiti?" "Not really." "They've got you on camera, Jamal. Security footage from a building across the street." A faint smile. "Ironic." Sam tilted her head. "How so?" Jamal leaned forward slightly. "Because camera footage only seems to matter when it works against people like me." There it was, the opening she'd been looking for. "And when it works for people like you?" Jamal's eyes widened almost imperceptibly before his expression shuttered again. "I don't know what you mean." "I think you do." Sam lowered her voice. "The vandalism location wasn't random. You were making a statement about Reverend Benton's murder." Jamal said nothing, but his fingers tapped an anxious rhythm against the table. "They're holding your friend too," Sam continued. "Marcus Kennedy. Red, right? Picked him up yesterday on a parole violation." He'd just been released from central booking when suddenly they're bringing him back in, claiming he matches a description from an eyewitness to Benton's shooting. Now she had his full attention. Fear flashed across his face before he could mask it. "That's impossible," Jamal whispered. "Red didn't shoot anyone." "I believe you," Sam replied, "but belief doesn't hold up in court. Evidence does." The room fell silent except for the distant sound of cell doors clanging shut. Sam waited, knowing from experience that silence often extracted more truth than questioning. Finally, Jamal spoke. If someone had evidence, real evidence, what would happen to them? That would depend on the evidence, and on how carefully they navigated the system. "The system," Jamal repeated with quiet derision. "The same system that's framing my best friend for murder while the real killer walks free?" Sam chose her next words carefully. "Not everyone in the system is corrupt, Jamal. Some of us are trying to make it work the way it's supposed to. And how many times have you succeeded?" The question stung because the answer was so rarely. Still, Sam pressed on. Enough to keep trying. Enough to believe that truth matters, even here. Jamal studied her face for a long moment, as if trying to read sincerity in her features. Then he made a decision. "I was filming that day, at the old church across from the community centre. I caught the whole thing on tape." Sam's heart skipped. "The murder? Not just the murder. The killer?" Jamal's voice dropped to a whisper. "It was Sergeant Ramsey. The shot came from his car. I caught his reflection in a window." The implications hit Sam like a physical blow. Lionel Ramsey wasn't just any police officer. He was a 20-year veteran with deep connections throughout the department and City Hall. If what Jamal was saying was true, the case had just expanded from murder to conspiracy at the highest levels. "Where's the tape now?" she asked. "Hidden. If they find it, if they find out I saw anything, they'll kill me. Just like they're setting up Red to take the fall." "They won't find out from me," Sam assured him. "But I need to see that tape, Jamal. It's the only way I can help Red. The only way I can help you." Jamal hesitated, weighing his options. Trust didn't come easily in his world, Sam knew. Especially trust in the system that had failed him repeatedly. "My arraignment first," he finally said. "Get me out and I'll show you. But just you. Nobody else." Sam nodded. "I'll argue for release to your aunt's custody. First-time offence, school enrolment, the works. But Jamal, once I see that tape, things will move fast. Are you ready for that?" A complexity of emotions crossed his face. Fear, determination, doubt. Then something else emerged. A fierce, burning sense of purpose. "My whole life, I've been documenting things from the sidelines," he said. "Watching stuff happen to people who look like me and Red. My mum used to say the camera was my weapon against being invisible, against being erased." He straightened his shoulders. "I'm ready." As Sam gathered her notes, preparing to argue for Jamal's release, she felt the weight of what she was stepping into. In law school, they talked about career-defining cases. They hadn't mentioned that such cases often came disguised as routine arraignments, or that they might require facing down the very power structures you operated within. But looking at Jamal, a boy with a camera who'd accidentally captured something he was never meant to see, Sam knew she couldn't walk away. Not when the tape might be the only thing standing between his friend and a murder conviction. Not when it might expose a conspiracy that reached into the highest echelons of Baltimore's power structure. Not when it might finally prove what so many in the city had been saying for years, that the system wasn't broken at all. It was functioning exactly as designed, to protect those in power, no matter the cost. The pawnshop television flickered with static as Red's face appeared on screen. 3 days after the leaked footage hit the street, every news channel in Baltimore was running the story. The tape, grainy but unmistakable, showed the black sedan, the muzzle flash, and most damning of all, Sergeant Ramsey's reflection in the shattered church window. "Turn it up," Jamal told the pawnshop owner, who obliged with a suspicious glance. continues to deny any connection to the shooting, the anchor was saying, but sources close to the investigation confirm that Sergeant Lionel Ramsey has been placed on administrative leave pending an internal investigation. Meanwhile, Marcus Kennedy, the teenager initially charged with Reverend Benton's murder, remains in custody despite growing public outcry. Jamal's fist clenched. The plan had been simple. Sam would use the tape to get the charges against Red dropped. Instead, the tape had leaked. Jamal still didn't know how, and now Red was being held for his own protection, while Ramsey remained free. Outside, rain pelted the sidewalk as Jamal headed toward the courthouse, where Sam had told him to meet her. He pulled his hoodie lower, all too aware of the police cruisers that had started following him ever since the footage went public. They never approached, just let him see them watching, a reminder that he was visible now in all the wrong ways. Jamal quickened his pace. Since the leak, journalists had camped outside their apartment building, along with activists, conspiracy theorists, and occasionally men in unmarked cars who didn't identify themselves at all. He'd stopped sleeping at home 3 nights ago, crashing instead at a series of friends' places, never staying anywhere long enough to put anyone at risk. At the courthouse steps, protesters had gathered despite the rain. Some held signs with Red's face, others with Reverend Benton's. A smaller contingent, mostly police officers' families, carried blue line flags and signs supporting Ramsey. The two groups faced off across the courthouse plaza, their chants overlapping into unintelligible noise. Jamal bypassed the main entrance, heading for the service door where Sam had told him to meet her. He found her waiting in the stairwell, her usual neat appearance dishevelled, dark circles under her eyes. "You okay?" he asked. "Better than you, I'd guess." She handed him a cup of coffee. "Your aunt called me, says you haven't been home." "Not safe there." Jamal sipped the coffee, grateful for its warmth. "What's happening with Red?" "That's what I wanted to talk to you about." Sam glanced around to ensure they were alone. "The DA's office is stalling. They're not dropping the charges against Red, but they're also not moving forward with the case." "What does that mean?" "It means they're waiting for the heat to die down, for people to forget about the tape, about Ramsey's face in that window. They're hoping for something to replace it in the news cycle." Jamal kicked the wall in frustration. "So they're just going to keep Red locked up indefinitely?" "Not if we can help it." Sam pulled a manila folder from her bag. "I found something. After the tape leaked, I started digging into Ramsey's history, disciplinary records, incident reports, anything I could get my hands on. And most of it's sealed tight, but I found this." She opened the folder to reveal a photograph of a younger Ramsey standing next to a group of men in suits. "That's Ramsey 20 years ago. Know who the man next to him is?" Jamal studied the photo. "That's the developer, right? The one trying to buy up the neighbourhood. Whitmore." "Exactly. Calvin Whitmore. Back then he was just getting started in real estate. Now he's one of the biggest developers in the city, and one of the mayor's biggest donors." So Reverend Benton was leading the opposition to Whitmore's latest development project, the one that would demolish 6 blocks of your neighbourhood, including the community centre. Sam pulled out another document. "And guess who authorised over $50 million in city contracts to Whitmore's company last year?" "The mayor," Jamal guessed. "The mayor's office, yes, but specifically the Urban Development Committee, which is chaired by—" "Dear Cheryl Landon," Jamal finished, the connections clicking into place. "The same DA who's prosecuting Red. The same DA who's also running for mayor herself now that Benton's out of the picture." Sam nodded grimly. "It's all connected, Jamal. The development deals, the kickbacks, Benton's opposition, and now his murder." Jamal felt a chill that had nothing to do with the rain. "We need more than just the tape, don't we? We need all of this." "We do, and that's where you come in." Sam lowered her voice further. "The station manager at WBAL agreed to give you 5 minutes on air, live, unedited, tonight." Jamal's eyes widened. Why would they do that? "Because the tape made you a minor celebrity, whether you wanted to be or not. and because their ratings will go through the roof. Sam's expression was deadly serious. This is your chance, Jamal, to tell the whole story, not just what was on the tape, to make them see what's really happening here. Fear and resolve battled within him. What about Red? What about my aunt and sister? If I do this... I've arranged for them to stay somewhere safe until this blows over, Sam assured him. But I can't promise there won't be consequences, Jamal. This goes higher than just Ramsey. Jamal thought of his mother's words. Show them what they don't want to see. Of Red sitting in a cell for a crime he didn't commit. Of Reverend Benton's body falling to the pavement, his voice silenced just as he was about to speak truth to power. I'll do it, he said finally, but I need something first. Name it. My original tape, not the copy that leaked. There's more on it than people know. Sam frowned. More? Like what? Like license plate numbers. Like a conversation I picked up on the audio track. Like proof that this goes even higher than the D.A. Jamal met her gaze steadily. I've watched that tape 100 times since that day. I know exactly what's on it, and exactly how to use it. For the first time since they'd met, Sam looked genuinely startled. You never mentioned any of this. You never asked. Jamal gave her a faint smile. Everyone sees the kid with the camera. Nobody asks what else he sees through that lens. As they finalised the details for the interview, Jamal felt a strange calm settling over him. For years he'd been documenting life from the margins, capturing moments that the wider world ignored or misunderstood. Now, finally, he was stepping into the frame himself, with a story that couldn't be ignored. It was terrifying, it was dangerous, but it was also, in its own way, exactly what his mother had prepared him for. You know, he told Sam as they parted ways, when I was filming Red that day, right before everything happened, I was thinking about how to capture the truth of our lives. Not the truth they show on the news, but the real truth about how we live, how we survive. And now? Now I'm thinking about how to make them see that our lives matter, that Red's life matters, that the truth matters, even when it's inconvenient, especially then. Sam squeezed his shoulder. That's the most important story you could tell. That evening, as a technician clipped a microphone to his shirt in the green room of WBAL's studio, Jamal thought about all the stories that had never been told, all the truths that had been buried beneath convenient narratives. He thought about how a single moment, captured on tape, could change everything. And he thought about Red, sitting in a cell while powerful men scrambled to rewrite reality around him. We're live in 2 minutes, the producer announced. Jamal took a deep breath. The camera was about to turn on him, but this time he was ready. This time he was the one with the story to tell. The city burning wasn't part of the plan. 48 hours after Jamal's television appearance, Baltimore was gripped by the largest civil unrest it had seen in decades. His careful presentation of evidence, the enhanced audio revealing Ramsey's voice saying Whitmore sends his regards before the shots, the license plate visible in the reflection that traced back to a shell company owned by the developer, the document Sam had uncovered linking the mayor's office to the questionable development deals, had struck a match to dry tinder. Now Jamal watched from Sam's apartment window as distant plumes of smoke rose from the direction of City Hall. He'd been in protective custody since the broadcast, after the first death threat came in during the live studio feed. His aunt and sister had been moved to a sister's house in Philadelphia. Red remained in jail, but at least he'd been transferred to a separate facility after inmates connected to Ramsey had tried to get to him. They're saying it's another Los Angeles, Sam said, joining him at the window. She looked exhausted, having spent the day in emergency hearings trying to get Red released. National Guard's been called in. That's not what I wanted, Jamal murmured, watching the helicopters circling downtown. What did you expect? Sam's tone wasn't accusatory, just tired. You exposed corruption at every level of city government. You showed how a respected civil rights leader was assassinated to protect wealthy developers. You named names, Jamal. That doesn't just go away. I know, but... Jamal gestured helplessly at the chaos beyond the window. People are getting hurt out there. Arrested. This isn't just about Red anymore. Or Benton. It's about everyone who's been stepped on for years. Sam's phone buzzed with an incoming call. Her eyebrows rose as she checked the display. It's the DA's office, she said, answering and putting it on speaker. Klein here. This is District Attorney Landon. The voice was clipped, businesslike. I'm calling regarding your client, Marcus Kennedy. Jamal leaned forward, breath caught in his throat. What about him? Sam asked, her professional mask firmly in place. In light of new evidence, we're dropping all charges. He'll be processed for release within the hour. Sam's eyes met Jamal's, both of them too stunned to speak for a moment. I appreciate that, Madam DA, Sam finally replied, but I have to ask, what about Sergeant Ramsey and the others implicated in Reverend Benton's murder? A long pause. Sergeant Ramsey was found deceased in his home 30 minutes ago, apparent suicide. As for the other allegations raised by your other client, those remain under investigation. The call ended before Sam could respond. She slowly lowered the phone, her expression a complex mixture of shock, vindication, and something darker. Suicide, she repeated flatly. Convenient. Too convenient, Jamal agreed, his filmmaker's mind already constructing the scenario. They're cutting their losses. Ramsey takes the fall. Case closed. Maybe, Sam pocketed her phone. But something's changed. Red's release. Ramsey's suicide. They're scrambling. And they wouldn't be scrambling if they weren't afraid. Afraid of what? Of what else might come out? Of who else might start talking? She gave him a significant look. Your footage cracked the foundation. Now the whole structure's at risk. The realization dawned on Jamal. They think there's more evidence. Or they know there is. Sam's gaze was piercing. Is there, Jamal? Something you haven't shown me. The question hung between them, charged with possibility. Jamal thought of the other tapes, dozens of hours of B-roll and interviews he'd collected over the years. Nothing as damning as Ramsey pulling the trigger, but plenty that painted a picture of systematic exploitation. Plenty that named names, showed faces, documented the slow, deliberate dismantling of a community. Maybe, he admitted. Not about the shooting specifically, but about everything else. The patterns, the players. I've been filming this neighbourhood for years, Sam. Nothing happens in isolation. Before Sam could respond, her phone buzzed again, this time with a text message that made her face pale. What is it? Jamal asked. It's from a number I don't recognise. She showed him the screen. Fire at 1742 Mosher Street. Now. Jamal's heart stopped. That's my aunt's place. But she's in Philadelphia. My tapes are there, all of them. Jamal was already grabbing his jacket, heading for the door. I have to go. Jamal, wait. It could be a trap. But he was already racing down the stairs, fear propelling him faster than caution. The thought of losing those tapes, his life's work, his mother's legacy, the only record of truth that might otherwise be buried forever, was unthinkable. He caught a taxi 3 blocks from Sam's building, the driver hesitant to head toward the unrest, but relenting when Jamal offered triple the fare. As they approached his neighbourhood, the smoke became visible, not from the distant protests, but from something much closer. The driver stopped 2 blocks away. Can't go further, man. Road's blocked. Jamal threw cash at him and ran the rest, his lungs burning with exertion and fear. As he rounded the corner onto Mosher Street, he saw it. The apartment building where he'd grown up engulfed in flames. Fire trucks already on the scene, but clearly too late for the structure itself. A crowd had gathered behind the police line. Jamal pushed through, searching desperately for any sign of the neighbours who might know something. He spotted Mrs. Watkins, the elderly woman from across the hall, wrapped in a blanket in the back of an ambulance. Mrs. Watkins, it's me, Jamal. She looked up, recognition filtering through shock. Jamal? Oh, thank God you weren't in there. My aunt and sister. They haven't been here for days, baby, since all this started. Relief flooded him. What happened? Her expression darkened. Men came, looking for something. When they couldn't find it, they poured something on the floors. Next thing we knew, the place was up in flames. A cold certainty settled in Jamal's stomach. This wasn't random. This wasn't even just about silencing him. This was about erasing evidence. Any evidence that might exist beyond the single tape that had already gone public. He stood frozen, watching as the firefighters battled the blaze, the building that held every memory of his mother, every piece of footage he'd ever shot, the shoebox under the floorboards where he'd hidden the original tape that started it all. Gone. All of it. Gone. A hand gripped his shoulder. He turned to find Sam beside him, out of breath from running. I'm so sorry, she said, taking in the devastation before them. Everything was in there, Jamal said, his voice hollow. Everything I ever filmed. Sam squeezed his shoulder. That's exactly why they did this. Because they're scared of what you might have. Jamal stared at the flames, something hardening inside him. They'd taken his home. They'd tried to take his voice. They'd nearly taken Red. Let's go get Red, he said finally, turning away from the burning building. And then we need to talk. About what? About the fact that I've been making backup copies of my tapes. About the fact that there's a copy of everything, where they'd never think to look. Sam's eyes widened. You never said... I never say everything, Jamal replied, the ghost of a smile touching his lips despite the circumstances. That's the first rule of documentary filmmaking. Always keep rolling after they think you've stopped. As they walked away from the burning building, Jamal felt a strange sense of liberation amid the loss. They'd tried to burn away his truth. They'd tried to make him and Red disappear. But fire doesn't destroy truth. It only forges it into something stronger, more resilient. And Jamal had never been more ready to tell his story. 1 year later, the exhibition hall of the Baltimore Arts Academy buzzed with conversation as people moved between the mounted photographs and video installations. Jamal stood near the back, still uncomfortable with being the focus of attention despite everything that had happened over the past year. There you are, Red said, appearing at his side with 2 plastic cups of punch. Hiding again. Observing, Jamal corrected, accepting one of the cups. Old habits. Red snorted. Man, you got a full ride to film school and your first documentary won at Sundance. Time for some new habits. Jamal couldn't argue with that. Concrete Shadows had indeed taken the documentary world by storm, expanding far beyond the original footage of Reverend Benton's assassination to tell a broader story of systemic corruption in Baltimore, and the community that had fought back. The legal fallout had been equally seismic. The mayor had resigned in disgrace, DA Landon faced federal charges for her role in the cover-up, and developer Calvin Whitmore was currently awaiting trial for conspiracy and racketeering. I still can't believe your aunt let you put her in the film, Red remarked, gesturing toward where Aunt Luella was holding court near a display of Jamal's childhood photographs. She's going to be signing autographs next. Jamal smiled. She said if I was going to tell the whole story, I had to tell it right, including the part about how she raised me and Keisha after Mum died. They moved through the exhibition, which chronicled not just the Benton case, but the neighbourhood's history, its struggles and triumphs, its resilience in the face of generations of neglect and exploitation. The final room housed a memorial to those lost, Reverend Benton, of course, but also others whose stories had emerged during Jamal's investigation. Lives cut short by the same corrupt systems that had nearly destroyed Jamal and Red. Near the exit, they found Sam deep in conversation with a group of first-year law students. She'd left the public defender's office 6 months ago to start a legal clinic focused on wrongful convictions and police misconduct. The Benton case had made her something of a legend in legal circles. My protégé, she explained when she spotted them, introducing the wide-eyed students. I'm making them study your case as a textbook example of how evidence alone isn't enough. You need the right story to make the evidence matter. Jamal nodded, understanding now in a way he couldn't have before. Evidence without context was just data. But evidence within a story, a true story about real people with real lives that changed hearts, changed laws, sometimes even changed history. Speaking of stories, Sam said, pulling Jamal aside as Red entertained the students with exaggerated tales of his legal battles. Have you made a decision about New York? The film program at NYU had been courting Jamal since the documentary's success. A full scholarship, mentorship with renowned documentarians, resources beyond anything he could access in Baltimore. I'm still thinking, he hedged, though in truth he'd made up his mind weeks ago. There's still so much to do here. Sam studied him knowingly. The story doesn't end just because you tell it, Jamal. Some stories keep unfolding whether you're there to film them or not. But this is my story, he insisted, my neighbourhood, my people. And they'll still be your people if you go learn how to tell more stories, she countered. Better stories, bigger stories. She gestured around the exhibition. Look what you accomplished with a second-hand camera and raw talent. Imagine what you could do with real training. Before Jamal could respond, a commotion near the entrance drew their attention. A group of young teenagers, maybe 13, 14 years old, had arrived, led by a community centre volunteer. They moved through the exhibition with undisguised awe, pointing at photographs, whispering among themselves as they recognised places and faces. One boy hung back from the others, his attention fixed on the original JVC camcorder, now displayed in a glass case. The camera that had captured a murder, exposed a conspiracy, and changed the trajectory of a city. Jamal drifted over to him. You like cameras? The boy startled, then nodded. Yes, sir, been saving up for one. Sir? Jamal laughed. I'm barely 20. The boy looked embarrassed. My brother told me about you. Said you showed how a camera could be more powerful than a gun. Something shifted in Jamal's chest. Pride mixed with the weight of responsibility. He remembered being this boy's age, looking up at the world with both wariness and wonder, searching for ways to make sense of it all. Your brother's partly right, Jamal said carefully. A camera can tell the truth, but it's the person behind it who decides which truths to tell. He pointed to the display. That's just a tool. The power was in the choice to keep filming when everyone else ran, to speak when everyone else stayed quiet. The boy considered this. You going to make more films about other places like ours? And there it was. The question that had been haunting Jamal for months. The pull between staying to document the ongoing struggle of his community and stepping out to bring other stories into the light. Before he could answer, Red appeared at his side. Go ahead, tell him, Red prompted. When Jamal hesitated, Red turned to the boy. My man Jabo here just got the green light to make a documentary series. Concrete voices. Going to cities all over, finding kids like him, giving them cameras, teaching them to tell their own stories. The boy's eyes widened. For real? Jamal shot Red an exasperated look. He'd been keeping the project under wraps until the details were finalised, but now, seeing the boy's excitement, he couldn't deny it. It's still coming together, he admitted, but yeah, that's the plan. And the first episode's filming in New York next month, Red added, ignoring Jamal's warning glance, which means someone needs to decide if he's actually going. The boy looked between them, confused by the undercurrent of tension. You'd leave Baltimore? Jamal sighed. It's complicated. No, it's not, Red countered. You got a chance to do something bigger, to help other kids tell their stories the way you told ours. He gestured around the exhibition. All of this. It doesn't disappear if you go. It's the foundation, not the ceiling. Jamal fell silent, the truth of Red's words sinking in. Perhaps this had been the real lesson all along, not just in documenting reality, but in changing it. not just in witnessing, but in empowering others to witness for themselves. Later that night, after the exhibition closed and the crowds dispersed, Jamal found himself alone in the final room. He stood before the wall of photographs, faces of those lost and those who fought on. Reverend Benton at a community rally, Red on his skateboard, mid-flight against an urban backdrop. Sam at her desk, surrounded by case files, determination etched in the lines of her face. And there, in the centre, his mother. The woman who had placed a camera in his hands and told him to show the world what it refused to see. "I think I get it now, Mom," he whispered to her image. "Why you gave me the camera. It wasn't just to document. It was to change things." He ran his fingers over the plaque beneath her photograph. Denise Crawford, 1958 to 1993. She taught us to see. The security guard poked his head in. "We're closing up, Mr. Crawford." Mr. Crawford, still strange to hear. "Just one more minute," Jamal requested. Jamal walked over to the payphone, picked up the receiver, dropped in a quarter, and dialed the number he'd been avoiding for weeks. "Professor Levinson? It's Jamal Crawford, about the program at New York University. I'd like to accept the scholarship." He paused, listening to the professor's enthusiastic response, his eyes still on his mother's photograph. "Yes, sir. I understand it starts next month. And about that documentary series we discussed. I've been thinking about it, and I'd like to expand the concept. Not just giving cameras to kids in different cities, but teaching them to become the storytellers their communities need." As he outlined his vision, Jamal felt something settling into place. Not an ending, but a continuation. The story that had begun with a single shot captured on tape had expanded, evolved, transformed. Now it would multiply, as new voices picked up where his left off. That was the true power of the lens, not just to witness, but to inspire. Not just to expose darkness, but to illuminate paths forward. Reverend Benton had died trying to change the system from within. Jamal would honour his legacy by changing it from without, by arming a new generation with the tools to document their own truths, their own struggles, their own triumphs. And as he stepped out of the exhibition into the cool Baltimore night, Jamal couldn't help but smile at the thought of those young eyes he'd seen today, filled with the same hunger that had driven him to keep filming when the shots rang out. The hunger to see and be seen, to speak and be heard, to transform shadows into light. As he walked home through familiar streets, past buildings marked for demolition that now stood preserved as community spaces, past corners once dominated by dealers now occupied by neighbourhood watchers, Jamal felt the weight of his camera bag against his shoulder. Not a burden, but a reminder. The most powerful weapon against injustice wasn't rage or revenge. It was truth, framed with purpose and shared without fear. That was his mother's legacy. That was Reverend Benton's legacy. And now it was his. The orchard keeper. The first drops of autumn rain tapped against the courtroom's high windows like hesitant visitors. Silas Burke stood with his weathered hands folded before him, watching District Judge Holloway's face for any flicker of humanity. There was none. "The evidence being incontrovertible," Holloway intoned, jowls quivering with each syllable. "This court sentences you to 15 years at Brushy Mountain State Penitentiary for the murder of Thomas Vaughan." A sound escaped from somewhere behind Silas. Half gasp, half moan. Ginny Mallin. He didn't turn, couldn't bear to see her face contort with the realization that her father, Sheriff Curtis Mallin, had orchestrated this travesty with the precision of a theatre director. "You may say something before you're remanded, Mr. Burke," Judge Holloway said, already gathering his papers. Silas lifted his eyes to the rafters where barn swallows had built their nests in the spring. "The trees remember who tends them," he said, voice soft as loam, "and who poisons their roots." Sheriff Malin's hand clamped onto Silas's shoulder, fingers digging into bone. "Ain't nobody interested in your tree philosophy, boy." As they led him out, Silas caught a final glimpse of Ginny's face, pale as apple blossoms, before her father pulled her back into the crowd. Sheriff Malin's other hand rested casually on his holster, a gesture meant for Silas alone. The evidence against him had been immaculate, his knife found beside young Thomas Vaughan's body, his boot prints leading from the scene, a witness who'd seen a man of his build fleeing through McClintock's orchard where Silas worked. All lies constructed with careful precision. What no one mentioned was how Thomas Vaughan, son of the county's wealthiest timber baron, had been discovered on land that Sheriff Malin needed for his bootlegging operation, or how Silas had rejected Malin's offer to run whiskey through the orchard routes, or how Malin had caught his daughter and Silas in the abandoned cider press last harvest moon, her laughter echoing through the wooden beams. The prison wagon jolted over mountain roads as rain turned the red clay to slip. Silas watched the familiar contours of the land distort through the water-streaked windows, ridgelines blurring like memories, hollows deepening into shadows. He'd been born in these mountains, knew every fold and crease like the lines of his own palm. Now the land receded from him, becoming unfamiliar for the first time in his 27 years. Brushy Mountain rose from the Cumberland Plateau like a tooth from a broken jaw. The stone walls and iron bars absorbed men the way the mountains absorbed rain, with indifferent hunger. In his first week, Silas learned which guards could be spoken to, and which would club a man for meeting their eyes. He learned which corners of the yard belonged to which prison factions. He learned that silence was currency and memory, a luxury few could afford. Harlan Teague found him on his 12th day. Silas was scrubbing pots in the kitchen when the old man shuffled beside him, taking up a rag without a word. "You're Burke," Teague finally said, his voice like stones tumbling down a dry creek bed. "The orchard man?" Silas kept scrubbing. "Was. Still are." Teague's gnarled fingers worked methodically. "Can tell by your hands. Got apple sap in your blood now. Can't wash that out. No more than you can wash coal dust from a miner's lungs." Later, in the thin light filtering through barred windows, Teague showed Silas a hand-drawn map creased and softened from years folded in a tobacco tin. "Was a surveyor before I started running shine," Teague explained. "Mapped every holler and ridge in 3 counties. His finger traced a faint line that snaked between 2 mountain ridges. This here's mine. 140 acres. Got papers to prove it." "Why show me?" Silas asked. Teague's eyes were roomy but sharp. "Because I'm dying, and land needs someone who understands it. Got an orchard there. Old trees, varieties most folk have forgotten. Trees my great-great-grandfather planted. Some bearing fruit sweeter than any hymn you ever heard. Why not family, dead or scattered?" Teague coughed, a wet, rattling sound. "My boy went to France in 17, never came back except as a name on paper." That night, as other prisoners snored and muttered through nightmares, Teague whispered stories of heirloom apples with names like poetry, rusty coats, sheep's nose, Arkansas black, limber twig. He described how to craft apple brandy that tastes like summer held captive in glass, and shared the locations of springs that never ran dry, even in the worst droughts. Months passed. Teague's cough worsened. The old man spent more nights in the infirmary than in his cell. On a bitter February morning he pressed the tobacco tin into Silas's hand. "Land deeds in there," he rasped, "and a letter saying you're my kin from up Pittsburgh way. Nobody'll know different. You take it when you get out. Make it live again." "I've got 15 years, Silas reminded him. Teague's laugh dissolved into coughing. "No, you don't," he said when he could speak again. "This place, it floods. Every few years the Clinch River rises up and takes a bite. He gripped Silas's wrist with surprising strength. Next big rain, you be ready. 3 days later, Harlan Teague died in his sleep. Silas helped dig his grave in the prison cemetery, unmarked save for a number chiselled into a small stone. The flood came 14 months later. Spring rains had swollen the rivers for weeks when the dam upstream gave way. Brushy mountains' lower sections filled like a bucket. In the chaos of evacuation, with guards shouting and sirens wailing, Silas slipped away through a maintenance tunnel Teague had once mapped for him on a scrap of brown paper. By dawn, he'd put 10 miles between himself and the prison. By nightfall, he'd crossed the county line. Silas Burke was dead now, drowned in the prison flood, body never recovered. In his place walked Eli Harron, a quiet man with land papers in a rusted tobacco tin and the memory of apple blossoms behind his eyes. Teague's land lay hidden between North Bear Ridge and a nameless hollow locals called the Devil's Spoon for its curved, steep walls. The cabin was mostly collapsed, reclaimed by wild grapevines and bittersweet. But the orchard, or what remained of it, still stood in crooked, overgrown rows. Ancient trees with trunks wide as rain barrels, their branches twisted and gnarled like arthritic fingers reaching for the sky. Silas spent his first month clearing brush, sleeping in a lean-to cobbled together from salvaged timber. The work was a meditation, each swing of the machete a prayer. By day, he uncovered the bones of Teague's homestead, a stone foundation, the rusted skeleton of a cider press, a root cellar half collapsed but still sound enough to store his meagre supplies. By night, he studied Teague's maps and notes by lamplight, learning the secrets of the land that was now his. The tobacco tin had contained more than just deed papers. There was a faded daguerreotype of a stern-faced couple standing before an orchard in bloom, a Swiss pocket watch that no longer ran, a tarnished locket containing a curl of dark hair, and most valuable of all, Teague's brandy recipe, written in a spidery hand on the back of an old land survey. Spring unfurled across the mountains like a green flag of surrender. Silas grafted new growth onto the ancient trees, using scions he'd cut from wild apples he found growing along abandoned fence lines. Each graft was a promise, to Teague, to himself, to the land. He spoke to the trees as he worked, the way his father had taught him, telling them stories of where they'd come from and what they would become. It was Maudie Bell who found him first. She appeared one May morning as Silas was digging irrigation channels, a shotgun cradled casually in her arms and suspicion in her eyes. "You're trespassing on Teague land," she called from the edge of the clearing. Silas straightened slowly. "Name's Eli Harron," he said. "Harlan Teague was my mother's cousin. Left me the place when he died." "Harlan's been gone 5 years or more," she said, not lowering the shotgun. "Where you been all that time?" "Pittsburgh," Silas answered, the lie coming easily now after weeks of rehearsal. "Worked the steel mills till the crash. Nothing left for me there now." Maudie studied him, eyes narrowed. She was perhaps 50, her face weathered as a barn door but handsome still, with sharp cheekbones and clear grey eyes. Her dark hair was streaked with silver and pulled back in a no-nonsense bun. "You ain't from Pittsburgh with those hands," she finally said. "But you know apples. Been watching you work a week now. You prune like you're performing surgery." Silas said nothing, waiting. "I knew Harlan," she continued. "Helped him when the revenuers got too close. My place borders his, yours, to the south." She gestured with the shotgun. "I've kept folks from stripping this place bare since he went. Copper still, tools, even the trees themselves. People get desperate enough. They'll dig up roots for firewood." "I'm obliged," Silas said carefully. "Don't be. Wasn't doing it for you." She lowered the shotgun finally. "Did it for Harlan. And for the apples. Not many who remember the old varieties anymore." Silas nodded toward the trees. I've identified 14 different kinds so far. Arkansas Black, Roxbury Russet, Wolf River, but there's some I don't recognise. Something softened in Maudie's face. Those would be Teague's ghost apples. Harlan's grandfather bred them. Don't grow anywhere else but this ridge. She shouldered her shotgun. You'll need help getting a proper roof up before summer storms hit. That was how it began. Maudie brought cedar shingles from her own barn and helped him rebuild the cabin, bigger and sturdier than before. She taught him which local families could be trusted and which couldn't, which stores in town would deal fairly with newcomers and which would cheat him blind. She never asked about his past, but sometimes Silas would catch her watching him with a look that suggested she knew more than she let on. Once, when he mentioned Sheriff Malin, her eyes sharpened like flint struck against steel. "Curtis Malin's a snake," she said flatly. "Killed my husband 12 years ago over a property dispute. Called it self-defence. No witnesses except his deputy." Silas absorbed this, feeling the information settle like a seed. He's still sheriff. Got himself elected 4 times running, Maudie spat. Runs the county like his personal kingdom. Enforcers in every township. Most folk too scared to speak against him. By late summer, Silas had a working still hidden in a cave behind a waterfall, a location marked on one of Teague's maps with the simple notation, "Good water, better hiding." The first batch of apple brandy was aging in charred oak barrels, but it would be years before it reached its potential. Meanwhile, he distilled enough corn liquor to trade for supplies and to solidify his reputation as a man who minded his own business and expected others to do the same. Through Maudie's cousin in Knoxville, he established a market for the small batch spirits. The money wasn't much, but it was enough to begin the next phase of his plan. He needed to re-enter the world he'd left behind, not as an escaped convict, but as a man of means and consequence. The irony wasn't lost on him that he was now doing exactly what Sheriff Malin had tried to force him into years ago, running liquor. But this was different. This was his land, his trees, his recipe. And every bottle sold brought him one step closer to the reckoning that had burned in his chest for 3 long years. Autumn painted the mountains in fire colours. As the air grew sharp with frost, Silas harvested the ancient apples, sorting them with reverent hands, some for cider, some for brandy, some for winter storage. The Teague's ghosts were last to ripen. Pale yellow fruit blushed with the faintest pink, flesh white as bone and sweet as first love. As he worked, a plan took root and began to grow, nourished by patience and the certainty of seasons. In Flint Hollow, 12 miles as the crow flies, Sheriff Courtesan Malin still ruled with fear and favouritism. Ginny would be married by now, probably to James Fowler, the banker's son who'd been pursuing her before Silas's arrest. But first things first. Before Silas Burke could rise from the dead, Eli Harron needed to become someone worth noticing. 5 years after his escape from Brushy Mountain, Eli Harron walked into the Flint Hollow Bank wearing a store-bought suit and carrying a leather portfolio. The teller's eyes widened slightly at his appearance. He was clean-shaven and respectably dressed, but there was something in his bearing that suggested wildness barely contained, like a timber wolf in a collar. "I'd like to speak with Mr. Fowler about establishing a line of credit," he said, his voice rusty from disuse. He'd grown accustomed to silence, to speaking only to Maudie and the trees. James Fowler Jr. was now the bank president, having inherited the position when his father died 2 winters past. He was soft around the middle, with thinning hair and suspicious eyes that darted constantly as if expecting threats from all corners. "Mr. Harron," he said, waving Silas to a chair, "what brings a gentleman farmer to our establishment?" "I'm expanding my orchard operation," Silas explained, sliding across documents that Maudie's lawyer cousin had prepared. "I've acquired several adjoining parcels and need capital for equipment, labour, infrastructure." Fowler scanned the papers with growing interest. The land surveys, the projections, the letters of reference from a fictitious Pittsburgh banking house all suggested a man of means undertaking a serious agricultural enterprise. "You've been selling apple brandy, I understand," Fowler said, a note of disapproval in his voice. "Quite popular in Knoxville, they say." "A small batch operation," Silas replied. "Traditional methods, premium pricing, but the real money's in the orchard itself. Heirloom varieties are gaining popularity with wealthy buyers up north. I've got trees producing fruit you can't find anywhere else in the country." The conversation continued, a dance of numbers and possibilities. Silas knew his advantage. Flint Hollow was dying. The mines had closed, the timber mostly played out. Few businesses were expanding. Here was fresh blood, new money. As he left the bank with a preliminary agreement, Silas allowed himself a small, cold smile. Phase 1 complete. Now for Phase 2. Over the next 18 months, Eli Harron became a respectable figure in Flint Hollow. He hired local men to work his expanding orchards. He attended church occasionally, not the main Baptist congregation where Sheriff Mallin served as deacon, but the smaller Methodist chapel where Ezekiel Thrush preached fire and redemption to a devoted flock. Thrush was an oddity in these parts, educated at seminary in Chicago, but returned to the mountains with radical ideas about social justice wrapped in biblical language. His sermons drew from Isaiah and Amos as often as the Gospels, thundering against those who grind the faces of the poor and sell the righteous for silver. After one particularly blistering sermon on land theft and corruption, Thrush approached Silas in the churchyard. "You're not here for spiritual guidance, Mr. Harron," he said without preamble. "I've watched you these past months. You listen too carefully for a casual worshipper." Silas met his gaze steadily. "Maybe I'm interested in redemption." "Or retribution." Thrush's eyes were keen. "The two are often confused." A connection formed between them, tentative but real. Two men who recognized in each other a certain stubborn resistance to the way things were. Thrush began visiting the orchard, bringing books and conversation. He never asked direct questions about Silas's past, but offered his own stories freely, how he'd left the mountains full of ambition and returned humbled, how he'd once believed salvation came through education and progress, but now saw it in the stubborn resilience of mountain people who refused to be broken. Occasionally Thrush brought news of the Mallins. The sheriff was still in power, though increasingly unpopular as the Depression deepened and his favoritism became more blatant. His brother-in-law, Sam Givens, had leveraged his connection to acquire foreclosed properties throughout the county. And Ginny, Virginia now, had indeed married James Fowler Jr. She ran the Ladies' Aid Society and was expecting their first child. Silas absorbed this information without visible reaction, though each mention of her name was like a stone dropped into the still pond of his heart, sending ripples through carefully constructed calm. Through shell companies established by Maudie's cousin, Silas began acquiring property strategically positioned around the county. Tax-delinquent farms, abandoned storefronts, timberland the big companies had clear-cut and discarded. The purchases were handled through lawyers in Knoxville, the true ownership obscured by layers of paperwork. Sheriff Mallin's deputy, Roscoe Harper, died that winter when his barn caught fire while he was inside, allegedly drunk on moonshine. No one questioned the official story, though Silas noted the timing, one day after Harper delivered eviction notices to 3 families whose land bordered a hunting preserve Mallin had been trying to assemble for years. Opportunity came in the form of drought. Summer stretched hot and rainless across the mountains, withering crops and drying wells. The apple harvest would be meagre, but Silas's trees, planted along natural seep lines and carefully mulched, fared better than most. Meanwhile, Sam Givens' cattle operation was failing. His pastures burned brown, his stock thin and sickly. Givens had borrowed heavily from his brother-in-law's bank to expand, mortgaging everything including his home. When he couldn't make payment, Fowler reluctantly scheduled a public auction. The law required it, though everyone assumed Malin would simply arrange for a friend to buy the property and sell it back to Givens once his finances recovered. The auction was held on the courthouse steps on a blistering August afternoon. Silas arrived early, standing quietly at the back of the small crowd. Sheriff Malin was there, massive in his sweat-stained uniform, looking bored and confident. Sam Givens stood miserably to one side, his wife weeping softly beside him. The bidding started low, a few token offers from local farmers who knew better than to push too high. Then a lawyer from Knoxville representing Mountain Heritage Holdings entered the bidding. The price climbed steadily. Malin frowned, whispered to one of his deputies. When the lawyer won with a bid nearly double the property's assessed value, Malin shouldered his way forward. "Who exactly is Mountain Heritage Holdings?" he demanded. The lawyer smiled blandly. "A consortium of investors interested in preserving traditional agricultural practices in the region." "Bullshit," Malin spat. "This is my county. I know every legitimate business operator for 50 miles. "Then perhaps it's time you expanded your acquaintance," said a quiet voice from the back. The crowd parted. Silas stepped forward, meeting Malin's eyes for the first time in 8 years. Recognition didn't come immediately. Silas had changed. Harder now, leaner, his once boyish face weathered into angular planes. But something in his eyes must have triggered Malin's memory, because the sheriff's florid face suddenly drained of colour. "You," he began. "Eli Harron," Silas said evenly, "orchard keeper, and as of today, owner of Givens Farm." He turned to Sam Givens. "Your family's welcome to stay on as tenants, Mr. Givens. I've need of experienced cattlemen." The whispers began immediately. Sheriff Malin's hand drifted toward his holstered revolver, then stopped as he remembered the crowd of witnesses. "This ain't over," he muttered. "No," Silas agreed softly. "It's just beginning." As he walked away, he caught a glimpse of a woman watching from a parked Packard across the street. Virginia Fowler, née Malin, her face still as moonlight on water. Their eyes met briefly before she looked away, one hand rising unconsciously to her throat. Silas felt something crack inside him. Not his resolve, but the protective shell he'd built around older, softer feelings. It was a dangerous fracture. He couldn't afford sentiment now, not when he was so close to completing what he'd returned for. That night, alone in his cabin, he took out the locket from Teague's tobacco tin. Inside was a curl of dark hair, not Harlan's, he'd realised long ago, but likely belonging to the wife or sweetheart of a previous owner. He'd carried it as a talisman, a reminder of connections severed and promises broken. Now he added something new, a scrap of newspaper announcement of Virginia's marriage to Fowler, carefully preserved these 3 years. Closure, perhaps, or acknowledgement that some losses can never be recovered, only carried forward into whatever future remains. Sheriff Curtis Malin's world began collapsing with the precision of a well-planned demolition. First came the foreclosure on his brother-in-law's property, then the mysterious investor who bought the mortgage on his hunting lodge. The whispered rumours that someone knows something about old cases, the sudden death of Maudie Bell's husband, the disappearance of a revenue agent in 31, the convenient fire that had destroyed county records the same year Silas Burke was convicted. Eli Harron was becoming unavoidable, a shadow that lengthened across Malin's carefully constructed kingdom. The orchard keeper now owned significant properties throughout the county. His apple brandy was featured in gentlemen's clubs as far away as Nashville. Respectable people sought his company, his business advice, his support for community initiatives. It was Ezekiel Thrush who confronted Silas about his true intentions one crisp October evening. They sat on the porch of the rebuilt cabin, watching sunset paint the ridgelines gold and crimson. Maudie had just left after delivering a fresh batch of preserves and tart observations about the upcoming county commissioner election. You're systematically destroying Curtis Malin, Thrush said without preamble. Not just his power, his family, his reputation, his future. Silas sipped his brandy, letting the sweet fire warm his throat before answering. He murdered Thomas Vaughan and blamed me for it. He stole 8 years of my life. He took everything I had. Including Virginia. Thrush's voice was gentle but inexorable. Who now finds herself married to a man facing financial ruin because you've deliberately undermined the bank's standing? Silas's hand tightened on his glass. I never meant to hurt Ginny. And yet you will, just as surely as if you'd aimed at her directly. Thrush leaned forward. Revenge is a pruning hook that doesn't discriminate between diseased wood and healthy growth. Cut enough, and eventually you destroy the entire tree. What would you have me do? Silas demanded. Forgive? Forget? Let him continue to profit from his crimes? Justice isn't the same as vengeance, Thrush said. One restores, the other only destroys. He gestured toward the orchard. You of all people should understand the difference between cutting back for death and cutting back for new growth. That night, unable to sleep, Silas walked among his trees under a hunter's moon. The oldest ones, Teague's heirlooms, stood like sentinels, their gnarled branches reaching towards stars scattered like apple blossoms across the black sky. Beneath one ancient trunk he knelt and pressed his palm against the cool earth. The land remembered everything, every rainfall, every drought, every seed that took root or failed to thrive. It held the bones of those who had worked it, their blood and sweat mingled with the soil. What was human justice compared to this patient accounting? 3 days later, Virginia Fowler appeared at his orchard. She came alone, driving her husband's Packard up the rutted access road with more determination than skill. Silas was grafting saplings when she arrived, hands sticky with tree sap and healing wax. She stepped from the car wearing a blue dress and sensible shoes, her hair pulled back in a simple chignon. In her face, Silas could see the ghost of the girl who had once laughed with him in the abandoned cider press, who had wept as they led him from the courtroom. "I know who you are," she said without greeting. "I've known since that day at the auction." Silas set down his grafting knife. "Does your father know?" "Number not yet. He suspects something isn't right about you, but..." She smiled faintly. "His imagination has certain limitations." "Why are you here, Ginny?" "Virginia," she corrected automatically, then shook her head. "Number, I suppose I'm still Ginny to you." She looked past him to the neat rows of young trees. "You've built something here. Something real." "I had a good teacher," Silas said, "and now you're going to destroy my father." It wasn't a question. "And in the process, my husband's bank, our home, my children's future. Your father's crimes." "I know what he is," she interrupted, her voice suddenly fierce. "Do you think I didn't understand? That I didn't see him come home that night with blood on his cuffs, with that look in his eyes? That I didn't hear what he said to Deputy Harper when they thought I was asleep?" Silas went still. "You knew I was innocent." "I knew," she whispered, "and I did nothing. What could I do? I was 19, still living under his roof. By the time I had my own home, you were gone, reported drowned." "But not mourned," Silas said, an edge creeping into his voice. "Every day," she contradicted, "but the living go on living. We make choices with what remains." She stepped closer. "What do you want, Silas? To see him humiliated, imprisoned, dead? I want justice." "There's no such thing," she said flatly. "Not the way you mean it. Nothing you do to him will give you back those lost years. Nothing will restore what was broken." "Then what would you have me do?" he demanded, echoing his words to Thrush. "Stop." Her eyes held his. "Walk away from this vendetta before it consumes whatever's left of the man I loved, before it damages more innocent people." She laid a hand on his arm. "I have children, Silas. 2 girls. Whatever their grandfather has done, they don't deserve to inherit his punishment." The touch of her hand sent a jolt through him, memory and possibility tangled together. For an instant he could see another future unwinding before him, one where he let go of the past, where healing took precedence over settling scores. "I need time," he said finally, "to think." Virginia nodded once, then turned to go. At the car she paused. "Whatever you decide about my father, know this. I never stopped believing in you, even when they told me you were dead." After she left, Silas stood motionless among his grafted saplings, part of him still with her, part forever altered by prison and pain, like these young trees with their spliced identities, carrying forward both old lineage and new possibility. The winter of 1938 arrived with unusual ferocity, sealing the mountains under ice and snow. Silas spent the darkest weeks in quiet preparation, not for violence, but for a different kind of reckoning. He wrote letters, prepared documents, consulted with lawyers in Knoxville. When the thaw finally came in late February, he was ready. Sheriff Curtis Mallin was alone in his office when Silas entered, the afternoon light casting long shadows across the worn floorboards. The years had not been kind to Mallin. His once powerful frame had grown slack, his face mottled with broken blood vessels, eyes rheumy and suspicious. Recognition came immediately this time. "Burke," he growled, reaching for his service revolver. "Should have known you'd crawl back eventually." "Your gun won't fire," Silas said conversationally. "I paid your deputy $50 to remove the firing pin while you were at lunch." Mallin pulled the trigger anyway. The hammer fell with a dull click. "You've grown careless," Silas observed. "Time was, nobody could buy your men." "What do you want?" Mallin demanded, dropping the useless weapon onto his desk. "Come to kill me? Get your revenge after all these years?" Silas placed a folder on the desk between them. "These are sworn affidavits from witnesses to Thomas Vaughan's murder. Your former deputy Harper confessed everything to Preacher Thrush before that barn fire. A genuine accident, as it happens." Thrush kept detailed notes. Fear flickered across Mallin's face. "Nobody'll believe." "They already do," Silas interrupted. "The state attorney general has had these documents for a month. They're building a case, not just for Vaughan, but for a dozen other crimes spanning your 20 years wearing that badge." Mallin lunged around the desk with unexpected speed, hands grasping for Silas's throat. But age and drink had weakened him. Silas stepped aside easily, watching as the older man stumbled against a filing cabinet. "I could kill you now," Silas said softly, "and given what you did to me, to others, no jury in this county would convict me." Mallin straightened, breathing heavily. "So do it then. Finish what you came for." "That's not why I'm here." Silas withdrew another document from inside his coat. "This is a deed transferring your home property to me. Sign it, and the affidavits never reach the prosecutor's office. You leave Flint Hollow tonight, never return, and I'll see that Virginia and her children are protected from whatever fallout comes." "You want my land?" Mallin's laugh was sharp with disbelief. "All this for a half-acre plot in town?" "It's not the land," Silas said. "It's what's beneath it. The evidence you buried in your cellar, the strongbox with Vaughan's real murder weapon, the ledgers detailing your bootlegging operation, the money you've skimmed from county funds for 15 years. The colour drained from Mallin's face. "How could you possibly know?" "Because Harlan Teague built that cellar for your father 40 years ago. He left very detailed maps." Silas pushed the deed closer. "Sign, then pack whatever you can carry and be across the county line by midnight." For a long moment the only sound was the ticking of the wall clock and Mallin's laboured breathing. Then, with a hand that trembled slightly, the sheriff signed. "You've destroyed everything I built," he said as he dropped the pen. "No," Silas corrected. "You did that yourself, one crime at a time." He gathered the papers. "I'm just the harvest." April arrived as it always did in the mountains, capricious, alternating between warm sunshine and sudden frosts, between gentle showers and violent thunderstorms. The apple trees in Silas's orchard exploded into bloom, their branches heavy with white and pink blossoms that perfumed the air with promise. Curtis Mallin had kept his part of the bargain, disappearing into the night, Rumours placed him in Oklahoma, or perhaps Texas, somewhere flat and treeless where no one knew his name or his crimes. The power vacuum he left behind was quickly filled. Flint Hollow adapted as mountain communities always did, bending like saplings in storm winds. Silas excavated Malin's cellar himself, working alone by lantern light over 3 nights. The strongbox contained exactly what he'd expected, evidence that would have sent the sheriff to prison for life. He burned the ledgers page by page in his wood stove, watching the record of corruption dissolve into ash. The money, nearly $15,000, he divided, anonymously delivering half to Virginia Fowler's home and donating the rest to Ezekiel Thrush's church with instructions to use it for families struggling through the last gasps of the Depression. The house itself he had demolished, the materials salvaged for a project that had been taking shape in his mind since that winter conversation with Thrush. Where Malin's home had stood, Silas began construction of a small schoolhouse. "You're a study in contradictions, Burke," Thrush observed one afternoon as they surveyed the progress. The preacher was one of only 3 people who knew his true identity now: Thrush, Maudie, and Virginia. "You orchestrated a man's downfall with the patience of a biblical prophet, then used the spoils to build a place of learning." "Not contradictions," Silas corrected, "just different seasons of the same life, like winter pruning that looks like death but enables spring growth." He ran a hand along a newly installed window frame. "Besides, I've had my fill of destruction. Time to build something." The schoolhouse opened that September with 12 students from the surrounding hollows. Maudie Bell served as teacher. Her sharp tongue softened when addressing the children, but her standards uncompromisingly high. The curriculum included traditional subjects but also practical knowledge, grafting techniques, weather prediction, the identification of wild plants and their uses, wisdom that had sustained mountain people for generations but was increasingly forgotten in the rush toward industrialization. Thrush came weekly to conduct classes on ethics and community responsibility, his theological training tempered now by hard-won mountain pragmatism. The children thrived under this unconventional education, bringing their learning home to parents who began, cautiously, to see Eli Harron as more than just the wealthy orchard keeper who had driven out their corrupt sheriff. Silas himself taught apple cultivation to the older students, leading them through his orchards in all seasons, showing them how to read the land's subtle signals, which slopes retained moisture, which soil yielded the sweetest fruit, how to encourage beneficial insects and discourage harmful ones. "You're healing this place," Virginia said one crisp October afternoon. She had come to collect her daughters, both enrolled in the school despite her husband's initial reluctance. They stood watching the children help with the apple harvest, small hands carefully placing fruit in lined baskets. "The land was never broken," Silas replied, "just waiting for the right attention." Virginia studied his profile, the afternoon sun casting his features in sharp relief. "And you? Are you healing too?" The question caught him off guard. He had been so focused on his plans, first for vengeance, then for restoration, that he had rarely considered his own internal landscape. "I'm becoming something different," he said finally. "Not what I was before prison. Not what I was during those years of planning retribution. Something new grafted onto old rootstock." She smiled at that. "Always back to your trees. They're patient teachers." A comfortable silence settled between them as they watched her daughters laughing with the other children. The older girl, Anne, had inherited her mother's quick intelligence and quiet determination. The younger, Sarah, was more reserved but showed a natural affinity for growing things that reminded Silas painfully of himself at that age. "James has asked for a divorce," Virginia said abruptly. "The bank is failing. He blames me for not intervening with my father when there was still time." Silas turned to face her fully. "I never meant for you to suffer for your father's crimes." "Didn't you?" Her voice held no accusation, only a clear-eyed assessment. You knew what would happen to James when you undermined my father's power structure. You knew what that would mean for me. I did, he admitted, and I chose to proceed anyway. I told myself it was justice, but Thrush was right. Vengeance cuts indiscriminately. Virginia shook her head. James and I were unhappy long before you returned. He married the sheriff's daughter, not me. Now he'll go to his cousin's firm in Nashville, and I... She looked out over the orchard, where the late afternoon light gilded every leaf. I don't know yet, but for the first time, I'll choose my own path. Winter descended early that year. By Thanksgiving, snow blanketed the mountains, transforming the orchard into a crystalline forest. The schoolhouse, insulated with clay and straw in the old mountain tradition, remained warm and bright, a refuge for learning and community gatherings. On the darkest evenings, Thrush led discussions on everything from Plato to the New Deal, while Maudie organised traditional music sessions that kept nearly forgotten ballads alive. Silas expanded his brand, now marketing Teague's Ghost Apple products throughout the region. The profits he reinvested in the community, better roads, a medical clinic staffed by a young doctor from Tennessee's new TVA settlements, agricultural improvements for struggling farmers. He lived simply himself, still occupying the cabin he'd rebuilt, though now it contained a substantial library and a collection of scientific instruments for monitoring soil and weather conditions. Virginia and her daughters moved to a small house on the edge of town after her divorce. She took a position as the county's first female clerk, her meticulous organisational skills bringing order to records neglected during her father's administration. Occasionally she joined Silas for dinner, their conversation flowing easily between childhood memories and future possibilities. There was no dramatic rekindling of their youthful romance. Too much had changed, too many years and experiences separated them. But something else grew in its place, a friendship rooted in shared history and mutual respect, with tendrils that might, in time, develop into something more. One unseasonably warm day in late February, Silas hiked to the highest point of his land, a stone outcropping that offered views across 3 counties. The air held the first tentative promise of spring, though winter would likely reassert itself before the season truly changed. From his vantage point he could see the patchwork of his domain, the original Teague orchard, now expanded to cover 60 acres, the experimental plots where he grafted new varieties adapted to the mountain's particular conditions, the schoolhouse in the distance, smoke rising from its chimney in a straight column that suggested fair weather would hold at least until nightfall. The years of imprisonment had left their mark on him, in the grey that now threaded his dark hair, in the deep lines that bracketed his mouth, in the nightmares that still occasionally woke him sweating and disoriented. The years of plotting revenge had marked him too, hardening something essential that could never be completely softened again. But the land beneath his feet had taught him its patient wisdom, growth after dormancy, renewal after loss, the slow, inexorable healing that comes not from forgetting wounds, but from transforming them into something useful, marrow rather than scar tissue. Below, in the older section of the orchard, the ancient apple trees were still dormant, their gnarled branches stark against the winter sky. But within those seemingly lifeless limbs, sap was already beginning to rise from roots that reached deep into mountain soil, preparing for another season of bloom and fruit and harvest. Silas Burke, once prisoner then fugitive, now orchard keeper, turned his face to the strengthening sun and felt for the first time in many years fully present in his own skin. The past would always be there, like rings in a tree's heartwood, but so would the future, waiting to be shaped by careful hands and the courage to begin again. The mountains would remember this story long after its actors were gone. The land would hold it in trust, the way it held all the stories of those who had lived and died upon its slopes, and the Teague's ghost apples would continue season after season to bear fruit like none other, sweet sharp on the tongue, with notes of wild honey and mountain springs, and just the faintest whisper of redemption. Side B of Forever. The first thing Lena Cruz noticed about the defunct recording studio was its smell. Dust and forgotten ambition with undertones of decaying foam padding. Perfect. She specialised in things others had left behind. "It's all yours until the developers take over in 3 months," said the property manager, handing her the keys. "They're keeping the vintage equipment as selling points for the luxury apartments. Your job is to catalogue and restore what's salvageable." Lena nodded, already mentally calculating which pieces would fetch the highest prices at auction. At 31, she'd built a reputation as Portland's go-to specialist for vintage audio restoration. The irony wasn't lost on her. While she could resurrect almost any abandoned sound system, her personal life remained perpetually in need of repair. The manager left, and Lena breathed in the silence. Studio B, or the Echo Chamber, as a faded sign proclaimed, had once been the epicentre of Portland's indie music scene. Now it was a time capsule, analogue mixers, reel-to-reels, a drum kit missing half its cymbals. She began methodically photographing equipment, her Doc Martens leaving footprints in the dust. The control room was in better shape than expected. Someone had covered the mixing board with a tarp sometime in the late 90s and never returned to uncover it. Behind the soundboard, she found a small storage cabinet. Inside were the expected technical manuals, a few promotional headshots of forgotten bands, and a shoebox labelled "Misc Recordings Do Not Discard." Lena opened it expecting demo tapes from hopeful musicians. Instead, she found a single cassette in a clear plastic case. No band name, no track listing, only a handwritten label in faded blue ink. "Play If You've Ever Been in Love, 1993. "Well, that's specific," she muttered, turning the cassette over. The B-side was blank. Something about the specificity of the label made her pause. Not "if you like love songs," or "if you're feeling romantic," but "if you've ever been in love," a condition, a threshold of experience required for listening. Lena had loved exactly once, deeply, catastrophically, and had spent the 3 years since her breakup with Marco ensuring it wouldn't happen again. Did that qualify her? She found a Walkman in her bag, cleaned the heads with alcohol and pressed play. Static, then a throat clearing. "Mara," said a young man's voice, halting and warm. "It's me, Isaac. This is... God, this is embarrassing." More throat clearing, background noise, movement, perhaps pacing. Lena leaned forward. "I don't know if you'll ever hear this. I don't know if I'll ever give it to you. But they say you should speak your truth even if your voice shakes, so... My voice is shaking, but here's my truth." A pause. The hiss of analogue tape. "I've loved you since that first day in Whitman's seminar when you argued that his poetry wasn't about nature at all, but about the limitations of perception. Everyone thought you were being deliberately contrary, but I knew you meant every word. I loved how you never backed down." Lena found herself holding her breath. The voice continued, growing steadier. "For 3 years I've watched you, not in a creepy way, at least I hope not. I've watched you stand up to professors who dismissed your ideas. I've watched you help that freshman who was crying in the library during finals week. I've watched you leave messages in library books, those little notes in the margins that I knew were yours because they had the same fire as everything you say." The voice grew wistful. "And I've never said a word. Because what if you laughed? What if you were kind about it, which would be worse? What if it ruined our Thursday coffee meetups where we talk about everything except what I really want to say?" A long silence followed, long enough that Lena checked to see if the tape had ended. But then, "So I'm saying it now, into this microphone, in this empty studio at 2 a.m. I love how your mind works. I love how you see connections nobody else does. I love how you believe in things. Really believe. Not just intellectually, but with your whole self. The voice broke slightly. I'm making this recording because tomorrow I'm supposed to leave for that internship in New York. The one that's such an opportunity. The one my father pulled strings for. 3,000 miles and a lifetime away from you. And I still don't know if I'm going. Another pause, shorter this time. So here's my impossible question. Would you want me to stay? Not for the abstract concept of love or some romantic gesture, but for the possibility of us, whatever shape that takes, for conversations that could last decades, for the chance to build something neither of us can imagine yet. The voice grew softer. If you're listening to this, it means I finally found the courage to give it to you. And if you've listened this far, meet me at Reed's Bookshop, our usual corner, the day after tomorrow, 4 o'clock. If you don't come, I'll understand. I'll take the New York job. I'll build a different life. But if you do come... The tape hissed for several seconds more, then clicked off. Lena sat motionless in the control room chair, an unexpected tightness in her chest. The intimacy of the recording, raw, unpolished, utterly sincere, felt almost intrusive to hear. This wasn't meant for her ears. It was a message in a bottle, cast into the analog sea 30 years ago. She wondered what had happened. Had Isaac given Mara the tape? Had she shown up at Reed's Bookshop? Had they built that different life together? Or had Isaac gone to New York after all? Before she could stop herself, Lena had connected her laptop to the Walkman and digitized the recording. Later that night, after 3 glasses of Malbec and a heated internal debate, she uploaded the clip to her podcast feed. Analog Ghosts, Lost Sounds and Forgotten Voices. She titled the episode simply, Play If You've Ever Been in Love. In her brief introduction, she kept the details vague. No names, no specific mentions of the studio. Just the year and the essential question, what happened after this recording? Did love find its way? She hit publish around midnight, expecting her usual modest listenership. Other audio engineers, vintage equipment enthusiasts, and insomniacs with peculiar tastes. She fell asleep wondering about Isaac and Mara, imagining different endings to their story. By morning, the clip had gone viral. Something about that voice, earnest, vulnerable, hopeful, had resonated across decades. Listeners flooded the comment section with their own stories of declarations unmade, chances not taken, moments of courage both rewarded and rejected. And buried among them was a private message that made Lena's coffee freeze halfway to her lips. I know that voice. It's my father's, and I need to talk to you. Ben Hollis had his father's hands. This was Lena's first thought as he extended one across the table at Vinyl Cafe, a coffee shop where actual records played on a restored turntable behind the counter. His fingers were long, pianist's hands with prominent knuckles and clean trim nails. "Thank you for meeting me," he said. His voice was deeper than his father's on the tape, but with the same careful enunciation, as if each word deserved individual attention. "How certain are you," Lena asked, getting straight to the point, "that it's your father on the recording?" Ben's expression was complicated, part certainty, part disbelief. At 35, he had the look of a man who spent more time with instruments than people. Slight calluses on his fingertips, a watchful quietness, clothes chosen for comfort rather than impression. 100%, he said. I've never heard him speak like that, with that kind of emotional openness. But it's him, Isaac Hollis. The cadence, the specific phrases he uses. He paused. The way he says God when he's nervous, I'd know it anywhere. Lena studied him, looking for resemblance to the voice that had kept her awake last night. Did he marry her? This Mara person? Ben shook his head. My mother's name was Catherine. They divorced when I was 12. She lives in Arizona now. A barista delivered their drinks, an almond milk latte for him, black coffee for her. Lena waited until they were alone again. "So what do you want from me?" "I want to know who Mara is. I want to know what happened." He rotated his mug slowly. "My father never talks about his past. Never. He's been emotionally," Ben searched for the right word, "unavailable my entire life. Now suddenly I hear him pouring his heart out on your podcast, and he sounds like a completely different person." Lena understood the disorientation of discovering your parent had depths you'd never glimpsed. Her own mother had been a photographer before becoming a pharmacist, something Lena had discovered only after finding a box of stunning black and white prints in the attic after her mother's death. "Where is your father now?" "Teaching music theory at Lewis and Clark College, semi-retired, lives alone in the same house where I grew up. We have dinner once a month, talk about the weather, politics, my students. Never anything personal." His mouth tightened. "I always thought that's just who he was. Now I'm not so sure." Lena leaned forward. "Have you asked him about the tape?" "Not yet. I wanted to understand more first." He met her eyes directly. "Look, you started this with your podcast. You made it public. Help me figure out what happened." Part of Lena wanted to refuse. She'd done enough damage by publishing something so intensely private. But curiosity pulled at her. The mystery of a love story paused mid-sentence 30 years ago. "All I have is the tape and the studio location," she said, tempering expectations. "The trail is 3 decades cold." "I've got something else," Ben replied, reaching into his messenger bag. He pulled out a worn paperback. Collected Northwest Poetry, Volume 4, 1990 to 1995. He opened to a dog-eared page where a poem was circled in faded pencil. "After Rain at Reed College," by Mara Elliott. Books stacked like vertebrae. We bend over shared passages, your finger tracing words. I've already memorized, just to watch your hands move. Coffee grows cold, time stretches. I want to say, but the moment passes. Like the storm outside, we pack separate bags, walk separate paths, until Thursday. Mara Elliott, Lena said softly. The name from the tape now had shape, substance. "How did you find this?" "It was on my father's bookshelf, one of the few personal items he kept after my mother left." Ben tapped the page. "The publication date is 1994, a year after the tape." Lena felt a familiar detective's thrill, the one that had led her to track down rare audio equipment across the country. "Reed College," she said. "That fits with Reed's bookshop mentioned on the tape, and the Thursday coffee meetups." "There's more," said Ben. "The book's editor is credited as Professor Eleanor Wynne of Reed College, Department of English." Lena pulled out her phone, fingers flying across the screen. "Professor Emerita now, still listed on their website." Their eyes met over the table, the unspoken question hanging between them. How far would they take this? "I teach piano lessons until 3 tomorrow," Ben said. "After that, I'm free." Lena hesitated only briefly. "I'll pick you up at 3:15. We're going to Reed College." The campus hadn't changed much since the 90s, all ivy-covered brick buildings and towering Douglas firs. They found Professor Wynne in her office, surrounded by books stacked in precarious towers. At 70-something, she had silver hair cut in a sharp bob and oversized red glasses that magnified her keen eyes. "Mara Elliott," she repeated, after they'd explained a highly edited version of their quest. "Oh yes, brilliant student. Intense. She organised poetry readings that were quite radical for the time, mixed spoken word with early hip-hop elements, environmental themes, feminist theory. Not everyone appreciated her innovations." "Do you know what happened to her after graduation?" Ben asked. Professor Wynne shuffled through a desk drawer and produced a different anthology, this one from 2005. She published steadily for about a decade, then switched to editing literary journals. Last I heard, she was working at City Lights Books in San Francisco, but that was years ago. As they left the office, Lena noticed Ben's shoulders had tensed. "What's wrong?" she asked. My father spent 5 years in San Francisco in the late 90s, he said. He never explained why he moved there, or why he came back. The trajectory was taking shape. Portland, 1993, a love confession, then San Francisco, separate lives that might have intersected again. They drove next to Reed's Bookshop, an independent store that had somehow survived the age of online retail. The owner, a bearded man named Theo, had worked there since 1989. That corner, he said, pointing to a reading nook with 2 worn armchairs. That's always been the quietest spot, popular with students who actually want to study, not just be seen studying. Before leaving, Ben bought a used copy of Kerouac's On the Road, an impulse purchase Lena found oddly touching. It suggested a man slowly awakening to the romantic notions he'd inherited without realizing. As evening fell, they found themselves back at the echo chamber studio. Lena had brought a better tape player this time, hoping to extract more audio from the cassette. Sometimes background noise held clues. "Let me show you something," she said, leading Ben to the wall behind the mixing console. She pointed to a small rectangular hole in the acoustic panelling. "This is where I found the tape, but look at the size. There's room for more than one cassette in there." Together they shone phone flashlights into the cavity. Something glinted at the back. "There's another one," Ben whispered. Lena reached in, stretching her fingers until they brushed plastic. She extracted a second cassette, identical to the first but labelled differently. Side B for Mara, after you decide. The cassette felt heavier than its few ounces, weighted with 3 decades of unspoken words. Lena and Ben stared at it, neither reaching for the player. "Should we listen to it?" Ben finally asked. "It feels like opening someone else's mail." "Technically, so was the first tape," Lena pointed out, "but this one seems more consequential." Ben traced the handwritten label with his fingertip. These were meant to be heard in sequence. The first if she was uncertain, this one after she'd made a decision. He looked up at Lena. What if she never heard either of them? The possibility hung between them. A declaration of love, never delivered. A response to a reaction, never witnessed. "We won't know unless we listen," Lena said. Her restoration instincts took over as she carefully cleaned the tape heads and pressed play. Static again, but cleaner this time. Less background noise, as if this recording had been more purposeful, more planned. "Mara?" Isaac's voice still recognizable but steadier now. "If you're listening to this, you came to Reed's. You took a chance on us, and I need you to know what that means to me." A slight pause, the sound of paper rustling. "I wrote something for you. Not a song. You know I'm terrible at lyrics. More of a sound poem, I guess." What followed was a simple piano composition, delicate, searching, with minor chords that resolved unexpectedly into moments of startling beauty. The melody seemed to ask questions without demanding answers. It played for nearly 2 minutes before fading naturally. "That's how loving you feels," Isaac's voice returned, "like finding harmony in places I didn't know to look." Another pause, longer this time. "I've made a decision too. I'm not taking the New York position. Not because of some grand romantic gesture, but because it was never what I wanted. It was my father's dream for me. Prestigious conservatory connections, the right career path, the respectable future." Ben inhaled sharply at this revelation. "But music isn't about respectability for me," Isaac continued. "It's about connection. Finding those moments when sound bridges the space between souls. I feel that with you, not just with music, but with ideas, with silence, with the way we move through the world together." The tape hissed softly in the background. "So I've applied for the assistant producer position here at the studio. It's not glamorous. The pay is barely enough to cover rent. My father will be furious, but I'll be making music that matters to me, with people who understand why that's important. And I'll be here where you are." Another rustle of movement. "I don't know what you're thinking right now." Maybe this is too much, too fast. Maybe you came to Reed's out of friendship, not something more. If that's the case, I'll understand. We can pretend this never happened." His voice grew softer. "But if you're feeling what I'm feeling, this impossibly perfect resonance between us, then meet me at the studio tomorrow night, 7 o'clock. We can talk about what happens next. Or not talk. Just sit together in this sound booth and listen to records until dawn." A long pause, then with finality. "However this ends, thank you for listening, for being the person who made me brave enough to choose my own path." The tape clicked off. Ben sat perfectly still, his face a complex map of emotions. Lena reached out impulsively and squeezed his hand. "He gave up New York," Ben said finally. "I never knew. He always told me he couldn't get into Juilliard." "Maybe it was easier than admitting he'd chosen love over ambition," Lena suggested. "Or that he'd been rejected by more than just a school." Ben's voice was tight. He stood abruptly. "I need to talk to him." "Wait," Lena said. "There's still so much we don't know. Did he ever give Mara the first tape? Did she meet him at the bookshop? At the studio? We should track her down first, get her side." Ben paced the small control room. "This explains so much about him. Why he's always been so closed off. Why he hates when I take risks. He took the biggest risk of his life, and something went wrong." Lena watched him process 30 years of family history in real time. "At least now you know he's capable of passion, of vulnerability." "Was capable," Ben corrected. "I've never seen that man on the tape." The next day they pursued their separate angles. Lena dug deeper into Mara Elliott's literary career, calling bookstores and small publishers. Ben reluctantly taught his piano students while his mind raced with questions. They reconvened at Lena's apartment that evening, a converted industrial space with exposed brick and too many speakers. The walls were lined with vintage audio equipment in various stages of restoration. A half-disassembled jukebox occupied one corner. "I found her," Lena announced as Ben stepped through the door. "Mara Elliott Fields. She was poetry editor for Copper Canyon Press until 2015. Now she runs writing workshops on the Oregon coast. Yachats." "Fields," Ben repeated. "She married." "Widowed now, according to the workshop website. Look." Lena turned her laptop to show a professional photo of a woman in her 50s, with silver-streaked dark hair and intelligent eyes behind rectangular glasses. She had the serene confidence of someone who had weathered storms and emerged stronger. "She looks kind," Ben said quietly. Lena nodded. "I emailed her. Explained I'd found recordings at the old studio that might interest her. She responded within an hour. We're welcome to visit tomorrow." Ben crossed to Lena's window, looking out at Portland's evening skyline. "I should talk to my father first." "Are you sure that's wise?" Lena asked. "We still don't know what happened." "Exactly, and I'm tired of not knowing." Ben turned back to her. "He's been a mystery my entire life. Always correct, always proper, but never really there. I need to understand before I meet the woman who apparently broke him." Lena wanted to argue, but recognized the determination in his stance. The same determination she'd felt after her mother died, the need to reconstruct a complete person from fragments left behind. "Do you want me to come with you?" she offered. Ben hesitated, then nodded. "Actually, yes. You've heard him on the tapes. You might notice things I miss." Isaac Hollis lived in a modest craftsman bungalow in Portland's Concordia neighborhood. The yard was immaculate, the porch freshly painted, a reminder that control could masquerade as care. He answered the door with a book in hand, reading glasses perched on his nose. At 64, he remained handsome in an austere way, silver hair neatly trimmed, posture impeccable. His resemblance to Ben was obvious now, though his features seemed carved from harder material. "Benjamin," he said, surprise barely registering. His gaze shifted to Lena. "And you've brought a friend." "This is Lena Cruz," Ben said. "She's an audio engineer. Dad, we need to talk about the echo chamber studio. About 1993, about Mara Elliott. Isaac's face remained carefully neutral, but his hand tightened on the door frame. I don't know what you mean. Can we come in? Ben pressed. Please? For a moment, Lena thought Isaac might refuse. Then he stepped back, gesturing them inside. The living room was like Isaac himself. Tasteful, restrained, revealing nothing personal. No family photos, no mementos. The only hint of passion was a baby grand piano in the corner, its surface dusty with disuse. What is this about? Isaac asked when they were seated. Ben leaned forward. I heard the tapes, Dad. Both of them. The ones you recorded for Mara. A flicker of emotion, surprise, perhaps shame, crossed Isaac's face before he controlled it. Those were private. Yes, they were, Ben agreed, and yet they explain more about you than you've ever shared with me. They explain nothing, Isaac said flatly. They were the naive outpourings of a young man who didn't understand how the world works. They were beautiful, Lena interjected. Both men turned to her, startled. Sorry for interfering, but they were. Honest and brave and beautiful. Isaac studied her with sudden intensity. And how exactly did you come to hear these outpourings? Lena explained her work at the studio, the discovery of the tapes, the podcast. Isaac listened with deepening displeasure. So you broadcast my personal thoughts for public entertainment, he said coldly when she finished. How enterprising of you. Dad, Ben cut in, that's not the point. What happened with Mara? Did you ever give her the first tape? Did she meet you? Isaac stood abruptly and walked to the window. For several long moments he stared out at nothing in particular. No, he finally said. I never gave her the tape. I lost my nerve. But you recorded a second one, Ben pressed, for after she decided... Wishful thinking, planning for possibilities that never materialized. Isaac turned back to them. I took the New York position after all, built a respectable career, met your mother, had you, end of story. But his eyes slid away as he spoke, and Lena recognized the cadence of rehearsed half-truths. She'd told herself similar stories after her breakup with Marco, simplified narratives that avoided the messy, painful center of things. That's not everything, she said carefully. The tapes were hidden in the studio wall, not thrown away, not taken with you, hidden, preserved. And you went to San Francisco in the 90s, Ben added, where Mara was living. Isaac's composure finally cracked. What do you want from me? To admit I made a mistake? Fine. I was a coward. I recorded brave words instead of speaking them. I chose security over risk. Is that what you need to hear? I need to hear the truth, Ben said quietly. All of it. Isaac sank back into his chair, suddenly looking every day of his 64 years. The truth, he repeated, the word heavy in his mouth. The truth is I did give her the first tape, left it in her campus mailbox. She listened. She came to Reed's bookshop. Ben leaned forward. And we had 6 months together, the most alive I've ever been. Isaac's voice softened with memory. She was extraordinary, brilliant, fearless, fully herself. I stayed in Portland, worked at the studio. We talked about getting married. What happened? Lena asked gently. Isaac's jaw tightened. My father happened. He was a prominent attorney, very concerned with appearances. He investigated Mara's family, working class, father with a criminal record from civil rights protests. He threatened to cut me off completely. And that mattered to you? Ben asked, disbelief evident. Number. But what he did next did. Isaac's voice grew cold. He called in favours, made sure the studio suddenly couldn't afford an assistant producer, made sure no other studio in Portland would hire me, made it clear Mara's academic career would face similar obstacles if we stayed together. So you left her, Ben concluded. I left without explanation, Isaac corrected. I thought it was kinder than admitting my father had that kind of power, than admitting I wasn't strong enough to overcome it. You went to New York after all, Lena said. Isaac nodded. For 3 miserable years. Then your mother and I moved to San Francisco. He glanced at Ben. where I secretly hoped to run into Mara, to explain, to apologise. Did you? Ben asked. Once, at a poetry reading. She was with someone. Her husband, I learned later. She looked content. I couldn't bring myself to approach her. Isaac's voice grew distant. After that, I focused on being the husband and father I was supposed to be. When that failed too, I became the man you know now. Ben stood, processing this revelation. We're going to see her tomorrow. Mara. She lives on the coast now. Isaac's head snapped up. What? Why would you do that? Because this story doesn't just belong to you, Ben said, and because I'm tired of family secrets. For a moment, father and son stared at each other across an emotional gulf 3 decades wide. Then Isaac reached into his desk drawer and removed an envelope, yellowed with age, unopened. Then give her this, he said, extending it to Ben. It was returned to me in 1994. I never had the courage to open it. Lena recognised the handwriting on the front instantly. The same distinctive script that had written Mara in the poetry anthology. Whatever had happened between Isaac and Mara, she had tried to reach him once. The drive back to Lena's apartment was quiet, both of them processing Isaac's revelations. The envelope sat between them on the console, its contents still unknown. Are you going to open it? Lena finally asked. Ben shook his head. It's not addressed to me. Later, as they prepared for the next day's journey to the coast, Ben paused in helping Lena pack her recording equipment. Thank you, he said suddenly, for pursuing this. Most people would have just uploaded the tape and forgotten about it. Lena smiled ruefully. I'm not good at leaving things unfinished. She gestured at her apartment full of half-restored vintage equipment. Obviously. It's a good quality, Ben said, seeing value in what others discard. Their eyes met, and Lena felt a now familiar flutter in her chest, the kind of resonance Isaac had described on the tape. It both thrilled and terrified her. We should get some rest, she said, breaking the moment. Long drive tomorrow. But as she tried to sleep that night, her mind kept returning to those tapes, to voices from the past reaching across time to change lives in the present, to the strange intimacy of bearing witness to someone else's bravery and heartbreak, and to Ben's hands, so like his father's, but perhaps destined for a different story. The Oregon coast revealed itself dramatically as they drove west, first through dense forests, then suddenly opening to vast grey swells crashing against jagged rocks. Yachats perched on this edge between land and sea, a small town of weathered buildings and resilient gardens. Mara Elliott Fields taught her writing workshops in a converted boathouse overlooking the ocean. By the time Lena and Ben arrived, her morning class was dispersing, a dozen or so participants of varying ages clutching notebooks and travel mugs. They found her arranging chairs into a circle, movements efficient and graceful despite her 60 years. Up close, she looked both exactly like her photo and somehow more. Her presence carried a centering gravity, as if she had long ago stopped performing for others and simply inhabited herself completely. You must be Lena, she said, extending a hand. Her gaze shifted to Ben, lingering a moment longer. And you have a familiar face. Ben Hollis, he said, Isaac's son. A small intake of breath, quickly controlled. Well, she said after a moment, the universe does enjoy its symmetries. She led them to a small kitchenette and prepared tea with methodical movements. Her workshop space was filled with books, driftwood sculptures, and large windows that erased the boundary between inside and outside. Your email mentioned recordings, she said, setting steaming mugs before them. Lena hesitated, unsure now of her approach. Yes, from 1993, at the Echo Chamber studio in Portland. I remember it well, Mara said, her expression revealing nothing. They were made by my father, Ben added, for you. Mara's hands stilled around her mug. Isaac recorded something for me? Ben and Lena exchanged glances. You didn't know? Lena asked. No. A complex emotion flickered across Mara's face. What did these recordings say? Rather than explaining, Lena carefully set up her portable speaker and played both tapes in sequence. Mara listened with closed eyes, her breathing the only indication she was affected at all. When Isaac's voice finally faded, the room filled with the sound of waves outside. Mara opened her eyes, which shimmered with unshed tears. 30 years, she said softly. 30 years, and his voice still. She didn't finish the thought. You never heard these before? Ben confirmed. Mara shook her head. Never. He never gave me a tape. Never mentioned a recording. But you were together, Lena said, for 6 months in 1993. Yes. Mara looked out at the ocean. The most alive I've ever been. Something in her phrasing echoed Isaac's words so precisely that Lena felt goosebumps rise on her arms. He said his father broke you up, Ben said, that he left without explanation. That much is true, Mara acknowledged. One day we were planning our future, the next he was gone. No note, no goodbye, just vanished. He told us his father threatened your academic career, Lena said. Mara's expression hardened slightly. Mortimer Hollis was certainly capable of it. Old Portland money, old Portland influence. But Isaac never gave me the choice, never let me decide if the risk was worth taking. Would it have been? Ben asked quietly. Worth it? Mara studied him, this grown son of the man she'd once loved. Yes, she said simply. Some connections justify any sacrifice. Ben nodded, as if confirming something he'd already suspected. I wrote to him, Mara continued, after he left. Took me months to track down his New York address. I poured everything into that letter. My anger, my confusion, but also my forgiveness. My hope that he'd found whatever he was looking for. Wordlessly, Ben removed the yellowed envelope from his jacket pocket and placed it on the table between them. Mara stared at it, recognition dawning. My letter, returned unopened. Her hand hovered over the envelope, reluctant to touch it. I poured everything into this, every truth I had. It's still sealed, Ben said. He never read it. Mara looked up sharply. Never? In all these years? He said he didn't have the courage. A complex emotion crossed Mara's face. Frustration, vindication, and something like forgiveness, all at once. She picked up the envelope carefully, as if it might disintegrate in her hands. May I? She asked, though it wasn't clear who she was asking permission from, Ben, or her younger self who had written with such raw honesty. Ben nodded. It's yours. With deliberate movements, Mara broke the seal her 20-year-old self had licked closed 3 decades earlier. The paper inside was crisp despite its age, protected by its never-opened envelope. She unfolded it, took a deep breath, and began to read silently. Lena and Ben waited, watching emotions flow across Mara's face like weather patterns. Sunshine, clouds, rain, clearing. When she finished, she carefully refolded the letter. Still true, she said quietly. Every word. What did it say? Ben asked, then caught himself. Sorry, that's private. Mara considered him thoughtfully. You came all this way. You deserve some answers. She looked down at the letter. I told him I understood why he left, that his father had visited me, explained exactly what would happen to both our careers if we stayed together. His father told you? Lena asked, surprised. Mortimer Hollis was nothing if not thorough, Mara said dryly. He wanted to ensure I wouldn't pursue Isaac, made it very clear what strings he could pull. So my father didn't need to protect you, Ben said slowly. You already knew. Yes, and I'd decided Isaac was worth fighting for, worth starting over somewhere else if necessary. A sad smile touched Mara's lips. I wrote that in the letter, that I would have followed him anywhere, that some connections transcend practical considerations. Ben seemed to struggle with this revelation. He never knew. He thought he was protecting you. We were both trying to protect each other, Mara said, and lost everything in the process. She turned to Lena. Is he well? Isaac? Lena hesitated, unsure how to characterize the austere, closed-off man they'd met. He's accomplished, respected in his field, but not happy, Ben added quietly. Mara nodded, as if this confirmed something she'd long suspected. Neither was I for many years. I threw myself into poetry, into activism. Met David, my late husband, at a literary conference. He was kind, stable. We built a good life. But not the most alive you've ever been, Lena said, echoing Mara's earlier words. Number that was those 6 months with Isaac. Mara traced the edge of the letter with her fingertip. I used to think it was youth, that intensity, that connection. Now, I wonder. They talked for another hour, filling in the missing pieces of intertwined histories. Mara had gone to San Francisco after graduation, just as Isaac eventually did. They had nearly crossed paths dozens of times in their parallel lives, at bookstores, concert halls, poetry readings. Cosmic near misses, Mara called them, with the perspective of a woman who had made peace with life's what-ifs. As afternoon shadows lengthened, Ben finally asked the question that had been building since they'd arrived. Would you want to see him, after all this time? Mara looked out at the ocean, considering. I'm not the girl from the poem anymore. He's not the boy from the tape. But parts of you are, Lena said, the parts that still find his voice familiar, the parts that kept this letter true for 30 years. A small smile touched Mara's lips. Let me think about it. This is a lot to process in one afternoon. As they prepared to leave, Mara handed the letter back to Ben. Give this to your father. Tell him I finally delivered it. Ben took it carefully. And if he wants to see you? Tell him. Mara paused, choosing her words precisely. Tell him I'll be at Reed's bookshop next Thursday, 4 o'clock, our usual corner. The symmetry of it, the echo across decades, wasn't lost on any of them. On the drive back to Portland, Ben was unusually quiet, processing everything they'd learned. Lena gave him space, focusing on the winding coastal highway as daylight faded. It's strange, he finally said as they neared the city. I came looking for my father's past and found pieces of myself instead. What do you mean? Lena asked. I've always wondered why I feel so disconnected from him. Why there's this wall between us. Ben watched the landscape blur past. Now I understand. He built that wall when he left Mara, cut himself off from his own emotions to survive the loss. Lena thought about her own walls, constructed after Marco, the careful distance she maintained from potential entanglements. And I've spent my life doing the same thing, Ben continued. Being careful, making practical choices, avoiding risks. He turned to look at her directly. I don't want to be 64 and wondering about what might have been. The intensity in his eyes made Lena's heart skip. What are you saying? I'm saying I want to live differently than he did. More honestly, more bravely. His hand moved across the centre console, hesitating near hers. Starting now. Lena felt herself at a crossroads. The familiar path of caution versus the terrifying, exhilarating possibility of connection. She made her choice and took his hand. Starting now, she agreed softly. They delivered the letter to Isaac that evening. Ben explained their conversation with Mara, watching his father's face as he absorbed that his great act of sacrifice had been unnecessary, that Mara had already known everything, had already chosen him despite the consequences. She read it today, Ben said, placing the letter in his father's trembling hands. She said it's still true, every word. Isaac opened it with reverence, reading slowly, his composure crumbling with each line. When he finished, he pressed the paper to his chest, eyes closed, breathing uneven. She'll be at Reed's bookshop next Thursday, Ben told him. 4 o'clock, your usual corner. Isaac looked up, naked fear on his face. After 30 years, what would I even say? The truth, Lena suggested. It worked pretty well on the tapes. For the first time, Isaac smiled. A real smile that transformed his austere features into something warmer, more human. I was braver then. You can be brave again, Ben said. And Lena heard the new certainty in his voice, the resolve that had been building since they'd found that first cassette. Isaac studied his son, seeing something different in him as well. When did you grow so wise? When I realised I didn't want to repeat your mistakes, Ben said honestly. When I understood what they cost you. Father and son regarded each other across a narrowing emotional distance, the first bridge spanning their lifelong gap. The days before Thursday fell into a strange liminal space, reality tinged with the surreal quality of pivotal moments. Lena continued her work at the echo chamber studio, cataloguing equipment that now felt imbued with significance beyond its monetary value. Ben taught his piano students with new insight, recognizing the emotional language of music his father had once spoken so fluently. They spent their evenings together, talking late into the night about their own histories, Lena's passionate but ultimately destructive relationship with Marco, Ben's series of cautious connections that never quite ignited. The walls between them thinned with each revelation, each acknowledged vulnerability. "I've been thinking about the podcast," Lena said on Wednesday night as they sat on her apartment floor, sorting through a collection of vintage microphones, the one with Isaac's tape. "What about it?" Ben asked, carefully polishing the chrome grille of a 1960s Shure. "I should finish the story, tell the listeners what happened." She looked up at him. "People connected with it so deeply. They deserve to know how it ends." "How what ends?" Ben set down the microphone. "My father and Mara, that story isn't over yet." "No," Lena agreed. "But the part about the lost tapes is the mystery of whether they ever found each other." Ben nodded slowly. "A resolution to the analog ghost story." "Exactly." Lena stood and crossed to her mixing console. "I've been thinking about how to frame it. Not exploitative, but meaningful. About chances not taken, and second chances that still might be." Ben joined her, standing close enough that she could feel the warmth of him. "I like that theme." "I thought you might," she said, turning to face him. Their proximity suddenly felt significant, intentional. The kiss, when it came, was hesitant at first, a question rather than a statement, but it deepened quickly into something more certain, a mutual recognition of possibility. Later, tangled together on her couch, Ben traced the curve of her cheek with gentle fingers. "I keep thinking about what my father said on the tape, about finding harmony in unexpected places." Lena smiled against his shoulder. "Is that what this is? Harmony?" "Maybe," he said thoughtfully. "Or maybe it's just the first notes, the beginning of a composition we're writing together." The next morning they drove separately to Reed's bookshop, Lena to set up discreetly with recording equipment, with Mara's permission, Ben to meet his father beforehand. The bookstore had changed little over the decades. The reading corner still held 2 armchairs, worn in new places but occupying the same quiet nook. Lena positioned herself at a nearby shelf, ostensibly browsing poetry anthologies while her small recorder captured ambient sound. Isaac arrived first, 30 minutes early, dressed with careful casualness in a blue button-down and khakis. He looked simultaneously older and younger than when they'd last seen him, the weight of anticipation aging his features while hope lightened his movements. He settled into one of the armchairs, a book opened but unread in his lap. Every few minutes he checked his watch, smoothed his hair, adjusted his collar. The nervous gestures of a young man in an older body. At exactly 4 o'clock the shop bell jingled. Mara entered, silhouetted briefly against the afternoon sunlight before stepping fully into the store. She wore a simple dress in deep teal, silver hair loose around her shoulders. Her eyes found Isaac immediately, as if drawn by magnetic force. For a long moment they simply looked at each other across the intervening space. Not just the width of the bookstore, but the expanse of 30 years, of lives lived separately, of choices made and unmade. Then Isaac stood, the book tumbling forgotten from his lap. Mara moved toward him with deliberate steps. They met in the centre of the reading nook, close but not touching, each drinking in the reality of the other. "You came," Isaac said, his voice barely audible. "So did you," Mara replied, "finally." A charged silence stretched between them, decades of unspoken words pressing against the present moment. "I read your letter," Isaac finally said, 30 years too late. "Or right on time," Mara suggested, depending on how you look at it. The faintest smile touched Isaac's lips. Always the philosopher. "And you're still hiding behind pleasantries," Mara observed, but kindly. "Some things don't change." "Many things don't," Isaac agreed. He gestured to the armchairs. "Shall we?" They sat facing each other, knees nearly touching in the small corner. Around them, the bookshop continued its afternoon rhythm, oblivious to the temporal anomaly unfolding in its poetry section. "I have so many questions," Isaac said. 30 years worth. "As do I," Mara replied, "but perhaps we should start with the most important one. Which is, are you happy, Isaac?" The directness of the question, asked with such genuine concern, seemed to disarm him completely. "No," he answered, truth rushing out after decades of containment. "I haven't been. Not really. Not since 1993, Mara finished for him. Neither was I. Not in the same way. From her vantage point, Lena watched Isaac's posture soften, as if a lifetime of rigid self-control was finally becoming unnecessary. "I thought I was protecting you," he said, "from my father, from the consequences of choosing me." "I know," Mara's voice held no bitterness. "Just as I thought I was respecting your choice when you disappeared. We were both wrong, weren't we?" Isaac nodded, swallowing hard. "Spectacularly wrong." "And yet," Mara said, leaning slightly forward, "here we are." "Here we are," Isaac echoed, wonder creeping into his voice. "How is that possible?" "After everything." Mara considered this. Perhaps because some connections can't be severed, only temporarily suspended. Like your music on the tape, it asks questions that still need answers. As they continued talking, decades compressed into minutes. They shared abbreviated versions of their lives, Mara's marriage, Isaac's teaching career, the book she'd published, the musicians he'd mentored. Gradually they moved from what had been to what might still be, tentative, careful, but undeniably hopeful. Lena, watching from a respectful distance, felt a presence beside her. Ben had arrived, slipping quietly into the store to witness this improbable reunion. "Are they okay?" he whispered. Lena nodded. "Better than okay, I think." Together they observed the older couple, now leaning toward each other in animated conversation, occasional laughter floating across the shop. The years hadn't erased their connection, merely layered new possibilities upon it. "Strange, isn't it?" Ben murmured. "If you hadn't found that tape." "If you hadn't recognised your father's voice," Lena added. "If Mara hadn't kept her Thursday afternoon open," Ben continued, "so many coincidences." "Or the universe's way of correcting an error," Lena suggested, bringing harmony back to discordant lives. They watched a moment longer as Isaac tentatively reached out, his fingers brushing Mara's hand. She turned her palm upward, accepting the contact. A simple gesture, 30 years delayed. "I think they need privacy," Ben said finally. "This part of the story is theirs alone." They slipped out of the bookstore unnoticed, emerging into late afternoon sunlight. On the sidewalk, Ben took Lena's hand, their fingers interlacing naturally. "So what now?" he asked. Lena considered the question, not just about the immediate future, but about the larger story they'd stumbled into and made partly their own. "Now," she said, "we finish the podcast. Tell people what happened, how Isaac's voice found its way back to Mara after all these years. "And then?" Ben pressed gently. Lena smiled, feeling possibilities unfold before them like tracks on an album, each rich with potential. "Then we start our own recording, see where it leads." 3 weeks later, Lena sat in the restored control room of the echo chamber, making final adjustments to the mixing board. The studio's new owners had been so intrigued by the story of the rediscovered tapes that they'd accelerated her restoration contract, eager to capitalize on the publicity from her now viral podcast. The final episode had resonated deeply, not just the conclusion of Isaac and Mara's interrupted love story, but the larger themes of connection across time, of courage found and lost and found again. Listeners had flooded the comments with their own stories of second chances, of ancient regrets finally addressed. But this evening wasn't about the podcast. It was about creating something new. The studio door opened and Ben entered, followed by Isaac and Mara. In the weeks since their bookshop reunion, the older couple had begun a careful, deliberate reconnection. Coffee dates, long walks, cautious revelations of accumulated histories. "Is everything ready?" Ben asked, setting his messenger bag on a chair. Lena nodded. "All set up, just like you wanted." Isaac looked around the studio, nostalgia evident in his expression. "It's almost exactly the same, but completely different." His gaze shifted to Mara. "Rather like us." She smiled. The comfortable smile of someone who no longer needed to hide her feelings. "Some improvements with age, I'd say." Ben opened his bag and removed a new cassette tape, blank, waiting to be filled. "I thought we could make a new recording, all of us, a sort of continuation." "Side C," Lena suggested. "What happens after?" Isaac raised an eyebrow. "And what exactly would we record?" "Whatever feels true," Ben said simply. "Whatever you wish had been captured 30 years ago. Whatever you want to remember 30 years from now." Isaac and Mara exchanged glances, a lifetime of unrecorded moments passing between them. "I'd like that," Mara said softly. "A new tape for a new beginning." Lena prepared the equipment while Ben guided his father to the piano in the corner of the studio. The same one where Isaac had recorded his composition for Mara 3 decades earlier. It had been expertly restored along with everything else. Its voice returned after years of silence. "Will you play?" Ben asked. "The piece from the second tape?" Isaac hesitated, fingers hovering above the keys. "I'm not sure I remember it exactly." "It doesn't need to be exact," Mara said, moving to stand beside the piano. "Just true." Something in her words seemed to release him. Isaac nodded, took a deep breath and began to play. The melody emerged tentatively at first, muscle memory searching for notes composed in another lifetime, but gradually it took shape. The same questioning phrases, the same unexpected resolutions, but with subtle differences that spoke of experience, of perspective gained. As he played, Mara began to speak. Softly at first, then with growing confidence. She recited a new poem, one she'd written that morning, about time's circular nature, about love's stubborn persistence, about the courage required to begin again after so many endings. Lena captured it all, the music, the words, the ambient sounds of 4 people breathing in shared space. Ben stood beside her at the console, his hand resting lightly on her shoulder, a point of connection as they witnessed this harmonious convergence of past and present. When Isaac played the final note and Mara spoke the final line, the studio filled with a silence that felt not empty but complete, a perfect cadence resolving a long suspended chord. "That was beautiful," Ben said finally, breaking the spell. "Both of you." Isaac looked up from the piano, seeming almost surprised to find himself in the present. It felt like coming home. "It did," Mara agreed. She turned to Lena. "Did you get it all?" Lena nodded, already making adjustments to levels, preserving what had just transpired. Every note. Later, after Isaac and Mara had left, together, walking close but unhurried, as if time had finally become their ally rather than their enemy. Ben and Lena remained in the studio, creating a final mix of the new recording. "I've been thinking," Ben said as they worked, "about Side B Studio." "The business from your father's tapes?" Lena asked. "The one that restores old recordings?" "Yes. What if we actually created it?" Ben leaned against the console, excitement evident in his voice. "Combine your technical skills with my musical background. Help people rediscover their forgotten sounds." Lena considered the idea, finding it appealingly tangible. "I have the equipment. You have the connections through your teaching. And we both know the value of abandoned recordings," Ben added, glancing at the newly created tape. "How important it is to preserve voices that might otherwise be lost." "Side B Studio," Lena repeated, testing the name. "I like it." Ben's smile warmed her from across the mixing board. "Partners?" The word carried multiple meanings, all of them significant. Lena thought about the unexpected journey that had brought them here. A dusty cassette, a viral podcast, a mystery spanning decades. About how the search for a love story from the past had unexpectedly created the possibility of a new one in the present. "Partners," she agreed, reaching for his hand across the console. 6 months later, Side B Studio occupied a small storefront in Portland's Alberta Arts District. The front room housed a carefully curated collection of restored vintage audio equipment for sale, while the back contained Lena's workshop and a small recording booth. Their niche business had found immediate resonance in an age of digital impermanence. People brought them deteriorating cassettes of deceased grandparents' voices, forgotten answering machine messages, amateur recordings of bands that never made it but mattered intensely to those who'd been in them. Lena and Ben specialised in not just technical restoration but emotional archaeology, helping clients rediscover the significance of analogue ghosts they'd nearly lost. Each project became a collaboration between past and present, between what had been recorded and what was remembered. On this particular evening, they were closing up shop when the bell above the door chimed. Isaac and Mara entered, carrying a small package wrapped in brown paper. "Sorry we're late," Mara said, embracing Lena. The poetry reading ran long. In the months since their reunion, Isaac and Mara had established their own rhythm, not attempting to recapture their 20s, but creating something new that honoured the depth of their connection. Isaac had begun playing music publicly again. Mara had incorporated him into her writing workshops, exploring the intersection of sound and language. "We brought you something," Isaac said, handing the package to Ben. A housewarming gift of sorts. Ben unwrapped it carefully. Inside was a cassette tape unlabelled. "What's on it?" he asked. Isaac and Mara exchanged smiles. "Everything," Isaac said. "My side, her side. The story we're still writing." "We thought it belonged here," Mara added, "in your archive of rescued voices." Lena took the tape, feeling its weight, physical and metaphorical. "We'll keep it safe." "And perhaps," Isaac suggested, "someday when we're gone, someone else will find it. Wonder about the voices. Piece together the story." "Start the whole cycle again," Ben concluded. They all contemplated this possibility, how objects carried meanings beyond their creator's intentions, how stories continued evolving long after their original telling. Later, after dinner at a nearby restaurant where Isaac had insisted on playing the piano for dessert, Lena and Ben returned to the studio alone. By unspoken agreement, they placed the unlabelled tape in the player. What emerged was a conversation, Isaac and Mara speaking alternately, sometimes overlapping, recounting not just their original love story but the 30 years between, the lessons learned, the growth experienced apart that made their reconnection possible. "We were lucky," Mara's voice concluded, "to find each other again after so much time, but perhaps luck is the wrong word. Perhaps it was inevitable, not because of fate or destiny, but because certain connections remain part of us, whether acknowledged or not." Side B was always there, Isaac added, waiting to be played. The tape ended, but Lena and Ben remained silent, absorbing its implications. Finally, Ben reached for the recorder built into the console and pressed record. "What are you doing?" Lena asked. "Adding our part," he said simply, "continuing the story." He leaned toward the microphone. "This is Ben Hollis and Lena Cruz of Side B Studio. Today is April 17th, 2023. We're the ones who found Isaac's original tapes, the reason Mara and Isaac reconnected after 30 years. Lena joined him at the microphone. "We don't know who's listening to this or when. Maybe it's us in the future, remembering how it all began. Maybe it's someone else entirely, someone who found this tape in another dusty studio decades from now. Whoever you are," Ben continued, "know that you're part of this story now too. The act of listening connects you to everything that came before. And everything that follows," Lena added, "because stories don't really end. They just flip to another side, waiting for someone to press play." Ben reached for her hand as they sat in the soft red glow of the recording light. Together they added their voices to the harmony begun long before they met, a chorus across time, preserved in magnetic patterns on delicate tape, as fragile and as permanent as love itself. The end. The sound between us. The apartment above Fournier Effys had been silent for too long. Antoine stood in the middle of the dusty living room, his father's prized Pleyel grand piano looming in the corner like a black coffin. Sunlight slanted through the tall windows, illuminating dust motes that danced in patterns he once might have translated to music. Now they were just particles suspended in air, moving without meaning or melody. 3 years since he'd left for war, 2 years since the mortar blast near Lyon that had stolen his hearing. 18 months since he'd received news of his father's death while still in the military hospital, and now finally home to an apartment that felt like a museum of a life he no longer recognised. Antoine ran his fingertips over the piano's closed lid. Even with the layer of dust, he could feel the grain of the wood, could remember exactly how each key had felt beneath his fingers when he was Paris's promising young virtuoso. Before everything, before the silence, someone was standing behind him. He could feel the vibration of footsteps through the floorboards, one of the ways he'd learned to sense the world now. He turned. His sister Céline stood in the doorway, her face pinched with worry. She held a small package wrapped in brown paper. "I've brought some food," she said, her lips forming the words he could no longer hear. She'd learned to speak slowly, to enunciate clearly so he could read her lips, one of the many humiliations of his return. Antoine nodded, taking the package without meeting her eyes. He placed it on the sideboard. "You need to eat," she said, touching his arm to make sure he was watching her speak, "and bathe, and open the windows." Her gaze swept the apartment, taking in the layer of dust, the closed curtains, the stale air. "Thank you for the concern," he replied, feeling the words form in his throat but unable to modulate his voice properly. He'd been told his speech had flattened, lost the musicality it once had. Another casualty of war. Céline sighed, her chest rising and falling in a gesture he recognised all too well. Exasperation. She pulled a piece of paper from her coat pocket and pressed it into his hand. "A friend," she mouthed, tapping the paper. "She teaches music to children, and dance. She's agreed to check on you." Antoine crumpled the paper in his fist and shook his head vehemently. "No." "Antoine, I don't need a nursemaid," he said, feeling the words scrape from his throat, "and certainly not a dance teacher." "You need someone," Céline insisted, her movements becoming sharp with frustration. "Someone who isn't family, someone who understands music." "I don't have music anymore," he said, turning away from her. unable to bear the pity in her eyes. "Tell your friend not to come." His sister walked around to face him again, her expression hardening into the stubborn look he remembered from childhood. "She's coming tomorrow," she mouthed deliberately. "Her name is Isabelle Bonnet. Be decent." Before he could protest further, she kissed his cheek and left, the floorboards registering her departure. Antoine stood motionless in the centre of the room, the crumpled paper still in his fist. After a moment he opened it, smoothing the wrinkles with his thumb. Isabelle Bonnet, 3 Rue des Artistes, music and dance instructor, coming tomorrow at 2. Below this practical information his sister had added, "She lost someone too." Antoine folded the paper precisely and placed it on top of the closed piano. Then he walked to the window and stared down at the neighbourhood he'd once known so well, Montmartre with its narrow, winding streets and artistic heritage. The music shop below, Fournier Fille, had been shuttered since his father's death. Its darkened windows reproached him each time he passed. Night fell, and Antoine didn't bother lighting the lamps. He sat in darkness, letting the silence that was now his constant companion envelop him. He'd learned that darkness and silence weren't so different. Both were absences that eventually became presences of their own. When he finally slept, he dreamed of explosions he couldn't hear, and men whose screams were visible only in the contortions of their faces. At precisely 2 o'clock the next day, Antoine felt rather than heard the vibration of knocking. He remained seated in his father's old armchair, a book open in his lap though he hadn't turned a page in over an hour. The knocking came again, more insistent. He ignored it. 10 minutes passed. Antoine assumed she'd given up and left. Good. He returned his attention to his book, though the words swam meaninglessly before his eyes. A movement caught his eye, a flash of colour in the previously empty room. He looked up, startled. A woman stood just inside the doorway, removing a bright blue hat. Her hair beneath was dark and cut short, framing a face that was neither conventionally beautiful nor easily forgotten. Her eyes, as blue as her hat, met his directly, without the awkward hesitation most people showed when confronting his silence. "The door was unlocked," she mouthed, though he suspected this was a lie. "I'm Isabelle Bonnet." Antoine closed his book with deliberate slowness. "The door was not unlocked," he said, feeling the words form but unable to judge their volume. "You've broken into my home." "Actually," she replied, her lips moving with precision, "I came through the music shop. Your sister gave me the key." She moved further into the room, her gaze taking in everything. The dust, the closed curtains, the untouched piano. She wore a simple day dress in a deep green that reminded Antoine of the forests outside Lyon, before they'd been shattered by artillery. A dancer's posture, he noted, straight-backed but fluid. "I don't need company," he said, remaining seated. "Or pity. My sister should not have troubled you." Isabelle removed her gloves slowly, finger by finger, a thoughtful process. "It's no trouble," she mouthed, "and I'm not here out of pity." Then why? Curiosity, perhaps. She walked to the piano and lifted the lid without asking permission, revealing the keys that had remained hidden since his return. "And a promise to your sister." Antoine stood abruptly, moving to close the piano lid. "Please leave." Instead of backing away, Isabelle stood her ground. She was small, but somehow occupied the space definitively. Up close he could see fine lines at the corners of her eyes, laugh lines that suggested a life once filled with joy. "I'll go," she said, her eyes holding his, "but I'll return tomorrow." "Don't bother," he replied, closing the piano lid with finality. Isabelle smiled, a small, knowing curve of her lips. She reached into her handbag and withdrew a small object, which she placed deliberately on top of the piano, a metronome. "For when you're ready," she mouthed. After she left, Antoine stood for a long time staring at the metronome. Finally he picked it up and wound it, setting the pendulum in motion. He couldn't hear its tick, but he could feel its steady rhythm through his fingertips. For the first time in months, something stirred within him, a ghost of the musician he'd once been. He silenced it quickly, placing the metronome in a drawer. That night he dreamed not of war, but of a blue hat and eyes that matched the Paris sky. True to her word, Isabel returned the next day, and the next. Antoine refused to answer the door, but it didn't matter. She came through the music shop each time as though she belonged there. On the fourth day, he found her in the shop itself, running her fingers over the sheet music that still filled the shelves, the dust covers removed from the display violins. A phonograph she must have brought played something he couldn't hear, but he could feel vibrations travelling through the floorboards. "What are you doing?" he demanded, startling her. She turned, recovering quickly. "Cleaning," she mouthed. "This place deserves better." "It's closed," he said flatly. "Is it?" She gestured around. "The sign says, temporary closure. It's been 18 months. That's stretching the definition of temporary." Antoine felt anger rising, an emotion that at least was better than the numb detachment that had been his constant companion. "You know nothing about it," he said, his voice feeling raw in his throat. "I know your father built this place," she replied, her movements fluid as she continued to dust. "I know it was once the heart of musical Montmartre. I know you were playing Chopin etudes at 12 and composing your own pieces by 15. Research," he noted bitterly. "Céline has been thorough. Actually, I attended one of your performances, before the war, at the Salle Pleyel." Her hand stilled on the countertop. "You played Rachmaninoff. I'd never heard anything like it." Antoine looked away. "That person is gone." Isabel set down her dustcloth and walked to the phonograph. She adjusted something, and though he couldn't hear the music, he knew she'd increased the volume by the way the vibrations intensified through the floor. Then she began to dance. Not formal steps, nothing showy or technical, just a woman moving to music only she could hear. Her eyes closed, her arms extending, her body becoming the physical manifestation of whatever melody was playing. Antoine found himself unable to look away. It had been so long since he'd seen anyone moved by music, by anything at all. She opened her eyes, caught him watching, and smiled. Not with pity, but with invitation. She held out her hand. He shook his head, backing away. "I can't hear it," he said. "You don't need to," she mouthed, still holding out her hand. "Feel it." When he didn't move, she came to him instead. She took his hands and placed them on the old upright piano in the corner of the shop, the one his father had used for demonstrations, not the grand instrument upstairs. She guided his fingers to the keys, not pressing down, just resting there. Then she began to tap a rhythm against his wrist. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. A waltz. Antoine pulled his hands away as though burned. "Stop," he said harshly. Something flickered in her eyes. Not hurt, but recognition. "You think this is cruel," she said, her lips forming the words carefully. "It's not. It's an invitation back." "Back to what?" he demanded. "A world of silence where music is just memory." "Better than a world where music isn't even that," she countered, her eyes flashing. "Where you've locked it away along with everything else that once made you alive." He turned to leave, but she caught his arm, her grip surprisingly strong for someone so slight. "Tomorrow," she mouthed, "I'm bringing students. Young ones. They're going to dance in the alley behind the shop. If you want to watch from the window, no one will know but you." Then she released him and returned to the phonograph, her body once again becoming an instrument of expression as he retreated upstairs to his silent sanctuary. The next day, Antoine found himself standing at the back window of the apartment, watching as Isabel gathered a small group of children, no more than 8 or 9 years old, in the alley below. From this distance he couldn't read her lips, but he could see her animated gestures, the way the children responded with laughter and eager movements. She'd brought the phonograph outside. Though he couldn't hear the music, he found himself trying to deduce it from their movements, something lively and folk-inspired by the way they skipped and turned. One little girl, smaller than the rest, struggled to keep up. Antoine watched as Isabelle knelt beside her, demonstrating a simplified version of the steps. The child's face brightened, and she tried again with more success. Something twisted in Antoine's chest, an emotion he'd thought long buried beneath the rubble of war. He found himself remembering his father teaching him fingering techniques, patient and encouraging, even when he faltered. Later that afternoon, when Isabelle made her now customary entrance through the shop, Antoine was waiting for her. He didn't speak, just watched as she set down her bag and removed her hat. "They were orphans," she said finally, her lips forming the words carefully so he could read them. "From Saint Vincent's. Most lost their parents in the war." "Why dance?" he asked. "Why not something more practical?" "Because for an hour they forget," she replied simply. "They become something other than war orphans. They become artists." Antoine looked away, unwilling to acknowledge how deeply that sentiment resonated. "Sit down," he said abruptly, gesturing to the piano bench. When she complied, looking surprised, he lowered himself beside her. "My hearing is gone," he said, feeling the words form in his throat. "But my hands remember." He placed his fingers on the keys but didn't press down. "I can't hear what I'm playing. I could be striking wrong notes and never know it." "Then don't play for the sound," she said. Her face animated in a way that made him realize she must have been beautiful before grief had etched itself into her features. "Play for the feel." She took his right hand and guided it to middle C. "Close your eyes," she mouthed. "Remember how it feels. The resistance of the key, the action of the hammer, it's still there, even if you can't hear it." Antoine closed his eyes, focusing on the cool ivory beneath his fingertip, the perfect balance of resistance as he pressed down. He couldn't hear the note, but he could feel the key's movement, the minute vibration as the hammer struck the string. He opened his eyes to find Isabelle watching him, something complicated and vulnerable in her expression. "Your fiancé," he said suddenly. "Céline mentioned you lost someone." Pain flashed across her face, quickly controlled. "Henri," she replied. "Dunkirk. He was a dancer before he was a soldier." "Is that why you stopped performing?" Surprise registered in her eyes. "Your sister has been thorough," she said, echoing his earlier accusation. "No," he replied. "You move like someone who once lived on stage but chose to leave it." She looked down at their hands, still close together on the keyboard. "Yes," she admitted. "I teach now. I don't perform." "Why dance with the children, then?" "Because they need it," she said simply. "And perhaps because I do too." Antoine nodded, understanding more than he wanted to. They sat in silence. A silence that for the first time since his return from war didn't feel like an abyss, but rather a shared space between two people who recognized loss in each other. "Tomorrow," he said finally, "bring the metronome." A week later, rain pounded against the windows of the apartment, turning the afternoon sky prematurely dark. Antoine sat at the piano, the metronome ticking silently before him, its pendulum swinging in a rhythm he could see but not hear. Isabelle sat beside him on the bench, her shoulder occasionally brushing his as she demonstrated hand positions. They had progressed from single notes to scales, his muscle memory awakening under her guidance. Suddenly the lights flickered and went out. A power outage, not uncommon in post-war Paris, where the infrastructure was still being rebuilt. In the abrupt darkness, Antoine felt Isabelle tense beside him, then relax. "I'll find candles," she mouthed, though he could barely make out her lips in the dim light. She returned moments later with several candles she'd found in the kitchen, their warm glow creating a small circle of visibility around the piano. She placed them strategically on the music stand and along the top of the instrument. "Better?" she asked, resuming her place beside him. In the candlelight, with the rain creating patterns against the window panes, the apartment felt different. Not the mausoleum of his past, but something living and present. The metronome continued its steady swing, marking time in a visual rhythm. "Play with me," he said impulsively. Her eyebrows rose in surprise. "A duet? But you won't—" "Hear it," he finished for her. "Number, but I'll feel it. We'll play something simple, something I know by heart." She considered for a moment, then nodded. Mozart, the Sonata in C. He positioned his hands for the left-hand part, and she placed hers for the right. Without sound to coordinate them, they had only the metronome's silent swing and the pressure of their shoulders touching to maintain the tempo. Antoine began, feeling the familiar patterns of the opening bars flow from his memory into his fingers. Beside him, he could sense Isabelle playing her part, her body swaying slightly with the music he couldn't hear. They fumbled at first, losing synchronization. Antoine faltered, frustration building. But then Isabelle stopped, took his hand, and placed it flat against her sternum just below her collarbone. "Feel the tempo," she mouthed. Under his palm he could feel her heartbeat steady and strong. She nodded once, counted them in with her free hand, and they began again. This time, guided by the pulse of her heart and the visual rhythm of the metronome, they stayed together. Antoine closed his eyes, letting muscle memory guide his fingers while maintaining the connection to Isabelle's heartbeat. For the first time since the mortar blast, he felt truly connected to music again. Not through his ears, but through touch, through the shared rhythm of two people creating something together. When they finished, his hand still rested against her chest, her heartbeat now slightly quickened. In the candlelight her eyes were luminous, fixed on his face with an expression of wonder. "You laughed," she mouthed. Had he? He hadn't laughed in so long he'd forgotten the sensation, but there it was, a lightness in his chest, the ghost of a chuckle still vibrating in his throat. "The floor," he explained, tapping the worn wood beneath their feet. "I could feel the vibrations through the floorboards. The music was there." Something shifted between them in that moment, a barrier falling away. Antoine became acutely aware of the intimacy of their position, his hand still resting against her, feeling the rise and fall of her breathing. Slowly he withdrew his hand, but his fingertips remembered the rhythm of her heart, storing it away like a piece of music he would always carry with him. March 14th, 1947. Isabelle, I didn't know I could miss sound until I met you. Before, there was only absence, a blank space where music used to live. Now there is anticipation, as though my body is constantly preparing to hear something just beyond its reach. Today, when you played that Debussy piece, I watched your hands dance across the keys and remembered the sound so vividly, I almost convinced myself I could hear it. The way your fingers lingered on certain notes told me everything about how you were shaping the phrases. I wonder if you know that you conduct yourself when you play. Small movements of your head, the set of your shoulders telegraphing the structure of the piece. It's as though music flows through your entire being, not just your hands. I won't send this letter. I won't send any of them, but writing them has become its own kind of music, a conversation between myself and the memory of sound. Antoine set down his pen and closed the journal, a small leather-bound book Céline had given him when he'd first returned home. "For your thoughts," she'd said, "since you won't speak them." It had remained untouched until Isabelle's arrival in his life. Now it was filling with unsent letters, observations, fragments of compositions he could only hear in his memory. He tucked it into the drawer of his bedside table and walked to the window. Below, in the alleyway behind the shop, Isabelle was gathering her young students for their twice-weekly dance lesson. The spring sun caught the copper highlights in her dark hair as she demonstrated a step, her arms moving with the fluid grace that always captivated him. The smallest girl, Matilda he'd learned her name, was struggling again. Antoine watched as Isabelle knelt beside her, patient and encouraging. After a moment, Isabelle looked up, directly at his window, as though she'd sensed his gaze. She smiled and waved. Antoine raised his hand in acknowledgement, no longer pretending he wasn't watching. Later, when she came upstairs, she brought fresh bread and a small pot of honey, luxuries still hard to come by in post-war Paris. "The baker on Rue Lepic," she explained, setting them on the small kitchen table. "His son is one of my students. He pays me in bread." "You should take proper payment," Antoine said, even as he inhaled the scent of the still warm loaf. "You can't live on bread alone." "Says who?" she challenged, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "Anyway, I have other students who pay actual money." She cut 2 thick slices of bread and drizzled honey over them, passing one to Antoine. As they ate, he studied her face in the afternoon light. The fine lines at the corners of her eyes, the small scar near her left eyebrow, the way her lips curved naturally upward even in repose. "What?" she asked, catching his gaze. "There's a cafe," he said abruptly, "on Rue de Martyrs. They have jazz on Thursday nights." Surprise registered in her eyes. "Are you asking me to go out?" "With you?" "The bass player is good," he continued, ignoring the flutter of anxiety in his chest. "I can feel the vibrations even from outside. I thought perhaps—" "Yes," she said before he could finish. "I'd like that." Le Chat Noir was crowded when they arrived, cigarette smoke hanging in thick clouds beneath the low ceiling. Antoine hesitated at the entrance, suddenly overwhelmed by the press of bodies, the movement, the life pulsing around him. It had been so long since he'd been in a crowded public place. Isabelle's hand found his, fingers interlacing with quiet assurance. She led him through the throng to a small table near the front, where the band was setting up. A pianist, drummer, saxophonist, and the bass player Antoine had mentioned. As they sat, several heads turned in their direction. Antoine recognised the barely disguised curiosity in their glances. Word had spread through musical circles about his condition. The prodigy, silenced. The pianist, who couldn't hear. Isabelle, noting his discomfort, leaned forward. "They're looking because I'm with the most handsome man in the room," she mouthed, her eyes twinkling. Despite himself, Antoine felt a smile tug at his lips. "Liar," he replied, but his tension eased. The band began to play. He could tell by the way people's attention shifted, the way Isabelle's foot began to tap against the floor. He placed his hand flat on the table, feeling for vibrations. "Anything?" she asked. He shook his head, disappointment sharp in his throat. Without hesitation, Isabelle stood and moved her chair around the table until she was sitting directly beside him. She took his hand and placed it on the wooden floor. The effect was immediate. Through the floorboards he could feel the deep, resonant pulse of the bass, the rhythmic thump of the drums. Not the melody, that remained silent, but the backbone of the music, its heartbeat. Antoine closed his eyes, focusing on the vibrations travelling up through his fingertips, his palm, his wrist. He began to tap his free hand against his thigh, matching the rhythm. When he opened his eyes, Isabelle was watching him with a soft expression he couldn't quite read. They stayed like that through 2 sets. Antoine connected to the music through touch, occasionally glancing up to see Isabelle swaying slightly in her chair, her face animated with pleasure. During a break between songs, he became aware of a figure standing over their table. He looked up to see a tall, gaunt man with thinning hair and wire-rimmed glasses, Pierre Lemaitre, a music critic who had once championed Antoine's talent. "Fournier," the man said, his lips forming the name with exaggerated clarity. "I heard you were back. Didn't expect to see you in a jazz club." His gaze slid dismissively to Isabelle. "Monsieur Lemaitre," Antoine replied, keeping his expression neutral. "Still a shame about your situation," the critic continued, his eyes glinting with what might have been pity but felt more like malice. "Such promise. I have your recordings, you know. I listen to them sometimes and think about what might have been." Before Antoine could respond, Isabelle straightened in her chair. "And what do you know about what might be?" she asked, her expression fierce as she deliberately turned to include Antoine in the conversation. "Pardon?" Lemaitre seemed taken aback by her intervention. You speak of him in the past tense, Isabel continued, her movements sharp with anger, as though he's finished. Perhaps you should consider that what you hear isn't all there is to music, that what you see isn't all there is to a musician. Lemaitre's expression hardened. Mademoiselle, you clearly don't understand the realities of professional music. I understand that true artists don't limit themselves to what's been done before, she interrupted. They find new paths when old ones are blocked. She turned to Antoine, her eyes blazing. Shall we go? The next set won't be as good anyway. Without waiting for his response, she stood and extended her hand. After a moment of stunned silence, Antoine took it, rising to his feet beside her. As they walked out, her head held high beside him, he felt something long, dormant, stirring in his chest. Not just gratitude, but pride. Not in what he had been, but in what she believed he might still become. Outside, under the twinkling lights of Montmartre, she stopped and faced him. "I'm sorry," she said, her lips forming the words in the glow of the street lamp. "I shouldn't have spoken for you." "No one has defended me like that since before the war," he replied, his voice feeling rough in his throat. "Thank you." She looked away, suddenly vulnerable. "It wasn't just for you," she admitted. "It was for all of us who've had to find new ways after the war took the old ones." Antoine reached out, his fingers gently turning her face back toward his. In her eyes, he saw not pity but understanding, the recognition of someone who had also lost and rebuilt and lost again. Without conscious thought, he leaned forward and kissed her, tentatively at first, then with growing certainty as she responded, her hands coming to rest against his chest. He could feel her heart beat again, quickening beneath his palm, keeping time with his own. When they broke apart, her eyes were bright with unshed tears. "Antoine," she whispered, though he couldn't hear his name on her lips, only feel the vibration of it against his fingertips as they traced the curve of her jaw. "I know," he replied, answering the question she hadn't asked. "I know this is complicated. I know we are both still haunted, but tonight I felt music again, through the floor, through your eyes, through the way you see me as I could be, not as I was." She smiled, a tremulous thing that transformed her face, erasing years of grief in an instant. "Then shall we continue the lesson?" she asked, her eyes twinkling with mischief. "Lesson?" "In feeling music," she replied, taking his hand and placing it over her heart once more. "I believe we were just getting to the interesting parts." They walked back to the apartment hand in hand, the rhythms of Paris pulsing beneath their feet, creating a melody only they could feel. Antoine woke alone, the morning sunlight streaming through curtains he'd forgotten to close. For a moment he lay still, remembering the night before, Isabel's skin warm beneath his hands, the way her body had created rhythms his could follow, the silent symphony they'd composed together. He reached for her, but the space beside him was empty. On the pillow where her head had rested lay a single sheet of paper, folded once. He opened it with suddenly clumsy fingers. A. Had to leave early. Stay in bed. Rest. You deserve it. Minus I, simple and practical, like Isabel herself. Yet Antoine felt a strange hollowness in his chest as he stared at the few lines. Had he misunderstood last night? Had it meant less to her than it had to him? He dressed slowly, his body pleasantly sore from unfamiliar exertions. When was the last time he'd held someone? Before the war, certainly. Before the silence. Wandering into the living room, he found more evidence of her hasty departure. Her hairpin on the sideboard, her scent lingering in the air. But something else was different too. The apartment felt lighter somehow. The dust was gone from the surfaces, the curtains pulled back to admit the spring sunshine, the piano lid raised to reveal the keys. Antoine ran his fingertips over the ivory, pressing down gently to feel the action of the hammers. Since working with Isabel, he'd regained enough confidence to play simple pieces without hearing them, trusting his memory and the feel of the instrument. He made his way downstairs to the shop, intending to wait for her regular afternoon visit. But as he reached the bottom of the stairs, he stopped short. The door to the shop, the street entrance that had remained shuttered since his father's death, stood ajar. Light spilled through the opening, illuminating the dust motes in the air. Antoine approached cautiously, pushing the door wider. The shop looked exactly as he'd left it after Isabel's last cleaning session. The shelves of sheet music neatly arranged, the display violins gleaming softly in their cases, the old upright piano in the corner with its yellowed keys exposed. On the counter lay another note folded into a small square. He opened it with a sense of foreboding. "Don't stop playing." 3 words in Isabel's flowing hand. Not "I'll be back" or "wait for me" or any of the reassurances he suddenly realised he'd been craving. Just an admonition to continue what she'd started. As the truth dawned on him that Isabel had left, truly left, Antoine felt the silence closing in again, threatening to swallow him as it had in those first dark months after the hospital. He crumpled the note in his fist, anger flaring hot and bright, then just as quickly subsiding into a dull ache. Why should he have expected anything different? People left. They died in war. They died in peace. His father, his comrades, and now Isabel, not dead but gone all the same. He was about to retreat back upstairs when a movement outside the shop caught his eye. A small face pressed against the glass of the front window, hands cupped around eyes to see inside. One of Isabel's dance students, the little one, Matilda. The child's eyes widened when she saw him looking back. Instead of running away, she waved, a hopeful gesture that pierced through his gloom. After a moment's hesitation, Antoine walked to the door and opened it fully. Mathilde stood on the sidewalk, her thin frame swamped by a coat several sizes too large, clearly a hand-me-down. Behind her stood 2 other children from the dance class, looking uncertain. "Mademoiselle Bonnet said you might teach us," the girl said, her lips forming the words carefully as Isabel must have instructed her. "About music." Antoine stared at her, uncomprehending. "Isabel told you to come here?" Matilda nodded vigorously. "Before she left for New York, she said you could show us how to feel the music even if we couldn't hear it well, like you do." New York. The words hit Antoine like a physical blow. So that was where she'd gone, across an ocean, to a new life, a new start. And she'd sent her students to him as what? A parting gift. A responsibility to keep him from slipping back into isolation. The children continued to stare up at him, hope warring with uncertainty in their young faces. Antoine looked past them to the street beyond, Montmartre waking up, vendors setting up stalls, shopkeepers sweeping sidewalks, life continuing as it had since the war ended, with or without his participation. "Come in," he heard himself say, stepping back to allow them entry. "We'll start with scales." 3 months later, Antoine stood in the back room of Fournier Fils, making final adjustments to a violin bridge for one of his new students. The shop had officially reopened 6 weeks ago, though with a changed purpose. Instead of simply selling instruments and sheet music as his father had done, Antoine now offered lessons in what he called tactile music, teaching techniques that emphasized feeling the vibrations and rhythms rather than relying solely on hearing. To his surprise, students had come, not just Isabel's orphans but others who'd heard about his methods, children with partial hearing loss, veterans with injuries similar to his own, elderly patrons whose hearing had faded with age. The bell above the shop door vibrated, sending a subtle tremor through the floorboards that Antoine had learned to recognise as a customer entering. He set down his tools and moved to the front of the shop. Céline stood there, elegant in a navy blue suit, her expression unreadable. Since the reopening of the shop, their relationship had improved, the wall of anger and resentment between them gradually dismantling. "You look well," she said, her lips forming the words carefully. Antoine nodded. Business is good. And you, the children? Happy, noisy. She smiled. Pierre asked after you. He'd like to visit his uncle. Bring him, Antoine replied, surprised by how much he meant it. His young nephew had shown a talent for music before Antoine's departure for war. Perhaps he'd like lessons. Céline looked around the shop, taking in the changes, the rearranged displays, the area now cleared for group lessons, the visual metronomes Antoine had designed for students who couldn't hear traditional ones. You've done something remarkable here, she said, a hint of pride in her eyes. Antoine shrugged, uncomfortable with praise. It's just adaptation. It's more than that. She hesitated, then reached into her handbag and withdrew an envelope. This came for you, from the conservatoire. Antoine stared at the envelope bearing the official seal of the institution where he'd once studied, where he'd given his first solo recital at 16. He hadn't had contact with anyone there since before the war. What do they want? He asked, reluctant to take the envelope. Read it, Céline said, pressing it into his hands. Later, after she'd left, Antoine sat at the upright piano in the corner of the shop, the opened letter spread before him. The Conservatoire was organising a special concert series titled Triumph Over Adversity, featuring musicians who had overcome significant obstacles. They had invited Antoine to perform. His first instinct was to refuse. The thought of sitting before an audience playing music he couldn't hear, exposed to pity and judgment, it was unthinkable. But then he remembered Isabelle's words. Don't stop playing. She'd been gone for 3 months without a word. The ache of her absence had dulled to a persistent throb, like an old wound that pains you when rain is coming. He'd thrown himself into the work of rebuilding the shop, developing his teaching methods, trying not to think about where she might be or whether she ever thought of him. Yet everything he'd accomplished had begun with her. Her stubborn refusal to let him retreat from life, her innovative approaches to feeling music rather than hearing it, her belief that what remained was just as valuable as what was lost. Antoine's fingers moved to the keys, finding the opening notes of a piece he'd been working on. Something new, composed in the silent language he now inhabited. It was meant for dancers, with strong rhythms that could be felt through the floor, dramatic dynamic shifts that could be seen in the tension of the performer's body. He'd been composing it for Isabelle, though he'd never admit that to anyone. A way of continuing their conversation across an ocean, even if she would never hear it. Making his decision, Antoine reached for paper and pen to compose his reply to the Conservatoire. He would perform, not as he once had, but as he was now. Not despite his silence, but through it. The Salle Pleyel hummed with anticipation. Antoine could feel the vibrations of hundreds of bodies shifting in seats, the subtle tremors of whispered conversations he couldn't hear. Backstage, he adjusted the specially designed pads he'd had installed under the piano pedals, which would translate the vibrations of the strings more directly to his feet. A stagehand approached, gesturing that it was time. Antoine nodded, straightening his tie one last time before following the man onto the stage. The grand piano waited at centre stage, gleaming under the lights. Beside it stood something new, a row of dancers poised in starting positions. Part of Antoine's innovation for this performance was the addition of dancers who would interpret the music visually, allowing him to follow their movements and adjust his playing accordingly. They would be his ears, reflecting the sound back to him through their bodies. As he took his seat at the piano, Antoine scanned the audience out of habit, though he recognised no one in the sea of faces. Then his gaze caught on something, a flash of blue in the third row, a hat the colour of the Paris sky. His heart stuttered in his chest. It couldn't be. But there she was, straight-backed and serious, her eyes fixed on him with an intensity he could feel across the distance. Isabelle. She hadn't warned him she was coming, hadn't written, had simply appeared, as though conjured by the music he'd created for her. A gentle touch on his shoulder reminded him where he was. The lead dancer was signalling they were ready. Antoine tore his gaze from Isabel and positioned his hands over the keys. He began to play the piece he had composed in the months of her absence, a composition that traced their story from silence to connection. As his fingers moved across the keys, the dancers began to respond, their bodies becoming the physical manifestation of sounds he could only remember. Antoine felt the vibrations through the specially designed platform beneath the piano, through the pedals under his feet, through the keys beneath his fingers. But most of all, he watched the dancers, reading the music in their movements, adjusting his touch based on their responses. It was unlike any performance he'd ever given. Before the war, he had played from a place of technical brilliance and emotional interpretation. Now he played from a place of pure connection, his body in constant dialogue with the dancers, with the instrument, with the vibrations flowing between them. As the piece reached its crescendo, Antoine risked another glance at the audience. Isabel sat motionless, tears streaming unchecked down her face, her eyes never leaving him. In that moment he understood with perfect clarity that this performance was not about what had been lost, but about what had been found, a new language of music that transcended sound itself. When the final notes faded, visible only in the gradual stillness of the dancers' bodies, there was a moment of complete silence that even Antoine could sense. Then the audience rose to its feet in what must have been thunderous applause, though he could hear nothing but the pounding of his own heart. The dancers surrounded him, their faces alight with the exhilaration of what they'd created together. Antoine accepted their embraces, their signs of congratulation, but his eyes sought only one person. There, moving against the tide of the audience, making her way not toward the exit but toward the side of the stage, Isabel. Antoine excused himself from the dancers and moved to the edge of the stage where a small set of steps led down to the audience level. She was waiting there, still wearing that blue hat, her face bearing the traces of tears but her eyes shining with something he hadn't seen in them before, a joy unmarred by shadows. Neither of them spoke at first. What was there to say after months of silence, after the performance that had just transpired? Instead, Isabel raised her hands and began to sign, a skill she must have learned during her absence. Beautiful, her hand said, the gesture flowing like music itself. Antoine had been learning sign language too, incorporating it into his teaching methods at the shop. His fingers formed a reply, clumsy compared to her grace but clear enough. "Why did you leave?" Isabel's eyes clouded briefly. She signed again, her movements precise. "I was afraid of what I felt, of what it meant." "And now?" he asked, both with his hands and his expression. She stepped closer, close enough that he could feel the warmth of her, could see the subtle movements of her breathing, the pulse at the base of her throat. "Now I know," she signed, "that the only rhythm I want is yours." Antoine reached for her then, his composer's hands framing her face with tender precision. When he kissed her, it was like the resolution of a complex piece of music, every note falling into perfect harmony, every tension finding its release. Around them, the audience continued to mill about. The dancers celebrated backstage. The great hall of the conservatoire hummed with life and conversation. But for Antoine and Isabel, there was only the silent symphony of their reunion, played out in touch and gesture, and the shared language they had created together. 5 years later. The small courtyard behind Fournier-Effys buzzed with activity as children of all ages gathered for the end-of-term recital. What had begun as Antoine's modest teaching practice had blossomed into the Fournier Institute for Tactile Arts, a school dedicated to teaching music and dance to students with hearing impairments and other challenges. Antoine stood in the doorway of the newly expanded building, watching as parents and students found their places in the seats arranged around the performance area. In the centre stood a specially designed platform that amplified vibrations, allowing the students to feel the rhythms through their feet as they performed. "The Bertrand family is here," a voice signed beside him. Antoine turned to see Isabelle, elegant in a simple blue dress, with her hair that caught the afternoon light. "Their daughter is nervous." Antoine nodded. "I'll speak with her." He made his way through the crowd to where 9-year-old Sophie Bertrand stood clutching her violin, her face pale with anxiety. Like Antoine, she had lost her hearing, though in her case it had been from birth rather than war. Kneeling before her, Antoine signed, "Nervous." The girl nodded, her grip on the violin tightening. "Do you remember what we practiced?" he asked, his movements gentle and encouraging. Sophie nodded again. "Close your eyes," he instructed. "Feel the violin against your collarbone. Remember how each note vibrates differently. The music is in your hands, not your ears." The girl closed her eyes, positioning the violin properly. Her bow hand steadied, and a look of concentration replaced the fear on her face. Antoine smiled, giving her shoulder a reassuring squeeze before returning to Isabelle's side. "She'll be fine," he signed. "She has excellent instincts." Isabelle slipped her arm through his, her body warm against his side. "Like her teacher," she replied, both in sign and with her lips, knowing he could read either. The years since their reunion at the conservatoire had brought changes neither could have imagined that night in the jazz club. After Antoine's groundbreaking performance, offers had come to teach, to compose, to develop his methods further. With Isabelle by his side, he had chosen to focus on building the institute, creating a place where those who experienced music differently could find community and expression. They had married quietly in the small church near the orphanage where Isabelle had first taught her dance students. Matilda, no longer the smallest or most hesitant of the orphans, had been their witness, along with Céline and her family. As the recital began, Antoine took his seat beside Isabelle in the front row. The first performers were the younger students, playing simple pieces on adapted instruments. Through the vibrating platform, Antoine could feel the rhythms of their music, sometimes faltering, sometimes surprisingly precise, always earnest. When Sophie's turn came, the girl walked to the centre of the platform with newfound confidence. She positioned her violin, closed her eyes as Antoine had instructed, and began to play. Through the floor, Antoine felt the clean, pure vibrations of her notes, a Bach minuet, executed with technical precision that belied her years. Isabelle's hand found his, their fingers intertwining as they had countless times over the years. In her touch, he felt pride and love and the quiet understanding that had grown between them, a communication more profound than words or even music. The recital continued through the afternoon, soloists, duets, and finally the ensemble pieces that brought all the students together. For the finale, Isabelle's dance students joined the musicians, creating a performance that combined sound, vibration, and movement in a seamless whole. As the last piece concluded, the courtyard erupted in a combination of applause and the visual applause used at the Institute. Hands raised and shaken in the air, a silent celebration visible to all. Antoine stood to address the gathering, his hands forming signs as he spoke for those who could read lips. "Music finds a way," he told them, his voice clear and steady after years of practice speaking without being able to hear himself. "It adapts, it transforms, it discovers new paths, just as we have." His eyes found Isabelle's in the crowd, and something passed between them, the acknowledgement of how far they had come from that first confrontation in his dusty apartment. After the recital, as parents and students mingled in the courtyard enjoying refreshments, Antoine slipped away to the original shop building, now converted into his private studio. The afternoon light slanted through the tall windows, illuminating the grand piano that stood in the centre, the same instrument that had once seemed like a coffin to him, now restored and modified with his vibration technology. He sat at the keys, playing a few notes of the composition he was currently working on, a piece commissioned by the National Ballet for their upcoming season. As his fingers moved across the keyboard, he felt the familiar vibrations, different for each note, a language his body now read as fluently as his ears once had. A presence behind him, Isabel, her footsteps sending subtle vibrations through the floorboards that he recognized immediately. She placed her hands on his shoulders, a gentle pressure that spoke volumes. "They're asking for you," she signed as he turned to face her. "The parents want to thank you." Antoine nodded but made no move to rise. Instead, he pulled her down to sit beside him on the bench, his hand finding hers with practiced ease. "Do you ever regret it?" he asked, both with voice and sign. "Staying in Paris instead of going to New York? Building this place instead of returning to the stage?" It was a question he rarely asked, though it occasionally haunted him in quiet moments. Isabel had been offered a position with a prestigious dance company in New York, the opportunity that had taken her away briefly all those years ago. She'd returned to him, choosing their shared vision over what might have been a brilliant career revival. Isabel's response was immediate, her hands forming the signs with elegant certainty. "Not for a moment," she replied. "This is where the music is." She took his hand and placed it over her heart, an echo of that first tentative duet they had played by candlelight during the power outage. Under his palm, her heartbeat was strong and steady, the first rhythm he'd relearned after losing his hearing, the tempo that had guided him back to life. "Besides," she continued, a mischievous light entering her eyes, "who else would understand why I insist on dancing in the rain at midnight? Or why I need to feel the bass so strongly it makes the windows rattle? You've ruined me for normal men, Antoine Fournier." He laughed, the sound vibrating in his chest though he couldn't hear it. "And you've ruined me for solitude," he replied, leaning forward to rest his forehead against hers. A fair exchange. Through the windows they could see the courtyard where their students continued to celebrate, where the community they had built together flourished in the late afternoon light. Young Sophie was demonstrating something to a group of younger children, her earlier nervousness completely forgotten as she moved with the confidence of someone who had found her place in the world. "We should go back," Isabel signed, though she made no move to leave the bench. "In a moment," Antoine replied, his fingers finding the keys once more. "I want to show you something first." He began to play, not one of his compositions for the ballet or a piece for his students, but something more intimate, a lullaby, simple and tender, with a gently rocking rhythm that could be felt as much as heard. Isabel watched his hands move across the keys, her expression softening as understanding dawned. They had been trying for a child for nearly a year now, hoping to expand their family beyond the students who filled their days. "Are you sure?" he signed, his hands briefly leaving the keys. In answer, she took his hand and placed it against her abdomen, holding it there with both of her own. Beneath his palm, too faint to feel yet but present all the same, was the promise of a new heartbeat, a new rhythm to learn. Antoine's eyes filled with tears, not of the grief that had once defined him, but of a joy so profound it didn't need sound to express itself. He drew Isabel into his arms, holding her with the reverence of someone who knows exactly what it means to lose and lose and find again. Outside, their students continued to celebrate. Inside, in the warm silence of the studio, Antoine and Isabel began the newest movement of their ongoing composition, a piece that had begun in shadow and silence but had found its way, note by note and touch by touch, into something neither of them could have imagined alone. For Antoine, who had once believed that life without music was no life at all, the greatest revelation had been discovering that music existed beyond sound, in the rhythm of shared breaths, in the pressure of interlaced fingers, in the silent language of two hearts beating in counterpoint. Even in silence, he whispered against Isabel's hair, feeling the words in his throat as she felt them against her skin. You taught me to hear love. And in the quiet studio filled with afternoon light, that was all the music they needed. The end. Petals in the Mist, a Highland romance. Clara Winthrop pressed her forehead against the cool glass of the train window, watching as Edinburgh's familiar spires gave way to rolling countryside. The letter announcing her apprenticeship still crinkled in her pocket, a sound both triumphant and terrifying. She had beaten 23 male candidates for this position, a fact her professors had conveyed with thinly veiled disapproval. Most peculiar choice, Dean Rothwell had sniffed, but Dr. Moorcroft specifically requested someone with expertise in alpine flora. Your thesis on Highland orchid variations was adequate. Clara's fingers traced the embossed university seal on the envelope. Adequate. The culmination of 4 years' work, 3 expeditions funded from her modest inheritance, and countless hours hunched over specimens while her contemporaries attended balls and secured marriage proposals. Adequate. The rain intensified as the train pushed northward, washing the landscape into watercolour smudges of green and grey. She would be the first woman to study under Dr. Sidwell Moorcroft, or rather, what remained of him. Once the Royal Society's most celebrated naturalist, his name now circulated in hushed tones through university corridors. Brilliant mind, her botany professor had murmured, until the accident. No one spoke directly of what had happened on the North Ridge 5 years ago, but everyone knew. An expedition gone wrong. A fiancé lost to a sudden rock slide. A man who returned down the mountain alone, his hair turned prematurely grey. His celebrated monograph on Highland flora left unfinished. The village of Dunbray materialised through the mist like an apparition. Stone cottages huddled against the elements, smoke curling from chimneys into a sky heavy with unshed rain. As Clara descended to the platform, trunk in hand, she noted how the station master averted his eyes upon hearing her destination. Blackmore Cottage, he repeated. Dr. Moorcroft's place. His Scottish brogue thickened with discomfort. It's a fair walk, through the wood and up past the old kirk. But miss, the weather's turning fierce. Perhaps the inn. I'm expected, Clara said firmly, though rain was already seeping through her woolen cloak. The path to Blackmore Cottage narrowed as it climbed, mud clinging to her boots with each step. The mist thickened around her, transforming familiar objects, a fallen log, a jutting stone, into crouching spectres. When the cottage finally appeared, it seemed to have grown organically from the hillside itself, its stone walls wrapped in climbing vines, windows glowing amber against the gathering dusk. Clara's knock echoed with unintended force. Seconds stretched into minutes before the door swung open, revealing a tall figure backlit by firelight. "You're late." The voice was rough from disuse, the Scottish accent less pronounced than she had expected. The North Road was quicker. "I took the train to Dunbray," Clara explained, water dripping from her hat brim. Sidwell Moorcroft stepped into the light, and Clara struggled to reconcile this man with the portrait that hung in Edinburgh's Natural History Museum. That Moorcroft had possessed keen eyes and an expression of energetic inquiry. This one's face was weathered, the once dark hair now streaked with silver, deep lines bracketing a mouth that seemed permanently set in disapproval. Only the eyes remained the same, sharp, intelligent, the colour of Highland whisky. "Miss Winthrop." Not a question but an assessment. "You're younger than I anticipated." "I'm 24, she replied, lifting her chin, "and I've spent 3 seasons doing fieldwork in conditions far more challenging than these." Something flickered across his features, surprise perhaps, or reluctant respect. He stepped aside. 3 rules, he said as she crossed the threshold. You'll work from dawn until I dismiss you. You'll ask no questions about anything not directly related to the research, and under no circumstances are you to venture to the North Ridge. His gaze bore into hers. Break any of these and you'll be on the next train to Edinburgh. The cottage interior was unexpected. Not the chaotic den of a recluse, but a meticulously organised workspace. Botanical specimens lined shelves in labelled jars. Maps covered one wall, dotted with coloured pins marking collection sites. A drafting table stood by the window, illuminated by carefully positioned oil lamps. Your quarters are through there. He nodded toward a narrow door. We begin at first light. That night, lying on a narrow bed beneath scratchy blankets, Clara listened to the rain battering the roof tiles and her new mentor's footsteps pacing the floorboards overhead. She had expected eccentricity, perhaps even the rumoured madness. What she hadn't anticipated was the hollow echo of loss that seemed to permeate Blackmore Cottage, a presence as tangible as the mist that clung to the Highland peaks. Sleep eluded her until dawn's first tentative light filtered through her window. She rose, splashed cold water on her face, and pinned her hair severely back. Whatever haunted Sidwell Moorcroft was of no consequence. She had come for knowledge, not to heal a broken man. Clara straightened her spine and stepped into the first day of her apprenticeship, unaware that the mist outside was already beginning to shift. By the 3rd week of her apprenticeship, Clara had developed calluses where her skin had once been soft. Her hands bore the marks of honest work. Tiny cuts from specimen collection, green stains from plant pigments, broken nails that she no longer bothered to file. Each morning began before sunrise, each evening ended long after dark. She catalogued samples, transcribed Moorcroft's terse observations, and gradually mapped the contours of his brilliance. And brilliant he was, though in a way utterly unlike her university professors. Moorcroft's knowledge wasn't compartmentalised into neat academic categories, but flowed organically between disciplines. He understood botany not as isolated specimens but as conversation, plants in dialogue with soil, light, water, and the creatures that depended upon them. "These aren't your textbook orchids," he told her one misty morning as they knelt beside a cluster of pale blooms, half hidden beneath a rocky outcropping. Edinburgh botanists classify by appearances, but these Highlands, they forge something different. Clara leaned closer, noting how the orchid's labellum curved uniquely against the wind. "Adaptation," she murmured. "Precisely." Something in his voice made her look up. For a fleeting moment, enthusiasm had replaced the customary reserve in his expression. "They've learned to turn adversity to advantage." Days flowed into one another, punctuated by discoveries that Clara carefully recorded in her journal. The cottage ceased to feel oppressive as she learned its rhythms, when the light fell best upon the examination table, which floorboard creaked underfoot, how to stoke the peat fire to maintain even heat through the night. Moorcroft himself remained an enigma, though a gradually less forbidding one. He spoke rarely of personal matters, but his passion for the work animated his features when he thought she wasn't looking. Occasionally she caught him watching her with an expression she couldn't decipher, not disapproval, but something more complex. One evening, as driving rain prevented their usual field work, Clara noticed a supply trunk she hadn't explored, half hidden beneath specimens awaiting classification. While Moorcroft prepared their evening meal, always simple, always precisely timed, she lifted the lid. Inside lay field equipment, notebooks, and a leather-bound journal secured with a small brass lock. The journal's spine was worn in the way of a frequently handled book. Clara's fingers had just brushed its cover when a shadow fell across her. "That trunk is not part of your work area." Moorcroft's voice was quiet but laced with an intensity that made her start. "I apologise," Clara said, rising quickly. "I was looking for additional specimen boxes." "There are none." He closed the trunk with decisive force, the sound echoing in the sudden silence. When he turned back, his expression had closed like a door against winter. "We'll resume at first light, weather permitting." That night a storm of unusual violence swept across the Highlands. Clara lay awake, listening to the wind's keening, a sound so human it raised gooseflesh on her arms. Near midnight, a crash from the main room brought her hurrying from bed. Moorcroft stood amid broken glass, rain pouring through the window that had blown open. Blood trickled from a cut on his forearm where glass had struck him. Without thinking, Clara grabbed a clean cloth and pressed it to the wound. "You should have called for help. I'm accustomed to managing alone." Despite his words, he didn't pull away. As Clara bound his arm, she noticed a map that had fallen from the wall, one she hadn't been permitted to examine before. It detailed the North Ridge, with annotations in an elegant hand that was not Moorcroft's. "Margaret's notes," he said unexpectedly, following her gaze. She had a gift for topography. It was the first time he had spoken his late fiancée's name aloud. The following day dawned clear but treacherous. Snowmelt had swollen streams, making their planned route impassable. Moorcroft redirected them to higher ground, a longer journey across unfamiliar terrain. By mid-afternoon, clouds gathered again. "We should turn back," Clara suggested, eyeing the darkening sky. "There's a bothy beyond that rise," Moorcroft replied. "We can shelter there." The stone hut appeared just as the first fat raindrops fell. Inside was spare but dry, a wooden platform for sleeping, a small hearth, shelves stocked with basic provisions by some previous occupant. As Moorcroft built a fire, Clara arranged their specimens, ensuring none would be damaged by the night's dampness. The storm settled in, pressing them into a proximity neither had anticipated. They shared a sparse meal, supplemented by a flask of whiskey that Moorcroft produced from his pack. The spirit burned Clara's throat but warmed her blood as darkness consumed the Highlands around their fragile shelter. "You've surprised me, Miss Winthrop," Moorcroft said after a long silence, the firelight casting his face in amber and shadow. "How so?" "Your commitment to the work. Most would have departed after the first week." Clara smiled faintly. Most haven't spent their lives being told what they cannot do. Something shifted in his expression. A familiar sentiment. The whiskey and firelight loosened what weeks of proximity could not. Moorcroft spoke of his childhood in Aberdeen, his early fascination with the hidden life of plants. Clara described her battles at university, her determination to claim a place in a field that resisted her presence. "And what of after this apprenticeship?" he asked. "What does Miss Clara Winthrop envision for her future?" The question caught her off guard. In truth, she had focused so intently on securing this position that she had scarcely considered what would follow. "I hope to publish," she said finally, "to contribute something meaningful to the field." A worthy ambition, his voice had softened. Margaret had similar aspirations. The name hung between them, no longer forbidden but delicate as the orchid petals they had collected that morning. She was a botanist as well, a naturalist with broader interests, birds primarily. His gaze fixed on the dancing flames. "We were cataloguing seasonal migration patterns when the accident occurred." Clara waited, sensing there was more he needed to say. "I told her the route was unsafe after the thaw." His voice had dropped so low she had to lean forward to hear it. "But Margaret never feared heights the way I did. She called me overcautious." A bitter smile touched his lips. "Her last words to me were, 'The view will be worth it, Sid.'" "And was it?" Clara asked softly. His eyes, when they met hers, contained a grief so raw it stole her breath. "I never saw it. I was checking our equipment when the ridge gave way." Later, as the fire burned down to embers and Moorcroft slept fitfully on his side of the bothy, Clara watched shadows play across the weather-worn ceiling. She'd come to these highlands expecting to expand her scientific knowledge. She hadn't expected to witness a heart struggling to beat again beneath the weight of such sorrow, nor to feel her own responding with unexpected warmth. Outside, the storm raged on, but within the stone walls of the bothy, something fragile had taken root. April arrived with a suddenness that transformed the highlands. Patches of snow retreated up the mountainsides like a tide going out, revealing tender green growth beneath. Each morning brought new blooms, first snowdrops, then bluebells carpeting the forest floor in swathes of delicate colour. The air itself changed, carrying scents of damp earth and growth instead of winter's crystalline stillness. Clara felt herself changing too. Her stride was surer on the uneven highland paths, her eye quicker to spot the subtle signs of ecological relationships that Moorcroft had taught her to recognise. Most noticeably, she had stopped counting days until her return to Edinburgh. The thought of city life, of stuffy lecture halls and sceptical colleagues, seemed increasingly remote. Their working relationship had evolved since that night in the bothy. Moorcroft no longer treated her as a mere assistant, but as a collaborator whose observations he valued. They spent evenings discussing their findings, sometimes disagreeing, but always with mutual respect that Clara had never experienced with her university professors. The migration patterns have shifted, Moorcroft noted one evening as they reviewed their field journals by lamplight. The cranes are nesting a full fortnight earlier than in my previous records. Clara compared her sketches with his earlier ones. The early thaw may have accelerated the entire seasonal cycle. Look at the orchid progression. They're following suit. He nodded, expression thoughtful. We should document this thoroughly. Climate fluctuations could be altering highland ecosystems in ways we've only begun to understand. If the pattern continues, Clara ventured, wouldn't that suggest we might see blooms on the North Ridge earlier than usual? Your notes from 5 years ago mentioned a rare variant there, spirally leaved ladies' tresses with distinctive purple markings. She had broached the forbidden subject without thinking. Moorcroft's shoulders tensed, but instead of the sharp rebuke she expected, he simply closed his journal. Perhaps, he said finally, but that's not part of our current research. The following morning, Clara rose before dawn and slipped out alone. She had no intention of disobeying Moorcroft's prohibition against the North Ridge, but she hoped to collect specimens from the eastern slopes that might support their climate variation theory. The highland mist clung to her skirts as she climbed, notebook tucked securely in her pocket. She'd grown to love these quiet moments, the world emerging from darkness, birds stirring in the heather, her breath visible in the cool morning air. Near a stream crossing, movement caught her eye, not animal, but human. Moorcroft stood upstream, motionless as he watched the waters flow. He seemed unaware of her presence, his posture more relaxed than she had ever seen it. Clara hesitated, not wishing to intrude on his solitude. As she began to retreat, her foot dislodged a stone. Moorcroft turned, unsurprised. "You're developing a naturalist's gait," he observed, "quieter each day." "Not quiet enough, it seems." She approached, noting an open sketchbook in his hands. "May I?" After a moment's hesitation, he offered it to her. The page showed not botanical illustrations, but a landscape, the North Ridge captured in fine detail, morning light breaking through clouds to illuminate a slope thick with flowers. "It's beautiful," she said truthfully, "Margaret's favourite view." His voice held none of its usual guardedness. This time of year, the entire ridge would come alive with colour. Clara returned the sketchbook, choosing her next words with care. "In my experience, documenting beauty can be an act of preservation when the subject itself is lost to us." His gaze, when it met hers, contained an unfamiliar vulnerability. "Some subjects resist documentation, Miss Winthrop." "Clara," she corrected gently, "after 3 months in close quarters, I believe we've earned the right to first names, Doctor. Moorcroft." A faint smile touched his lips. Sidwell, then, though most called me Sid before. He didn't finish the thought. They walked back to the cottage in companionable silence. Throughout the day, Clara felt something had shifted between them, a wall breached, if not yet fallen. That evening, as rain drummed against the cottage roof, Sidwell surprised her by producing a bottle of wine with their simple supper. To mark the season's turning, he explained, pouring 2 glasses. The wine was good, better than she expected, and loosened something in their conversation. They spoke of their childhoods, his as the curious son of a shipbuilder, hers as a girl who preferred gardens to drawing rooms. He described his first expedition to the Arctic Circle. She recounted the scandal when she'd climbed a university building to collect roof-nesting falcon feathers. "What would you study," he asked, "if academic constraints were removed? If you could pursue any line of inquiry?" Clara considered the question seriously. "I believe plants and human emotion share connective threads we've barely begun to understand. Folk medicine hints at it, but I'd approach it systematically. How certain flora affect mood, memory, even perception." "An intersection of botany and psychology," Sidwell observed. "Ambitious. And likely to be dismissed as women's fancy rather than serious science," she added with a wry smile. "The most important discoveries often begin as ideas others dismiss." His eyes held hers across the table. "Don't let their limitations become yours." The following week brought what local shepherds called false summer, days of unexpected warmth that coaxed Highland flora into explosive growth. During their daily expedition, Sidwell led them higher than usual, following a stream's course upward through increasingly rocky terrain. Clara realised with a start that they were approaching the boundary of the North Ridge. Sidwell's pace had slowed, his expression growing more contained with each step. "We can turn back," she offered quietly. He shook his head. "There's something you should see." They crested a rise, and the valley beyond took Clara's breath away. Blankets of white and purple flowers covered the lower slopes of the North Ridge, swaying gently in the Highland breeze. Among them grew the rare orchid variant she had only read about, spirally leaved ladies' tresses with distinctive violet markings on their labella. "They've never bloomed this early," Sidwell said, his voice thick with emotion. "Not in all my years of record-keeping." Clara understood the significance immediately. These were the flowers that had been in bloom the day Margaret died, the specimens they had climbed to document. That they had emerged weeks ahead of their usual cycle was both scientifically significant and deeply personal. "Would you—" Sidwell cleared his throat. "Would you sketch them? My hand isn't as steady for detail work these days." Clara nodded, already reaching for her notebook. They worked in silence, she capturing the orchid's delicate structure in careful lines, he making broader notes about conditions and distribution patterns. As the afternoon light began to soften, Clara glanced up to find Sidwell some distance away, standing at the edge of a steep drop. His posture spoke of grief, but not the paralysing kind she had glimpsed in earlier months. This was grief acknowledging itself in the open air. She approached slowly, giving him time to compose himself if he wished. When she reached his side, she saw tears tracking silently down his weathered face. "She would have loved this," he said simply. "Yes," Clara agreed, though she had never known Margaret. "I believe she would." The moment expanded between them, fragile, potent. When Sidwell turned to her, his expression held something she hadn't seen before. Not just grief or scientific passion, but a question. His fingers, roughened by years of field work, brushed a strand of hair from her face with surprising gentleness. Clara felt her breath catch, her pulse quickening like a startled bird's. Around them, the Highland air filled with the subtle perfume of thousands of blooms, life asserting itself in the very place where death had once claimed dominion. When Sidwell's lips met hers, it felt not like a beginning, but like a continuation. another natural process unfolding according to its own organic timing. Later, as they descended in the gathering dusk, Clara knew something fundamental had changed. The kiss remained unspoken between them, but its echo resonated in every glance, every careful movement of their bodies as they navigated the rugged terrain together. The cottage, when they reached it, no longer felt like a workshop but a threshold to some new territory neither had anticipated mapping when spring began. Word of their Northridge expedition travelled through Dunbury with the efficiency of all small village news. By week's end, Clara noticed changed expressions when she collected supplies, curious glances, conversations that hushed at her approach. The local postmaster handed her a university-sealed envelope with unusual deference. "Important correspondence, miss, from Edinburgh." The letter, written in Dean Rothwell's precise hand, requested Clara's presence at an upcoming botanical symposium. Her work on Highland orchid variations, specifically those from the North Ridge, had attracted attention. A special panel wished to hear her findings firsthand. "It's an extraordinary opportunity," she told Sidwell that evening, trying to contain her excitement. "The symposium draws naturalists from across Europe." He studied the letter, expression unreadable, and conveniently timed just before your apprenticeship's conclusion. Clara hadn't considered that. July would mark her 6th and final month at Blackmore Cottage. Beyond that lay only vague plans to return to Edinburgh, perhaps secure a research position if any department would have her. "Will you attend as well?" she asked. "They specifically mention our Northridge documentation." Sidwell placed the letter on the table between them. "I don't believe my presence would benefit your presentation, but the work is yours as much as mine, more so. Your years of comparative data made our observations meaningful. The academic world has quite specific notions about me, Clara." His tone was matter-of-fact, not bitter. Notions that would only distract from the research itself. Before she could protest further, a knock at the door interrupted them, an unusual occurrence at Blackmore Cottage, especially in evening hours. Sidwell answered to find a wiry man in travel-worn clothes, a leather document case tucked beneath one arm. "Dr. Moorcroft," he nodded briskly, "and you must be Miss Winthrop, Professor Jennings, University of Oxford. May I come in?" Clara recognised the name immediately. Jennings was a leading authority on botanical taxonomy. His publications required reading in every serious university programme. His unexpected appearance in their remote cottage was as startling as if a character from a book had suddenly stepped into real life. Sidwell's hospitality, though rusty, rose to the occasion. Soon they were seated around the work table, sharing the cottage's simple provisions as Jennings explained his presence. "Word of your revived research reached me in London. The Northridge orchid variations, particularly their unprecedented early blooming, could significantly impact our understanding of climate effects on alpine flora." His gaze fixed on Clara with unexpected intensity. "I understand the observations and documentation are primarily your work, Miss Winthrop." Clara glanced at Sidwell, startled by the misattribution. "That's not accurate. Dr. Moorcroft is known to have withdrawn from active research." Jennings waved a dismissive hand. "Your detailed field notes, however, show promising methodology. With proper academic guidance, you could develop them into a substantial publication." The implication hung in the air that Clara's work had succeeded despite Moorcroft's involvement, not because of it. She felt heat rising in her cheeks. "Professor, I must correct your understanding. Dr. Moorcroft's expertise has been integral to every aspect of this research. His longitudinal data provided essential context for our observations." Jennings leaned forward, lowering his voice as if Sidwell were not present. "Miss Winthrop, I appreciate loyalty to one's mentor, particularly in unique circumstances. But consider your academic future. A young woman in your position cannot afford to align herself too closely with controversial figures." "I am quite capable of determining my own alignments," Clara replied. her voice cooler than the mountain streams they had waded that morning. Later, after Jennings had retired to the village inn with promises to continue their discussion at the symposium, an uncomfortable silence filled the cottage. Sidwell stood by the window, watching rain begin to speckle the glass. "He's right about one thing," he said finally. "Your academic prospects would benefit from distance between us." "Is that what you think I want? Academic prospects purchased with dishonesty?" "I think," he said carefully, "that you deserve recognition for extraordinary work. Recognition that association with me may complicate." Clara crossed to him, frustration and something deeper propelling her. "Do you truly understand so little of me after these months? I don't want recognition that dismisses you as some footnote, some obstacle I've overcome." "Then what do you want?" The question emerged roughly, as if pulled from depths he had intended to keep sealed. "I want ... Clara faltered, then steadied herself. "I want work that matters, and I want..." She broke off, the words too consequential for hasty expression. Sidwell's hand rose to her face, calloused fingers tracing her cheekbone with a botanist's precision. "What else, Clara?" "I want not to leave when July ends," she whispered. "Not unless you're coming with me." The kiss that followed was different from their first. Not a hesitant question, but a definitive statement. Clara felt the boundaries between them dissolving, herbarium specimens joining after years preserved separately. Morning found them changed, not in dramatic ways visible to outside eyes, but in the gravity that existed between them, the orbits they now shared. Over breakfast, Clara made a decision. "I'll attend the symposium," she said, "but I'll present our work accurately, emphasizing your contributions, your decades of expertise." Sidwell placed something before her, the locked journal she'd glimpsed in the trunk weeks earlier. A small key lay beside it. "Take this with you," he said. "It contains my original field notes, including observations from the days before Margaret's accident. They'll support your presentation." Clara stared at the journal, understanding the trust it represented. "Are you certain?" "It's time those notes served their purpose." His expression held both resolve and vulnerability. "But there's something else you should know before you decide how to proceed." He revealed that an academic rival had long blamed him for Margaret's death, suggesting that Sidwell had been reckless in his expedition planning. The whispers had followed him to Edinburgh, eventually forcing his withdrawal from university life. The Northridge research had remained unpublished, tainted by tragedy and accusation. "If you present our findings," he warned, "those old allegations may resurface. They could affect how your work is received." Clara's jaw set with determination that had become characteristic over her months in the Highlands. "Then we'll address them directly, with evidence, not rumour." As the day for her departure approached, Clara packed with methodical care, specimens labelled in both their handwritings, documentation that could leave no doubt about the collaborative nature of their research. The journal, with its weathered leather cover and brass lock, she wrapped in oilcloth and placed at the heart of her trunk. The morning train to Edinburgh coincided with a Highland downpour, rain sheeting across the platform as Sidwell accompanied her to Dunbrae station. Around them, passengers hurried with lowered heads, seeing only another young woman leaving the village, not the complex emotions passing between the botanist and her mentor. 3 days, Clara said, her voice nearly lost in the train's arrival whistle. "I'll present on Friday and return Saturday." Sidwell nodded, raindrops catching in his silver-streaked hair. "The cottage will be here." A pause, heavy with meaning. "As will I." As Clara boarded, he pressed something into her hand, a paper packet containing a perfectly preserved orchid specimen, the rare purple-marked variety from the North Ridge. With it was a note in his precise handwriting. "Some roots endure transplanting to new soil. Others thrive only in their native ground. Choose your garden wisely. S." The train pulled away, bearing Clara back toward the academic world that had once been her sole ambition. Through the rain-streaked window she watched Sidwell's figure recede, a solitary sentinel against the Highland mist, face turned toward the departing train until distance and rain obscured him entirely from view. Edinburgh emerged from morning fog like an illustration in a Gothic novel, spires and stone facades materializing piece by piece as Clara's carriage navigated cobbled streets. After months in the Highlands, the city's bustle felt overwhelming. Everywhere she looked, people hurried with purpose, their voices creating a constant murmur beneath the clatter of hooves and wheels. The university welcomed her with formal politeness. Dean Rothwell himself escorted her to quarters reserved for visiting scholars, his conversation a careful blend of congratulation and caution. "Your work has created quite a stir, Miss Winthrop. Professor Jennings speaks highly of your observational skills." He paused before adding, "though some question the broader research context." Clara understood the implication. Dr. Moorcroft's longitudinal data provides that context, Dean Rothwell. "I'll be presenting our findings as collaborative work." The Dean's expression tightened. "Consider carefully, Miss Winthrop. Your future in this institution depends on the quality and honesty of my research," she finished firmly, "as it should." Alone in her assigned room, Clara opened Sidwell's journal for the first time. Its pages revealed not just scientific observations, but a life documented with meticulous care. Early entries showed a young naturalist's enthusiasm, later ones the measured confidence of an established scholar. Botany intertwined with personal reflection, how certain plants thrived after forest fires, how grief might similarly create conditions for unexpected growth. The final pages before Margaret's death contained maps of the Northridge expedition, detailing planned collection routes. In the margins were notes in a different hand, elegant, decisive strokes that must have been Margaret's. "Weather promising," she'd written. "S worries unnecessarily about the western approach. Route appears stable despite recent thaw." Clara's throat tightened. Here was evidence contradicting rumours that Sidwell had been reckless, proof that he had in fact expressed concern about conditions his fiancée had dismissed. More surprising were the entries that resumed months after the accident, sparse at first, then increasingly detailed as Sidwell documented his solitary return to research. And most unexpected of all were the pages dated after Clara's arrival at Blackmore Cottage. "C demonstrates remarkable insight regarding adaptive processes," one entry noted. Another, "Her approach to classification challenges conventional taxonomy in ways I had not considered. Must revisit earlier specimens with her framework in mind." The final pages contained something else entirely, the beginnings of a new monograph outline. Its working title made Clara's breath catch: Highland Resilience, Ecological Adaptation Following Climatic Disruption, with observations by C. Winthrop and S. Moorcroft. He had envisioned their work continuing beyond her apprenticeship, had imagined a future where their research, and perhaps they themselves, remained connected. The symposium opened the following morning with considerable fanfare. Clara sat through presentations on tropical ferns and desert succulents, her mind only half present as she prepared for her own session. When Professor Jennings introduced her as a promising young botanist whose work stands on its own considerable merits, she recognised the deliberate omission of Sidwell's name. At the lectern, Clara surveyed the audience of predominantly male academics. Their expressions ranged from polite interest to thinly veiled scepticism. In the back row sat Dean Rothwell, his posture communicating clear expectations. "Distinguished colleagues," she began, her voice steadier than she'd anticipated. "I present findings not solely my own, but the culmination of a true scientific partnership with Dr. Sidwell Moorcroft, whose 20 years of Highland botanical documentation provided essential foundation for our observations." A murmur rippled through the audience. From the corner of her eye, Clara saw Jennings shift uncomfortably in his chair. She continued undeterred, methodically presenting their evidence of climate-influenced blooming patterns, the implications for Highland ecosystem stability, and the rare orchid variations documented on the North Ridge. When questions began, they focused initially on methodology. Clara answered with a confidence born of fieldwork rather than theory, occasionally referencing Sidwell's journal to provide historical context. Then came the question she'd been anticipating. An elderly botanist with bristling sideburns rose slowly from his seat. "Miss Winthrop, while your observations are adequate, I must address the elephant in the room. Dr. Moorcroft's judgment has been called into question since the tragic incident 5 years ago. How can we trust research conducted under such questionable guidance?" The room stilled. This was the moment that would define not just her presentation, but the reception of their work. Clara opened Sidwell's journal to the pages she had marked. "Professor Barrett, I presume?" She met his gaze directly. "Your published criticism of Dr. Moorcroft's expedition planning is well documented. However, I have here the original field notes from that expedition, including margin notes in Margaret Linley's own hand, directly contradicting your assessment." She read Margaret's annotations aloud, her voice clear in the hushed room. "Furthermore," she continued, "these notes demonstrate that far from being reckless, Dr. Moorcroft expressed specific concerns about the route that ultimately failed." Professor Barrett's face had reddened. Before he could respond, Clara continued, "But today's presentation isn't about past tragedy. It's about how ecosystems recover from disruption, how life finds new patterns after fundamental change. Our research demonstrates this not just botanically, but—" She paused, finding her courage, perhaps personally as well. The remainder of the session passed in a blur of technical questions that Clara handled with growing assurance. When it concluded, several colleagues approached with genuine interest in their findings. Even Dean Rothwell offered grudging acknowledgement. "Unconventional presentation, Miss Winthrop, but scientifically sound. The university will want to discuss your future role when you return from your apprenticeship." Only Professor Jennings seemed displeased, his earlier patronizing manner replaced with barely concealed irritation. "You've aligned yourself rather definitively, my dear. I hope it serves your career." "My work serves science, Professor," Clara replied evenly, "as does Dr. Moorcroft's. The alignment follows naturally." That evening, alone in her quarters, Clara made a decision that felt both impulsive and inevitable. Rather than waiting for Saturday's train as planned, she would return to Dunbury on the early morning express. The symposium required nothing further from her, and Edinburgh's crowded streets felt increasingly foreign after months of Highland solitude. She packed quickly, leaving behind several fashionable items she'd brought for university functions. What use were silk gloves and formal hats in a world of peat fires and morning mist? By dawn, she was aboard the northbound train, watching Edinburgh recede as Highlands emerged through breaking fog. The journey passed in contemplation. Clara had come to these mountains 6 months earlier seeking professional validation, proof that a woman could contribute meaningfully to botanical science. She returned now with different understanding. The work mattered, yes, but so did the mind and heart engaged in it. So did the land itself, and one's relationship to it. Dunbury Station appeared just as afternoon light began to soften toward evening. The village seemed unchanged, yet Clara viewed it with new eyes, not as a remote outpost, but as a community with its own rhythms and wisdom. Rather than hiring a cart, she walked the familiar path to Blackmore Cottage, her steps quickening as the track narrowed and climbed. Highland wind tugged at her hair, loosening pins until she removed them entirely, letting her scholarly restraint fall away with them. The cottage appeared first as a thread of smoke against darkening sky, then as stone walls emerging from shadow. No lamplight shone from its windows. Had Sidwell gone out for evening field work? Only as she approached did Clara spot him, a solitary figure on the North Ridge path silhouetted against the sunset. Without hesitation, she altered her course, the weight of her travelling bag forgotten as her pace increased to something near a run. He stood in a sea of late-blooming heather, making notes in a field journal. At the sound of her approach, he turned, disbelief and something deeper transforming his expression. "You're not due until tomorrow," he said, voice rough with emotion. "I found I had said all that needed saying in Edinburgh." Clara stopped an arm's length away, suddenly uncertain despite everything that had passed between them. "Your journal. It helped me understand many things." "All of it?" His question contained layers she immediately comprehended, including the outline for our future work together. Highland Resilience, I believe you called it. A working title only. His eyes hadn't left her face, open to revision. Clara closed the remaining distance between them. The concept is sound. Adaptation following disruption. New growth patterns emerging after necessary change. And is that what you want, Clara? New patterns here, not in Edinburgh's academic halls. She took his weathered hands in hers, feeling the strength in them, the years of careful work they represented. "I want work that matters, with a mind that challenges mine. I want mornings in the mist and evenings by the fire. I want—" He stopped her words with a kiss that left no doubt about his own desires. Around them, Highland wind stirred heather and grass, carrying the scent of wild orchids and open sky. When they finally drew apart, Clara smiled and completed her thought. "I want to tell you that you forgot to log the most important change in your Highland habitat, me." Sidwell's answering laugh held wonder and release, the sound of a man returning to life after long absence. "A significant oversight. How would you suggest I correct it?" "Document it thoroughly," she murmured against his mouth. "Beginning now." 5 years later, a package arrived at the Royal Botanical Society. Inside lay the first published copy of Highland Resilience, Ecological Adaptation Following Climatic Disruption, by S. Moorcroft and C. Winthrop Moorcroft. The accompanying letter mentioned ongoing research at their Highland station, now expanded into a small but respected field institute, where selected students spent summers learning methodologies too complex for university classrooms. The final page of the monograph contained something unusual for a scientific publication: a pressed orchid specimen with distinctive purple markings, and beneath it, a simple dedication. "For Margaret, who taught us to look skyward, and for the North Ridge, which taught us that even after landslides new paths emerge. Some flowers bloom best after hardship. Each spring, visitors to certain Highland slopes report seeing two figures moving methodically through mist-wreathed terrain. The silver-haired man and the woman with wind-blown chestnut hair, notebooks in hand, their movements so attuned they seem to communicate without words. Locals will tell you they're cataloguing climate changes, documenting resilience in a world of shifting patterns. But those who know them well understand they're recording something more, a field book of second chances, written not just in scientific notation, but in the language of hearts that, like certain rare flowers, found their perfect growing conditions in the most unexpected of places.